In the distant past, a time when warriors relentlessly pursued ultimate strength, a figure of immense power stood contemplating the world. Among them were formidable individuals, their bodies honed to perfection, and wise elders whose mastery transcended generations, each seeking to claim the title of the strongest. It was during this era that the blood demon cult emerged, driven by an insatiable desire to dominate the world, and to achieve their goal, they meticulously laid a trap, a chilling request that would alter destinies. A young man, desperate, calls out to an older figure, his voice pleading, "Father, at least." His plea cut short as a sword plunges into the ground before him, the older man's voice ringing out, "Spare my son." The young man, terrified, screams, "And no, father." A cruel smile twists the older man's lips as he looks down at the boy, and so, the four masters, including the pleading father, found themselves imprisoned within a glowing underground facility. The captor, his sword still drawn, stands resolute over his victims. Within the prison's depths, a hand reaches for a book, surrounded by the crimson aura of forbidden knowledge. An imprisoned master, surrounded by ancient texts, receives a chilling command. "Now, study their martial fists." He responds with a resigned, "Yes." Years later, Sir Yong-baek, alone in a similar chamber, pores over the same forbidden knowledge, a heavy question weighing on his mind. Why am I the only one left? Am I going to spend 10 years here? He stands before his captors, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he proposes a new path, asking if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way. A heavy thud echoes through the chamber. The white-haired elder, surrounded by other martial artists, sternly reminds him of their previous agreement, demanding he not make them repeat themselves, only for the young master to dismiss it as nonsense. His expression turns menacing, a silent threat of violence hanging in the air as he declares his intent to kill. He then looks down at the defiant group, a slight smile returning, wondering aloud if they truly wish to remain imprisoned. The white-haired elder, enraged, challenges his audacity, while the bearded man questions if they would fall for such a trick. Sir Yong-baek, unwavering, retorts, asking if they believe their current power is enough to defeat him, to which the elder defiantly replies, "Not a chance." He then reveals the true reason for his survival, his unique ability to use inner ki, acknowledging that despite this, many still know of him. The scene shifts, a memory or a thought of someone pleading for mercy, as he recalls offering them an ideal. His gaze sharp, Sir Yong-baek offers a proposition. "So I'll give you all a chance. How about it?" After some deliberation, they all agreed. And 10 years passed. A heavy thud echoes as his arm falls limp. His feet standing amidst a pool of crimson, as a voice accuses him. "You were thinking of killing us all." Covered in his own blood, he struggles to rise, his breath catching in his throat. His hand, slick with gore, trembles slightly. Facing Baek Mi-hyun, he states, "Let's be honest," as the other man questions, "What?" A chilling smile spreads across his blood-stained face. "You've never trusted me." He stands over a bound figure, a cold judgment in his voice as he considers the trash that should have been disposed of a long time ago, identifying the man as Meng Home, king of the Green Forces, and another as Lee Mok. His gaze falls upon the faces of others he deems significant, the goddess Eun-yo, the light king Mun-won-do, and the swordsman Mo Yongyan. Despite the blood staining his leg, a testament to his recent struggles, he remains upright. Facing a council of accusers, including Meng Home, Lee Mok, Eun-yo, Mun-won-do, Mo Yongyan, and an elder, he hears their damning words, "I am very well aware of what you did, and even if you didn't, I'm sure the others would have confirmed it." As they continue their accusations, one voice laments, "It's a pity. I'll be the only one left behind." Another voice cuts through the air, "You betrayed yourself," followed by a dismissive, "Yeah, like it matters," and a final, contemptuous, "Something you'd never understand, you piece of trash." The accusations grow harsher. What else is there to say? "You're a traitor who betrayed the cult," they declare. "It's a sin that can't be forgiven, even if you die 1,000 times." A slight smirk plays on Sir Yong-baek's lips as he dismisses their words. Nothing. It's nothing." A dark, ominous aura begins to emanate from him, even as one of the accusers scoffs, "Didn't learn your master's martial styles." He challenges them, asking if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way. The overwhelming aura expands rapidly, filling the space with its oppressive presence. Meng Hoke recoils, his face contorted in shock and disbelief as the red energy washes over him. The surging power coalesces around his arm, crackling with destructive potential. Mo Yonghan stares, utterly stunned by the display, barely able to articulate his disbelief. Meng Hoke, still reeling, struggles to comprehend the source of such immense power. The technique's name, Heaven-Defying Divine Arts, manifests in glowing script as the energy intensifies around his fist. Mo Yonghan reflects on the vast chasm between his own martial arts and his master's, acknowledging that even this formidable display is merely an incomplete shadow of its true form. He unleashes a torrent of crimson energy, a powerful aura flaring around him, asserting that unless his very blood is reversed, he remains unbreakable. With a decisive command, he surges forward, a blur of motion. The sheer force of his advance creates a deafening roar. A wave of guards rushes to meet him, their leader barking orders to kill. But before they can even react, Seryong-baek delivers a brutal kick, sending one flying. From a distance, Meng-hok watches the unfolding chaos, his expression hardened with resolve, vowing that not a single soul will escape. Another wave of guards charges forward, their shouts echoing through the confined space, determined to halt his progress. But Seryong-baek is relentless, his blade now crackling with brilliant blue energy, as he cuts through another opponent, declaring that they will disappear from the murim. He sweeps through the remaining guards, his glowing weapon a deadly arc of light. He moves like a blur, a crimson aura trailing behind him as he delivers a devastating kick, sending a guard sprawling. With a cold resolve hardening his features, he vows to repay every ounce of shame he has received. Suddenly, his hand ignites with a brilliant, crackling blue energy, a stark contrast to the crimson that had just enveloped him. He unleashes the concentrated force, a wave of azure power slamming into another unsuspecting guard. From a distance, Meng-hok watches the unfolding chaos, his face contorted in disbelief. He can hardly believe the sheer power on display. Back in the fray, Seryong-baek's aura shifts back to a vibrant red, a powerful kick sending yet another opponent flying with a triumphant cry. His glowing blade carves through the remaining guards, a chilling warning echoing through the corridor as they fall. Meng-hok, now searching frantically, realizes his target has vanished from sight. But a hand, now radiating a fierce red glow, appears directly behind him, a voice challenging his very presence. Meng-hok unleashes a furious, twisting punch, his body coiled with raw power. He pulls back slightly, a smirk playing on his lips, wondering if his grip was too tight. But before he can fully recover, a swift, almost imperceptible movement slices through the air. Seryong-baek's eye flashes with an intense, electric blue light, his focus absolute, as he appears in a burst of brilliant white and blue energy, striking with explosive force. The sudden impact leaves Meng-hok stunned, a moment of pure shock. Yet, Meng-hok retaliates instantly, his own body igniting with a fierce, fiery red aura, unleashing a devastating counterattack. The king of the green forest pushes forward, his crimson power surging, ready to meet the challenge head-on. In a grim recollection of a past catastrophe, a shadowy figure with piercing red eyes emerges, a voice lamenting, "Damn it." In the end, the demon himself came. A deafening roar echoes across a vast mountain range, signaling the beginning of a dark era. That day, a destructive force erupted, consuming everything in its path. All hope was lost as the world crumbled, all died. Yet, under a bright, clear sky, life continued, unfolding within the serene walls of a traditional complex. A young voice calls out, "Master." The boy tugs insistently at the man on the ground, asking, "Master, Master, are you going to sleep in this space again?" He explains that all the other children are waiting, gathered at the academy, and would want to play if they saw him. The boy grows frustrated, warning that if this continues, he'll report it to the Grand Master. With a long, drawn-out stretch, the man finally begins to rise. He sighs, agreeing to go, prompting the boy to eagerly urge him to hurry. As he breaks into a run, the boy follows, proclaiming that every hour is precious. Almost a month ago, he had awakened in the body of a martial arts master in a remote mountain. The name of this body, he now knows, is Baek Seryong, the martial arts master. Born with a rare condition, the child had faced countless life-and-death struggles since birth. His father, Baek Mu-hyun, spared no expense, traveling far and wide to find physicians and medicines, but all his efforts proved futile for his only son. In a desperate attempt to improve his health, he established an academy in a serene rural village, where the air and water were pure. Despite his daily training in martial arts, the boy struggled to learn properly. They say he constantly sought new ways to overcome his illness, pushing his body to its limits. After exerting too much strength during his practice, he would often collapse. But in reality, he died. His father, heartbroken, wrote of his son's passing, a life cut tragically short despite all their efforts. And it was here, at this very academy, that the last scene of his life unfolded. He awoke in his own body, a month having passed since the last memory, his young mind filled with a desperate plea to return home, to be saved from his circumstances. A soft sigh escaped him, as the reality of his situation settled in. And the nights were always the same, a constant, unchanging backdrop to his suffering. Looking upon the academy building, the current Seryong-baek wondered if someone truly had to die for him to arrive here. Meanwhile, in the past, a stern older man scolded the young Seryong-baek, insisting there was no need to impress him, as the boy was already a leader in martial arts. He believed that time, money, and determination should not be wasted, but rather dedicated to bringing good results. The older man's face contorted in anger, as he snapped, "You're a jerk." A surprised ow escaped him, as the young boy's reaction caught him off guard. As the young Seryong-baek ran away crying, the older man pondered, where in the world one could find an instructor who treated children to such rigorous training. As the memory unfolds, a faint purple aura shimmers around him. Seryong-baek wonders if it would truly be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way, a question echoed by a younger voice from the past, asking if he was truly allowed such freedom. Meanwhile, in the depths of that painful memory, director Baek Mu-hyun addresses the young boy, his words heavy with significance, revealing that this very spot is where the original owner of his body met his end. The young boy, Jang, lies collapsed on the ground, his body bruised and broken, as the director's words echo around him, emphasizing the grim reality of his situation. Standing over the injured child, director Baek Mu-hyun asks what is wrong with Jang, his concern tinged with an underlying severity. Trembling and tearful, Jang desperately pleads for someone to save his brother. The unexpected plea catches the director off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. As the director cradles the weeping boy, voices from off-panel cry out, one begging for their son to be saved, another demanding to see him. Back in the present, Seo-young Baek's eyes narrow, a silent question forming in his mind about what truly transpired in that moment. Kneeling beside the spectral image of his past self, he reflects on the young boy's plight, deeming it an insult to the very essence of martial arts. As the director offers to perform first aid and urges him to rest, Jang, despite his injuries, insists he is fine and can still move. Yet, his body betrays him, and soon he is lying down, his breathing soft and even. Looking down at the boy, Baek Mu-hyun expresses his profound gratitude. Placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, the director tells him not to worry, but Jang's mind is elsewhere, asking about his brother, Jang-gil, and if he is truly fine. Embracing the distraught boy, Baek Mu-hyun gently assures him that Jang-gil will be fine if he rests. But a dark realization dawns on Jang's face, his eyes widening as he demands to know who could have done this. His voice filled with anguish, Jang insists that his brother's healing isn't normal, questioning the director's earlier reassurances. Looking away, a troubled expression on his face, Baek Mu-hyun offers a vague explanation, claiming Jang-gil was merely tired from playing with friends. Then, with a gentle smile, he praises Jang-gil's skills, noting he is one of the best among the other children. He insists that whatever injured Jang-gil is not something taught within their own academy. Baek Mu-hyun's expression tightens, a single thought forming in his mind. The thing. Jang continues, his voice laced with accusation. It's the fault of the Namgung people. He explains how they had defied his brother, dismissing their academy as teaching only weak martial arts, a blatant disrespect. Baek Mu-hyun then reveals a crucial detail, mentioning that the Jin Academy is a branch of the Namgung clan, prompting Jang to wonder if it's the one located in Namgung village. He reiterates the name, Namgung clan. Jang's thoughts race, finding it suspicious that a subsidiary academy would be established in such a remote, rural area, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Baek Mu-hyun then asks if multiple disciples from the Jin Academy attacked Jang-gil, seeking clarification. Jang quickly corrects him, stating it was only one assailant, while Baek Mu-hyun internally questions how a single person could have overcome their techniques, a profound disbelief washing over him. As Jang-gil lies injured, a question hangs in the air about his attacker, wondering if it was someone who once attended the Jin Academy himself. A soft groan escapes him, the bandages on his arm a testament to his pain. Sitting up with a jolt, Jang-gil's eyes widen in disbelief, realizing the demonic nature of the technique used against him. A deep concern etches itself onto Seo-young Baek's face, his gaze fixed on the injured man. He declares with conviction that they must go to the Jin Academy and punish Yam-sam. The conversation continues between him and Baek Mu-hyun, with other figures listening intently in the background. Baek Mu-hyun questions the assertion with a skeptical really, while Seo-young Baek feigns ignorance, claiming he has no idea what the director is talking about, prompting another individual to clarify that the Jin Academy is a branch of the Namgung clan. Seo-young Baek reassures him not to worry, promising to explain everything, leaving Baek Mu-hyun feeling overwhelmed and on the verge of a headache. With a knowing smile and a gesture, Seo-young Baek prepares to reveal his true intentions. As the truth of the Jin Academy's affiliation comes to light, Baek Mu-hyun can only question if it truly is a subsidiary of the Namgung clan. A voice cuts through the morning air, questioning the source of an early ruckus. Suddenly, a group of figures appears, one of them announcing their origin, declaring they are from the Baek Academy. The director of the academy, Baek Mu-hyun, stands at the forefront, his expression calm but firm. He clarifies their intentions, stating they haven't come for a fight, but they can't ignore the situation, as they are here to retrieve Jang-gil. A slight frown creases his brow, a subtle sign of his displeasure. He then dismisses the earlier commotion, asking why anyone would bother with petty children's squabbles. Meanwhile, Jang-gil looks down, a hint of shame on his face, as the conversation continues, concluding that his behavior caused no real injuries to warrant such a fuss. A low chuckle escapes Meng Hoke, his expression one of amusement. He then addresses Seo-young Baek, stating that while boys grow from fighting, if one is going to engage in a brawl, they should at least beat their opponent thoroughly. Seo-young Baek, however, maintains a stern demeanor, reminding him that he does not teach his disciples to harm others. Meng Hoke's expression turns more serious as he retorts, though he isn't so sure about Seo-young Baek's own adherence to that principle. Seo-young Baek's sharp eyes narrow, his gaze intense. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he challenges Meng Hoke, asking if he almost lost to the old man. Jang-gil flinches, his eyes wide with a mixture of embarrassment and worry, as the conversation turns to his actions. He tries to defend himself, insisting that it was a fair fight. Seryong-baek looks at him, his expression unreadable, and simply asks if he truly believes that. He flinches, recoiling from the stern gaze of his master. Seryong-baek's voice rings out, echoing across the training grounds, demanding to know why his eldest disciple, the one who fought, would cause such trouble, adding that if one feels an injustice, they must train harder to become stronger. Turning his attention to Mang-hok, Seryong-baek gestures, drawing his gaze to the scene. A wry smile plays on Mang-hok's lips as he considers the situation, musing that the one doing the teaching is the eldest disciple, and he can't help but wonder if his own disciple didn't win either. Later, seated with Seryong-baek, Mang-hok lets out a soft, contemplative sigh. Elsewhere, students gather, their excited chatter filling the air as they watch a match, wondering who will emerge victorious today. Mang-hok speaks with Baek Mu-hyun, the director of the academy, who admits that a previous statement was a lie, revealing that he was asked to pretend a certain Yongbam was a topic of concern. Baek Mu-hyun glances away, explaining the precarious situation. If their father were to step down, rumors would spread among the students at base and dojo, causing them all to leave. Mang-hok listens intently as Seryong-baek muses about the students' excitement to challenge the grandmaster, yet he has no intention of letting them avenge the children's fight. A look of concern crosses his face, for he believes nothing good will come of the path Seryong-baek is about to forge. Suddenly, Baek Mu-hyun clears his throat, drawing attention with a pointed gesture. As the students gather, they greet the elder with respect, who acknowledges their growth with a knowing gaze. Among them stands Master Namgong Ok, a teacher from the Chanu Academy and a distant relative of the Chongsong Sword King Jin Guangjihak, his presence noted by both Mang-hok and Baek Mu-hyun. Mang-hok's eyes widen in recognition, realizing the man is of the great Namgong clan. Baek Mu-hyun, however, dismisses the lineage, as Namgong Ok humbly states his achievements are nothing much, merely the result of hard work in the clan's name. Seryong-baek observes the scene, pondering if the same dedication holds true for the entire Namgong clan. He considers the situation, acknowledging that while it was merely a children's dispute, the true issue lies with those who lost, and he feels compelled to step up. His words draw a surprised reaction from Mang-hok, who exclaims in amazement. Meanwhile, Baek Mu-hyun interjects with a probing question, asking if the martial arts taught to his disciples are the same as those of the renowned Namgong clan. A confident smile spreads across Seryong-baek's face as he replies, confirming the similarity, though not an exact replica, of his methods to the Namgong clans. Mang-hok's surprise deepens, impressed by the rapid progress of Seryong-baek's student, Yongsam, in such a short time. Seryong-baek chuckles softly, acknowledging Mang-hok's keen observation. With a hearty laugh, he extends an offer to teach Mang-hok as well, should he desire it. Such remarkable skill and confidence are truly befitting of the Namgong clan's reputation. From an aerial perspective, the Grand Academy is revealed, prompting an observer to marvel at its presence within their humble village. Mang-hok begins, his expression thoughtful. Seryong-yu. He simply clicks his tongue, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Mang-hok continues, yes, I really didn't think the Namgong clan's martial arts would have techniques containing such kind intent. Seryong-baek's smirk widens as he replies, I thought you were an evil sect martial artist because your killing aura was so dense. Mang-hok's eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips. What? The surrounding crowd murmurs in shock, the words, evil sect martial artist, echoing among them. Seryong-baek observes the sudden shift in the atmosphere, noting how it has changed dramatically. He lets out a soft laugh, seemingly unbothered by the commotion. Mang-hok, however, is visibly enraged, his face contorted as he warns, what did you say? If you talk as you wish. Still seething, Mang-hok demands to know if Seryong-baek truly believes he can handle the situation his own way, questioning if 10 years would even be enough to contain the consequences. His voice rising in a furious shout, he calls Seryong-baek a bastard, his anger palpable. Seryong, however, remains unfazed, a slight, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips as he considers the outburst. Mang-hok lets out a frustrated sigh, while Seryong-baek simply listens, his expression calm and composed. With a serene demeanor, Seryong-baek responds, assuring Mang-hok that he will resolve the issue and asks him to remain still. Turning to the assembled crowd, which includes Baek Mu-hyun and Jan Gil, Mang-hok declares that since they are unable to make sure of the situation themselves, they should proceed with his plan. He addresses everyone present, asking for their opinion on his proposal. Mang-hok then elaborates on his idea, suggesting that since the esteemed Namgong clan's Bong Ok has opened an academy there, they should contact the clan and send their celebratory wishes. Seryong-baek reacts with a subtle shift in his expression, as Mang-hok's words imply that the Namgong clan's martial arts are not to be taken lightly. He continues to rage, his voice cutting through the air with a furious, shut up, you really must have a death wish. His fury is palpable, yet a quiet sigh escapes someone nearby. As Mang-hok's face contorts with barely contained aggression. Whispers ripple through the assembled crowd, some questioning, what are they saying, while others conclude, it seems that guy is a scammer. Seryong-baek stands calmly amidst the murmuring onlookers, his gaze steady as he takes in the scene. An older man steps forward, addressing Baek Mu-hyun and Jan Gil, demanding, "Look here, sir. Can you take responsibility for what you just said?" Sir Yong-baek, hearing the challenge, simply thinks, as expected, he's a foolish one. An elder from the crowd, his face etched with indignation, challenges the group, declaring that they hadn't even been taught the Namgong family's Bong-ok, and warns that claiming it without evidence would prevent them from leaving. He continues his tirade, questioning their actions and accusing them of practicing evil sect martial arts. The elder asserts that the Namgong clan would never allow their family's name to be dragged through the mud, while Baek Mu-hyun silently wonders if the Namgong clan truly has ties to the evil sect. The elder, now referred to as Sage, admonishes them for causing more damage with their words, then dismisses the mention of Bong-ok entirely, claiming he'd never even heard of it. A calm smirk plays on Sir Yong-baek's lips as he retorts, revealing that he has taught evil sect martial arts for over 10 years, questioning who they were trying to trick. The elder's eyes widen in shock at the unexpected confession. But Sir Yong-baek's expression hardens as he challenges the elder, asking how an evil sect master like him would dare try to pull dirty tricks. Baek Mu-hyun and Jan Gil look on with concern as Sir Yong-baek continues, asking if the elder truly believed he could be fooled by such a simple tactic. The elder, defeated, can only let out a single, exasperated scoff. Judging by his words, the elder has had his eyes on the Namgong family for quite some time, and he must be more zealous than he lets on, he thinks, before letting out a frustrated ha. Sir Yong-baek, however, remains unfazed, questioning if they are truly trying to gain dominance by disguising themselves as a mere village academy. The elder can only manage a choked, half-formed sound of protest. Suddenly, a dark, oppressive aura begins to emanate, causing the elder to clutch his head in visible distress. His face contorts in a silent scream, the unseen pressure overwhelming him. The swirling, dark energy intensifies, spreading outwards from Sir Yong-baek. A powerful gust of wind erupts, throwing the surrounding crowd, including young Jan Gil, violently backward, as cries of pain and confusion fill the air, everyone wondering about the source of this sudden, inexplicable force. Standing amidst the chaos he created, Sir Yong-baek's voice cuts through the din, declaring that the elder has finally revealed his true self. He stands resolute, a subtle dark aura still clinging to him. His dark power continued to surge, causing an unseen pressure to bear down on the elder. Under the strain, the elder's body visibly distorted, a desperate cry escaping him as he felt his very form changing. The overwhelming force intensified, pushing against him with crushing weight. He gasped, struggling against the invisible bonds, his muscles straining. Despite the torment, a defiant sneer twisted his lips, acknowledging the power but refusing to yield, declaring he would accept their demise. Sir Yong-baek looked down, his gaze unwavering, challenging the elder to see how long he could maintain his act. The dark energy still swirled around the elder, his body still contorted from the immense pressure. Nearby, Baek Mu-hyun and Jan Gil exchanged worried glances, sensing the strange, heavy atmosphere that permeated the area, wondering if they should retreat. The elder, though clearly suffering, met Sir Yong-baek's gaze with an unyielding, furious determination. An immense, crushing force descends, bearing down on Manhwa, who strains against the invisible weight, his muscles bulging as a spectral blade seems to cleave the very air around him. The ground beneath him cracks and splinters from the sheer pressure. Sir Yong-baek watches him, a chilling warning escaping his lips. Anybody who takes a single step from now on will die. The oppressive aura intensifies, causing Manhwa to cry out in agony, while his terrified followers plead for their lives, begging for salvation. They desperately promise, "Nothing. We won't say anything." Sir Yong-baek looks down at them, his gaze unwavering as he asks, "Will you really kill them?" Then, with a powerful surge of blue energy radiating from his form, he declares, "There's no saying I can't." He considers the situation, a slight frown creasing his brow as he wonders if the other party is truly serious. His gaze then shifts, landing on a distant group. Observing them closely, Sir Yong-baek murmurs, "These people?" A cold resolve settles over him as he declares, "It seems that all the respect I've needed to show is finished." His voice rings out with authority, commanding them to stay back. An urgent voice cuts through the air, calling out to Sir Yong, demanding he stay back. Yet, Manhwa stands before him, his words heavy with warning, declaring that Suryong's ambition is too great, and facing their foes would be impossible. The two men face each other, a silent tension hanging between them, their expressions unyielding. With a resolute gaze, Sir Yong-baek makes his decision, declaring he will take over the fight. Meanwhile, Jan Gil, caught in a skirmish, cries out to his brother, reminding him not to lose focus in a fight, as an enemy strikes. Before the blow can fully land, a surge of dark, crackling energy erupts, intercepting the attack with overwhelming force. Sir Yong-baek, his teeth gritted in fierce determination, presses his advantage with a swift, powerful sword strike. He grunts, a sharp impact jarring his body, but quickly brings his arm up, deflecting a swift sword strike. His opponent, a dark-haired warrior, laughs, finding amusement in the exchange. Sir Yong-baek moves with fluid grace, his form a blur as he closes the distance, delivering a powerful blow that sends the warrior reeling back. He holds back, knowing he cannot unleash his full power. His gaze drifts to the young Jangil, still on the ground, and a thought crosses his mind. Is he holding back because of their worry for him? He decides to end this quickly, challenging his opponent to prove their boasted skill. The muscular warrior, Meng Hoke, lunges forward with explosive force, closing the distance in an instant. His powerful strike connects, sending a shockwave through the air. Meng Hoke then launches himself skyward, a challenging grin spreading across his face as he prepares for another assault, bellowing, "Let's see." Seryong Baek, having absorbed the blow, looks up with a flicker of concern, a quiet, "Oh no," escaping him. But before Meng Hoke can descend, Seryong Baek retaliates with blinding speed, his own counterattack striking true. The impact sends Meng Hoke reeling further into the air, yet he still manages to taunt. "You're like a mouse whose tail caught on fire." Seryong Baek doesn't let up, pursuing his airborne opponent with a flurry of rapid, precise strikes. He lands gracefully, having delivered a devastating aerial combo, leaving Meng Hoke suspended and vulnerable. A subtle smirk plays on Seryong Baek's lips as he observes his opponent, thinking, "He's looking down on me, so I don't want now. I'm thankful for that." Meng Hoke winds up a powerful strike, his body tensing with purple energy. Confident he will kill his opponent slowly after this. But as his attack launches, a sudden counterforce makes him perceive everything as agonizingly slow. A devastating impact rocking his entire frame. Seryong Baek, moving with impossible speed, closes the distance. A smirk playing on his lips as Meng Hoke reels from the blow. "You jerk!" Meng Hoke snarls, refusing to go down easily, but the relentless assault continues. Coins scattering from his person with each brutal hit. Until a final, shocking blow connects squarely with his face. With a confident smirk, he asks if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way. He continues, explaining that the first time he truly survived was without internal energy, and questions if 10 years is enough of a limit for such a feat. His opponent, Meng Hoke, reacts with utter disbelief, uttering a confused, "What nonsense is that?" Before Meng Hoke can fully process the words, Seryong Baek closes the distance in a blur, delivering a devastating kick directly to his midsection. A cry of pain escapes Meng Hoke as the impact sends a shockwave through him, the sheer force making him realize the true extent of his opponent's power. Despite the pain, Meng Hoke attempts to retaliate, thinking to paralyze his attacker. But before his technique can even manifest, Seryong Baek strikes again, a rapid, precise blow drawing blood. The instructor continues his relentless assault, a flurry of blows overwhelming Meng Hoke, who can only think of his own strength failing. Meng Hoke groans, his body unresponsive, the repeated impacts leaving him utterly helpless. Meng Hoke's desperate attempt to grapple Seryong Baek's face is met with a sudden, sharp counter. A sickening crunch echoing as Seryong Baek's fist connects, sending a spray of blood from Meng Hoke's face. The larger man reels, his eyes wide with pain and disbelief, as Seryong Baek declares his shame in finishing him so quickly. A swift kick then sends him sprawling backward, crashing hard onto the ground. Seryong Baek stands over him, delivering another devastating blow, asserting that 2 hits are more than enough. The impact causes more blood to erupt from Meng Hoke's face, his body racked with agony. Despite his broken state, Meng Hoke struggles to rise, cursing his opponent with a guttural roar. But before he can even fully push himself up, a heavy foot slams down, pinning him back to the floor. Seryong Baek stands calmly, his victory absolute, as Meng Hoke lies defeated and utterly broken beneath him. Still reeling from the previous assault, Meng Hoke struggles to remain upright, a pained gasp escaping his lips as his body threatens to give out. His opponent, however, remains utterly composed, his gaze unwavering as he asks if the fight is truly over. Before Meng Hoke can even respond, another invisible force slams into him, sending him flying through the air with a cry of shock. The master observes his opponent's desperate attempt to protect his vital points, now using his internal energy to shore up his defenses. But the counter is swift and merciless, a blur of strikes raining down as he thinks, "This jerk." Despite the overwhelming assault, Meng Hoke finds a burst of primal fury, roaring his intent to kill as he lunges forward. Seryong Baek remains unfazed, calmly assessing the situation. He knows he must seal his opponent's meridians to truly end this struggle. With a focused strike, he counters Meng Hoke's desperate lunge, declaring that he won't let him escape this fate. The impact sends Meng Hoke hurtling through the air once more, his body finally broken, unable to withstand such attacks. He presses his attack, a blur of motion, as he delivers a powerful strike, remarking that many are like his opponent. The impact sends his opponent reeling, a guttural cry of agony escaping him as blood erupts from his chest. His face contorts, a mask of pure anguish, as the crimson spray continues. Before his opponent can recover, he follows up with a swift kick, explaining that even from those who can't track him, he must extract their internal energy, earning him a furious curse. He continues his relentless assault, questioning the value of those who learn internal energy techniques only to become arrogant and ignore him. As his opponent collapses, he delivers a final, cutting remark, wondering if they believe themselves superior simply for being normal. From the ground, his defeated foe lets out a desperate, enraged cry to die. standing over the prone figure, he dismisses the pathetic attempt, asking if this is truly all he knows how to do. The battle is decisively over, his opponent lying broken and defeated on the dusty ground. Manhwa, his face bloodied and distorted, can only utter a pained cry, unable to comprehend the overwhelming defeat. The final, decisive kick from Seryong-baek sends him spiraling through the air, sealing his fate. With the battle concluded, Seryong-baek stands calmly, a soft sigh escaping him as he surveys the aftermath. His gaze falls upon the defeated opponent, a moment of quiet contemplation. Manhwa lies broken on the ground, his thoughts consumed by regret. As a young boy, Jang-gil rushes towards the scene, a confused exclamation on his lips. Despite his utter defeat, Manhwa's eyes blaze with defiance, vowing vengeance against his victor. Jang-gil, his face etched with desperation, realizes he's too late to intervene. Seryong-baek delivers another swift, brutal blow, sending a spray of blood across the air. As Manhwa collapses further, Jang-gil reaches out with a heart-wrenching cry, calling out to his father. The force of his last strike leaves Manhwa's hand mangled and bloody. As a voice from behind asks if he is all right, he turns, a slight smile playing on his lips, assuring them he is as fine as can be. His gaze, however, remains sharp, reflecting the lingering intensity of the battle. Even in defeat, Manhwa can only marvel at the sheer power displayed, acknowledging him as a true peak-class warrior. A question burns in the defeated man's mind. Why would such a formidable fighter conceal his true abilities? From the distance, a desperate cry pierces the air as Jang-gil rushes forward, calling out to his father. Walking away from the scene, the instructor discusses the implications of the fight with an older man, who wonders if the war would have even begun had they known of his true strength. The crowd erupts in a thunderous cheer, celebrating the defeat of the evil sect. As the crowd erupts in cheers, celebrating the triumph of Baek Seryong and the academy, he stands calmly amidst the commotion, his opponent defeated at his feet. Still reeling from his crushing defeat, Manhwa turns to the older master beside him, acknowledging Seryong-baek's overwhelming power, declaring him the best. The older master, his gaze fixed on the departing figure, simply calls out Seryong's name. As Seryong-baek begins to walk away, glancing back at his companion, the older master suggests they have much to discuss upon their return. The name, Seryong, resonates, a testament to his power. While Seryong-baek and the older master walk together, Manhwa, left behind, laments his own physical weakness. His eyes closing in exhaustion, Seryong-baek admits he needs to rest for a while. The older master looks on, a thoughtful expression on his face. He then casts his gaze downward, lost in contemplation of the battle's implications. A collective shout echoes, calling out his name. It's a sound that reverberates with admiration, a testament to his recent victory. A few days later, following the Jean Academy incident, life has settled into a new rhythm. In a vast training courtyard, Seryong-baek moves with a weary grace, his exhaustion still palpable even as he oversees the students. He collapses onto the ground, a soft sigh escaping him, muttering about how tiring it all is. Nearby, a young boy, Jang-gil, looks forlorn, wishing he could see his mother. Other students whisper amongst themselves, wondering if their master is truly asleep. From his prone position, Seryong-baek's voice cuts through their chatter, assuring them he's listening, even as one suggests running away. He sits up, his gaze firm as he addresses the two boys, chiding them for their lack of endurance and questioning how they expect to grow stronger if they act like this. He offers a confident, knowing smile, affirming, "Right, of course." Behind him, two young students whisper, one questioning, "But is master really that strong?" The other admits, "Honestly, I don't know. These kids are really." Jang-gil's eyes widen in awe, his expression a mix of wonder and disbelief. Full of youthful bravado, the first student declares, "Master is the strongest in the world." When he swings his arms, the ground goes boom. Jang-gil gasps, "Really?" before exclaiming, "Wow." Watching their master from afar, the first student muses, "I won't say that's a bit of an exaggeration," while Jang-gil, still captivated, repeats, "Wow." Then, the first student adds, "And master also flies. I don't have to say I can't even do that." Jang-gil concludes, his voice filled with reverence, "Probably the strongest master in history," prompting another, "Wow," from his companion. The first student confirms, "Yeah, master says that's the strongest technique in Murim, so if we wait for a while, he'll teach that to us as well." A subtle, almost imperceptible smirk plays on Seryong-baek's lips, as if acknowledging, he somehow got one right. He considers the question, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, wondering if it would be acceptable to proceed in his own unique way. Of course, he muses, 10 years might not even be enough time to truly master what he intends to teach. Meanwhile, a determined Jang-gil declares, he will learn all the techniques himself. Sometime later, the Grand Master reflects on his students, considering that if there's a chance for suitable successors, he will pass on his knowledge according to their wishes. He observes the students, a thoughtful expression on his face, as they continue their training. A sigh escapes him as he considers the possibility of finding suitable individuals, or if not, well, he'll manage. Meanwhile, Jang-gil, with wide, eager eyes, questions, why is the training so incredibly difficult? Another student, exasperated, wonders if the others are just messing around as the intensity of their practice continues. As he watches his students struggle, a thought forms in his mind. I don't hit or starve them for not learning martial arts. He muses as the sounds of their exertion fill the air. Turning his attention to one of them, he instructs Jangil to move properly, who responds with a strained yes. Meanwhile, the rural village, untouched by the politics of the strongest bloody cult, thrives with clean water and fresh air. Back with the students, he watches them, a hint of amusement in his thoughts. To think they can learn martial arts this simply. He's a little jealous. Finally, he announces, I'm sorry, but we'll have to end today's lesson here, bringing the session to a close. Elsewhere, Meng Hoke stands in quiet contemplation, his expression unreadable. Seryong Baek's expression shifts, a question forming on his face. Approaching Meng Hoke, he calls out, Father, did something happen? He awaits an answer, his gaze fixed, a deep concern settling over him. With a grave expression, Meng Hoke reports that a person from the Murim Alliance has arrived. An instructor at the Blood Cult's Chanu Academy. He firmly states that he cannot simply abandon his post, prompting the other man to question if he intends to ignore their alliance. With a thoughtful expression, he acknowledges, I've heard about you. The name Bai Yunjek crosses his mind, as he muses, that to his knowledge, none of the Blood Cult's instructors possess such an epithet. A dismissive laugh escapes the other man, who scoffs, He, a mere instructor? That's not right. Ha. It's an over-exaggeration. But Seryong Baek, his expression hardening, declares, I am Baek Seryong, the finest instructor of the Blood Academy. He continues, his voice unwavering, and my martial arts are not something that can be easily surpassed. I am not someone who can be easily defeated. The other man's face contorts in anger as he snaps, You jerk. Meng Hoke, still trying to assert dominance, asks if it would be fine for him to do things his way, but Seryong Baek calmly replies, Of course, is 10 years enough for a limit? Meng Hoke chuckles, acknowledging the compliment, yet still questioning the instructor's identity within the evil sect, to which Seryong Baek simply states that he is better than them. He pauses, a slight smirk playing on his lips, before conceding, Well, but... His words catch Seryong Baek off guard, who asks, Have you met me before? Meng Hoke considers this, admitting he doesn't have a good memory, then adds, I don't think so. Seryong Baek simply replies, I see. With the conversation seemingly concluded, Meng Hoke turns, his group of followers beginning to move away from the academy grounds. As he walks, Meng Hoke calls back, requesting, Can you get me some cold water? Since I've come a long way. Seryong Baek, still observing their departure, agrees, I'll have it prepared for you, prompting Meng Hoke to respond, I appreciate it. Seryong Baek watches them go, noting that they will leave after discussing a few things. As Meng Hoke and his followers begin to depart, a stern voice warns them, If you guys go and spread the rumors, you'll be dead. The group responds with a unified, Yes, sir, as they continue to walk away, their forms receding into the distance. Seryong Baek watches them go, a thoughtful expression on his face. Meanwhile, a casual hum escapes Meng Hoke's lips, a small, almost imperceptible sound. The sound grows slightly louder, a clear indication of his relaxed state. He sips from a cup, musing, Actually, they're not sweet, so I can be the only one outside, but... Back at the academy, Seryong Baek, Jangil, and 2 other figures sit around a table, discussing the recent events. One of them speculates, Those guys, they might be the Blood Cult's pawn. Meng Hoke's face is shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable. The discussion continues, with a startled voice exclaiming, What? Why is he coming out here? He considers the possibility, a slight smirk playing on his lips as his eyes glow with a faint green light, then questions if he's being scrutinized. Calmly clasping his hands together, he continues to probe, wondering if his companions have heard anything else. As he finishes his thought, asking if there's more to the story than what they've already been told. With a dismissive puff, Seryong Baek admits he isn't sure, claiming that after 10 years in the basement, he doesn't have much to discuss with those particular individuals. A wide, amused smile spreads across his face, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Meanwhile, one of his companions, a man with his hair tied back, speaks up, confirming that the Blood Cult has always kept a close watch on the Emperor's Academy and offering to send a message if there's nothing else to report. As the companion rises from his seat, he adds that there will be a reward from the Grim Alliance for this incident. Seryong Baek watches him leave, a curious expression on his face as he questions why the man would refuse a reward. Sir Baek's voice, after hearing it, feels more familiar to him. He chuckles, thinking it's quite a common voice. But then a shiver runs down his spine, a chilling realization dawning on him. This is an intimidation that reaches his very bones and marrow. It's been a long time since he's felt this kind of nervousness. As the figure walks away, his steps firm and deliberate. Jangil ponders, certain he's seen that face before. A sudden flash of memory ignites in his mind, and he gasps, realizing he has finally been caught, wondering what in the world is happening. Meng Hoke launches a powerful, glowing strike, convinced he recognizes his opponent. But before the blow can connect, Seryong Baek moves with impossible speed, appearing behind him in a blur, leaving Meng Hoke stunned and recoiling. As the dust settles, a young boy watches with wide eyes, while Seryong Baek turns, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Meng Hoke can only watch, aghast, realizing the sheer speed of his opponent makes any intervention impossible. The young boy, Jang-gil, stares at the man, a single word escaping his lips, a profound recognition dawning on him. Meanwhile, Meng-hok, still reeling from the speed, muses on the identity of this mysterious figure. Seryong-baek gently places a hand on Jang-gil's shoulder, acknowledging him, while the boy, now composed, respectfully greets his master. The exchange leaves Meng-hok utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unexpected familiarity between the two. A man with long, light brown hair, tied back in a bun, greets Seryong-baek with a wide smile, asking how long it has been since they last met, before expressing his surprise that Seryong-baek has become the Alliance investigation team leader. Seryong-baek, however, seems to question the man's sincerity, wondering if he knew his identity all along and was merely pretending not to. The long-haired man then explains his prolonged absence, admitting he left the school and had been running away, making him feel shameless for acting as if he knew Seryong-baek. Seryong-baek, with a hand on his shoulder, questions what he means by shameless. The man laughs, reminding Seryong-baek of the deep bond they once shared, and playfully warns him that such talk will make him sad. Seryong-baek simply offers a small, knowing smile. A distant memory echoes, a father's voice urging, "Seryong, get up to some pranks." "Yes, father." He recognizes the face before him, a person he'd met while studying at school, a friend he'd thought he'd never see again. The man laughs heartily, exclaiming, "Brother, I am almost 50. He continues to tease, warning that if anyone were to see his handsome gentleman at Chanu Academy, they'd be branded a spy, though he admits he couldn't fight him anyway. Introducing himself as Baek Seryong, he warmly invites his old friend to sit comfortably, offering to pour a cup of wine. And so, the story of their school life at the Baek Academy begins. A tale that took place more than 20 years ago, back when there were only 5 great academies. He muses that during his time, there was only one martial arts academy, noting how different things are now. He hears his name called, a familiar voice from the past. His acquaintance leans in conspiratorially, recalling the days when Seryong-baek's charm was legendary. The light-haired man flinches, a blush creeping up his neck as he tries to deflect the conversation. He insists on the enduring appeal of his friend, remembering the nickname that perfectly captured his youthful allure. Both men share a hearty laugh, the memory of their younger selves bringing genuine joy to their faces. Seryong-baek, however, finds the topic slightly awkward now, acknowledging the passage of time. The scene shifts as they arrive at a new location, known as the Eye's Refuge. He offers a quiet commendation, a subtle aura of power emanating from him. With a final glance over his shoulder, Seryong-baek declares his intention to continue his investigation, promising to return the following day. Seryong-baek moves with swift precision, his form a blur as he asks if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way. A voice responds, now that the obstacles have been cleared, they should proceed, wondering if 10 years is enough time for a limit. A young Jang-gil, looking up at a vibrant sky, cheers in response. Later, an older Meng-hok holds a cup, his expression thoughtful. As a younger Jang-gil, seated across from him, addresses him as Hyung-nim. Meng-hok responds, calling him little brother. The conversation continues, a cup sitting between them, with Meng-hok adding a caveat. However, Jang-gil, sensing the shift in tone, asks if something happened, observing that he doesn't seem to be faking his concern. Meng-hok sighs, his gaze distant, admitting it's been a while since she died. Jang-gil acknowledges this, while Meng-hok adds that she was very frail, and eventually, that's what happened. Meng-hok confronts Seryong-baek, his voice carrying a hint of challenge as he asks if he truly intends to join the Azure Dragon Academy. Seryong-baek, his back to the elder, responds with a defiant question of his own, wondering if Meng-hok would even try to stop him. The elder's expression hardens, his resolve clear as he states that he would indeed. Seryong-baek looks away, a flicker of frustration crossing his features, wondering if his own feelings truly hold no weight, and if the elder has truly not given up on something. Meng-hok, holding a book, reveals a deeper understanding, claiming he has waited for him longer than he might think, and that he knows more than Seryong-baek realizes. Enraged, Seryong-baek demands to know what the elder could possibly understand, as Meng-hok's words cut deep, questioning if he believes his mastery came from mere luck, implying a past incident where someone didn't let his guard down. The tension between them is palpable, as Meng-hok declares that a fight in the Murim would have been utterly pointless, suggesting a deeper, unresolved conflict. He had also cancelled everything. Meng-hok explains, having tried to fix Suryong's power outage ever since his birth, but his body simply couldn't handle it. Yes, that was exactly it. And despite being fully aware of his condition, Seryong-baek still intended to enroll in the Azure Dragon Academy. What, exactly, was he talking about? It was obvious that out of everyone in the Murim, only he possessed the ability to fix his son's power outage, so Seryong-baek would not be going to the Azure Dragon Academy. He demanded his son listen to his father first. No one else could cure his illness, he insisted. They couldn't even identify what it was called, and Seryong-baek, overwhelmed, could only utter, "I get it, so enough." Even if there was a problem, he knew he would fix it, for the young man was his son. The young man, visibly shaking from the emotional onslaught, pleaded with him to stop. Still reeling from his father's pronouncements, he listens as Meng Hope continues, explaining that he has been trying to cure his son's power outage since birth, and that no one else could possibly understand the condition. He then forbids Sir Yong-baek from enrolling in the Azure Dragon Academy, stating that he's already been beaten by kids there. Sir Yong-baek, confused, can only manage a quiet, huh? His father presses on, demanding to know what he doesn't understand. Sir Yong-baek tries to explain that he had no intention of joining the academy, but Meng Hope cuts him off, reminding him of a conversation from the previous night, asking, "Don't you remember what I said last night?" Sir Yong-baek, now visibly frustrated, declares, "I'm going to go earn money." He continues, asserting that he will apply to the academy, believing it can be like his office. Meng Hope, taken aback by his son's defiance, questions his reasoning. Why a workplace? Sir Yong-baek closes his eyes, a deep sigh escaping him as the weight of the conversation settles heavily upon him. Sir Yong-baek stands beneath a clear sky, a question lingering in his mind. "Don't you think you should live a little more like a human by the end of the year?" he muses. He shifts his weight, hands on his hips, a focused intensity in his posture, as the air around him crackles with unseen motion. The technique is named 18 Strikes of the Outlaw Ceremony. A powerful burst of green energy erupts, and Sir Yong-baek unleashes a swift, downward strike, declaring his opponent slow. The force sends Meng Hope reeling backward. But Sir Yong-baek's voice cuts through the air, demanding, "Faster." Meng Hope grunts in pain as another precise blow connects with his face. He lands a brutal strike, his bandaged fist connecting with a sickening thud, reminding his training partner that he would be in a dire situation if he were to perish before mastering the 18 strikes of the outlaw ceremony. The force sends Meng Hope flying through the air, who lets out a pained grunt as Sir Yong-baek continues to push him, calling out, "Ceremony, kid." Moving with impossible speed, Sir Yong-baek closes the distance again, his intent clear, not yet. Another explosive impact echoes through the training grounds as he lands yet another devastating blow. Hovering midair, surrounded by a vibrant purple aura, Sir Yong-baek's voice rings out, "It's not over yet." Meng Hope lies battered on the ground, purple lightning crackling around him as he questions the relentless assault. His glowing fist poised, Sir Yong-baek warns him of the true power he holds. "I could blow your head off if I do it properly." Bruised and exhausted, Meng Hope looks up, finally understanding the gravity of the training. I understand." With his legs still crackling with energy, Sir Yong-baek prepares to continue. "Let's do it up here today." "Ah, kid." Meng Hope groans, still held firmly by his instructor, as Sir Yong-baek responds, "Oh my," his grip unwavering. The older man continues, "I'll tell you where I've hidden all my gold and treasures in the world." "You do it," he insists, his voice strained, adding, "I'm not telling you to get it yourself. Perhaps I am." Looking up at Sir Yong-baek with desperation in his eyes, he offers, "After I die, when only you know it, I'm telling you to use it." Sir Yong-baek's expression remains impassive as he dismisses, "No way. Why are you suddenly saying such things? It kills my appetite." Meng Hope tries to reason, "Isn't it better for you to take it than save it and let it turn into nothing?" A heavy silence falls between them, the older man's face reflecting his exhaustion, followed by a moment of quiet contemplation. Now standing apart in the training ground, the air thick with unspoken tension between the two men. Meng Hope's face is etched with weariness, while Sir Yong-baek's gaze remains sharp and resolute. Still reeling from the brutal training, Meng Hope struggles to comprehend his predicament, wondering what more he could possibly do. The intense heat of the training ground feels like a side dish, meant only for one person. Sir Yong-baek looks down, dismissing Meng Hope's previous offer, asking if he truly believes him to be a fool who makes deals for mere trifles, and Meng Hope realizes his desperate offer held no real appeal. A stern expression settles on Sir Yong-baek's face. He then asks Meng Hope if he wishes to learn a new technique. Soon, the two are traversing a lush, green forest, the sounds of their footsteps echoing softly. Meng Hope, still visibly exhausted, follows behind Sir Yong-baek through the dense foliage. He questions their path, unaware that Sir Yong-baek is leading him to something hidden deep within. Suddenly, Meng Hope stops, his eyes wide with surprise as he points ahead, asking what they are seeing. The journey continues through a vibrant, almost ethereal forest, where glowing particles drift through the air, and the path deepens as they proceed. Finally, Sir Yong-baek declares their arrival, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Meng Hope, still pondering the true purpose of their trek, wonders aloud if an elixir truly awaits them, yet resolves to follow his master's lead. The mystical aura of the forest intensifies around them. As Sir Yong-baek glances back, a hint of amusement in his voice, asking if Meng Hope had been living a life of deception. With a resolute expression, Sir Yong-baek presses onward, pointing to a specific spot and revealing the long-sought source of the notation stone. But the notation stone itself is merely a facade, for behind it lies a hidden space, the true destination of their arduous journey. He glances back, instructing his companion to follow carefully. As they delve deeper into the mystical space, Meng Hope mutters, feeling as if he's been caught by a ghost. Their footsteps echo softly as they continue their journey through the glowing, ethereal forest. the path winding deeper into the unknown. Suddenly, Meng-ho points ahead, exclaiming, there. Seryong-baek turns his head, a question in his eyes. As Meng-ho clarifies, there's a smaller house. Seryong-baek looks up, a knowing expression on his face, as if confirming a long-held suspicion. Behind him, Meng-ho acknowledges the master's wisdom, speaking of the elders and the important secrets they've kept hidden. Seryong-baek admits his own lack of knowledge about the specific truth, yet concedes that the old rumors were indeed accurate. He closes his eyes, a serene calm settling over his features amidst the ethereal landscape. Opening his eyes, he draws his sword, explaining that a certain law dictates preparation for a final moment, and they have little time to spare. As they approach a small, traditional house, he assures Meng-ho there are no traps here, but rather something else entirely. Suddenly, Meng-ho recoils in shock, red particles flaring around him as an unseen force or revelation strikes. He cries out in confusion, demanding to know what is happening, as Seryong-baek stands with his sword now glowing with a vibrant blue light. With the glowing blade held ready, Seryong-baek challenges him, asking his father to demonstrate his skills. He asks, his voice calm, yet challenging, if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way, leaving Meng-ho utterly bewildered. Before Meng-ho can fully process the question, a deafening roar erupts, and a blinding surge of power explodes forth, shaking the very foundations of their surroundings. From the swirling energy, a colossal, ethereal tiger manifests, its form glowing with vibrant blue and orange light, its sheer presence overwhelming the space and dwarfing Meng-ho below. Meng-ho can only stare in stunned silence, his mind reeling from the sudden, immense display of power. A monstrous blue creature lets out a deafening roar, its form crackling with raw energy. The sound echoes through the forest as a massive tiger-like beast, its eyes glowing with fierce intent, lunges forward, while Seryong-baek braces himself for the onslaught. The sheer power of the attack causes a nearby observer, a man with light gray hair, to recoil in shock. Even Seryong-baek, despite his readiness, lets out a pained grunt as he endures the impact. But he quickly retaliates, his blade a blur of motion, cutting through the air with incredible speed. The forest around them shimmers with residual magical energy, the air still vibrating from the clash. Meanwhile, a grotesque, segmented limb of an insectoid monster is visible, hinting at further threats lurking within the dense foliage. The air vibrates with a guttural growl as a massive, striped beast, resembling a tiger, emerges from the shadows. Standing beside a gray-haired man, Seryong observes the creature, while his companion muses that he'd heard tales of such beasts decades ago. The gray-haired man then calls out to him. A wide-eyed Seryong recalls the pharmacist's earlier warning about the danger of traps and the potential for a beast. His gray-haired companion, looking exasperated, remarks that the warning might have come a bit too late. The formidable tiger-like creature stands its ground, its presence now undeniable, as the man admits he wasn't sure such a monster would actually appear. Its face fills the view, a snarl revealing sharp fangs, and its eyes burning with an intense, predatory yellow glow. The gray-haired man reacts with a sharp gasp, an exclamation mark appearing above his head. Deep within the forest, a new, terrifying insectoid monster, wreathed in a vibrant purple aura, makes its ominous appearance. Meng-ho observes the massive tiger, noting that if it establishes its territory here, they won't be able to follow it anymore. Seryong's gaze sharpens as he considers the implications, Meng-ho's words echoing in his mind. That'll put us in a tight spot. Why do you think I brought you? The enormous tiger-like beast, its green eyes glowing faintly, stands majestically in the distance, a formidable obstacle. Meng-ho continues, his voice tinged with concern, wondering if simply hiding its pelt would make this winter less difficult. Seryong, his expression thoughtful, acknowledges the beast's immense size, a silent admission of the challenge ahead. The tiger, a blur of orange and black, moves with predatory grace, its powerful form dominating the forest clearing. Seryong's resolve hardens, his jaw set as he prepares for the inevitable confrontation. With a swift motion, he draws his sword, its blade igniting with a vibrant purple glow, a clear declaration that being poor is a sin, and he intends to claim his prize. Meng-ho watches, a look of awe spreading across his face, uttering a single, impressed word. Great. A young boy, his eyes wide with concern, calls out to his departing father, promising prayers for his success. The ground blurs beneath him as he moves with incredible speed. While Meng-ho watches from a distance, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, Seryong closes in on the massive beast, his hand reaching out. As the monstrous tiger lets out a deafening roar, its fangs bared. But before he can react, the beast strikes, sending him reeling back with a pained grunt. He recovers instantly, unleashing a swift counterattack, a vibrant green energy slashing through the air. The powerful strike connects, sending ripples of force across the tiger's body. Seryong observes the beast, acknowledging its resilience. As expected, he's a tough beast. He unleashes a powerful green energy slash, declaring the beast nothing more than an animal. From a distance, Meng-ho watches the tiger's roar, noting that the attack landed properly. The massive tiger lets out another thunderous roar, causing Seryong to react with a flicker of surprise. Before he can fully recover, the beast retaliates, its massive claw striking him with brutal force. Yet, the tiger itself recoils with a pained roar, as a surge of green energy erupts from Suryong's position with a sharp, cracking sound. The potent aura slams into the creature, sending it reeling. Even with such strength, the narration observes, an armor made of iron would be easily pierced. Even an average first-class warrior or hunter would easily perceive the incoming attack. But thankfully, the man called his father is a first-class warrior who has reached full maturity. And he meets the beast's charge with a powerful, green-infused strike, wondering why its hide is so thick. From a distance, Manghwa observes, noting that this is the first time he's seen Suryong fight using all his power. Yet the beast doesn't seem to die, no matter how many times he stabs it, concluding that with a spirit beast as an opponent, he won't be able to win. The battle intensifies, as Manghwa's thoughts drift back to the fake Namgong OK from last time, who was an opponent unable to display his skills properly. Still observing the fierce battle, Manghwa's thoughts drift, a subtle unease settling over him as he struggles to pinpoint the exact nature of Suryong's fighting style. Meanwhile, Suryong, with a confident smirk, considers his own approach, musing on the superficiality of his current engagement and the swift end he anticipates. Manghwa, catching a glimpse of Suryong's demeanor, reacts with a sharp intake of breath, his surprise evident at the sheer audacity of such a thought. Then, with a direct gaze towards the observer, Suryong offers a casual, almost mocking, question, "Shall I help you?" Without waiting for a reply, he lunges forward, his form a blur of motion as he unleashes a flurry of strikes against the massive tiger. Manghwa watches, his expression a mix of disbelief and growing concern. But the tiger's resilience proves too great, and Suryong lets out a pained gasp as the tide of battle turns. The massive creature retaliates with a devastating claw attack, its powerful limb tearing through the air towards him. A triumphant roar echoes through the air, the tiger's form glowing with raw power as it asserts its dominance. With a surge of blue and purple energy, Suryong unleashes a devastating sword strike, the blade a blur of motion. He pushes forward, his resolve hardening, knowing he must end this conflict, no matter the personal cost. From a distance, Manghwa watches the sudden, aggressive rush, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he wonders if the young master is truly charging in. He shakes his head, concerned, muttering that such a reckless charge could only lead to disaster. His doubts deepen, convinced that Suryong cannot possibly win with such an approach. But Suryong moves with a sharp, decisive motion, his blade flashing with blue light as he lets out a confident cry. He declares the fight's conclusion, his final, powerful strike tearing through the air with a guttural cry. The sweeping force of his attack leaves a trail of shimmering blue energy in its wake. As the dust settles, he reflects on his own technique, a soft gasp escaping him as he acknowledges the mastery of his swordsmanship. He turns sharply, a warning escaping his lips as he senses danger closing in behind someone. But before he can fully react, a sudden, powerful impact sends blue energy flaring around him, leaving him stunned. The tiger, far from defeated, lets out a furious roar, its body enveloped in a vibrant green aura as it unleashes its own attack. The green energy slams into Suryong, sending him recoiling violently from the sheer force. The devastating blow continues to tear through him. He coughs, blood splattering from his mouth, the pain a stark reminder of the tiger's power. Lying on the ground, defeated for a moment, he curses as the enraged beast looms over him, while Manghwa watches the unfolding disaster. Despite the injury, he pushes himself up, his resolve hardening as he defiantly tells the creature to retreat. The tiger, however, responds with another thunderous roar, its aggression unwavering. He remains hunched over, his back to the viewer, his body still reeling from the tiger's devastating attack. A younger voice cries out in alarm from above, "Father, are you crazy?" As the green glowing beast looms in the chasm below. The younger man continues, pleading with him not to intervene in such a dangerous situation. But Suryong, his expression firm, dismisses the concern, stating that if he were to die, his son would die as well. His resolve is unwavering. The younger man turns away, frustrated, telling him to stop saying such nonsense. Suryong grabs his shoulder, his intense gaze demanding attention. Below, the tiger lets out a guttural growl, its form shrouded in ominous white energy. The massive beast, now crackling with vibrant purple and green energy, prepares for its next move. As Suryong stands defiant, the gray-haired man beside him offers a quiet thought. He advises, "Fight calmly. I'll cover for you from the back." Suryong listens intently. While the gray-haired man's expression hardens, a single word escaping him, "You." With a soft, metallic whisper, his hand moves to the hilt of his sword. The gray-haired man explaining his strategy. "That way the chances of our survival will be higher, don't you think?" He glances towards the lurking tiger, muttering, "So petty." And with a sharp, resonant sound, he draws his blade, its edge glowing faintly. Suryong looks on, surprised, as the gray-haired man adds a final, stern instruction. "And don't use a sword or anything that can hurt the eyes. Just speak too much." Suryong moves with incredible speed, A blur of motion as he launches his attack, a powerful blue aura flaring around him. His strike connects with brutal force, sending shockwaves through the massive beast. The sheer force of the impact sends him reeling back, a sharp cry escaping his lips. A surge of raw power erupts, tearing through the air. The force culminates in a devastating explosion, engulfing the area in a blinding flash. After the dust settles, he surveys the aftermath, finally spotting what he was searching for amidst the forest floor. Holding up his discovery, Sir-Yong-Bek calls out to his companion, "Father, look at this." In his palm rests a glowing, golden pearl, pulsating with an ethereal light, the inner pearl of a spirit beast. His companion's eyes widen, a grim realization dawning on him as he mutters, "It's not good. I thought it was big. This is pretty big. To catch a spirit beast is impossible." He asks if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way, then questions if 10 years is a sufficient limit for the test he's imposing. A realization dawns on him. He had misjudged. He was certain the young man had reached his limit in strength, but Sir-Yong-Bek stands calmly before the summer house. While Meng-Hoke gasps, realizing something is now beyond his own strength. "Come look at this," he calls out, then asks, "Is there something?" Meng-Hoke gestures, explaining to Sir-Yong-Bek. "Yeah, seeing the leaves, it seems like it has been at least 100 years. The vibrant green leaves of an ancient forest canopy stretch overhead, filtering the light into soft, dappled patterns." From atop the summer house, Meng-Hoke surveys the scene, a knowing expression on his face as he remarks, "As expected, I knew this would happen." Sir-Yong-Bek, standing beside him, considers the implications, adding, "If it were a normal elixir, then Master Ming wouldn't have made a fuss about it." A confident smirk plays on Sir-Yong-Bek's lips as he declares his task complete. Later, observing a vibrant green plant, he acknowledges its rarity, yet a hint of concern crosses his face. He recalls the plan to merely observe it, given its minuscule energy, but the thought clearly troubles him. The rare herb itself, with its delicate leaves and vibrant hue, seems to beckon. Despite the low energy, he insists that it must still be processed, his gaze firm. As he walks through the lush forest alongside Meng-Hoke, the path ahead seems clear. However, a deeper, more pressing concern weighs on his mind, the desperate need for money, a need so profound he feels he would sell his very soul for it. He knows that to achieve his goals, he must first forge a body capable of earning the money he so desperately needs. His mind drifts back to a time when a peculiar, glowing plant, pulsating with faint energy, caught his attention. And a younger Sir-Yong-Bek, with long gray hair, wondered if he could consume such a thing. Could he truly eat all of it? He pondered the implications, a soft hum escaping his lips. His gaze fixed on the mysterious herb. Suddenly, Meng-Hoke, with his dark hair tied back, appeared, his expression one of utter shock, while Sir-Yong-Bek looked on, equally surprised. The memory shifts to a later point, as Sir-Yong-Bek, now with short, jet-black hair, recoils in agony, cursing his master for the pain. Meng-Hoke, still with his dark hair, relentlessly forces him to consume more, demanding he eat it, as Sir-Yong-Bek reluctantly complies, muttering, "Got it." The ordeal leaves Sir-Yong-Bek clenching his fist, his expression hardened with resolve. The glowing plant, now in his grasp, holds the promise of a new beginning, enough to lay the foundation for a heavenly constitution. As the scene shifts to a serene, distant landscape, a thought crosses his mind about a nearby spa. The young man, now with jet-black hair, sits by a tranquil stream, his gaze distant, wondering if they should go there while they're gone. His hand, still faintly glowing with residual energy, clenches, as a voice urges him not to be like that, assuring him his face looks good. A wave of intense emotion washes over him, his eyes wide with a mix of pain and realization. Later, within a rustic hut, Meng-Hoke gestures casually, mentioning a fabulous spa near the hut. He continues, his words laced with a subtle challenge, hinting at the boundless potential of the young man's newly awakened power, asking if it's tempting, if the power of his muscles' ability to recover can reach without limits. A smirk plays on Meng-Hoke's lips as he delivers a final, teasing remark, revealing the true nature of his gift, with a joke about not giving him a treasure he could use right away. "Will it be fine if I were to do it my way?" he asks, a smirk playing on his lips as the master is sent reeling back with a sharp sound. Master Ming is an old man, but he's still got it. "You'll lose your teeth if you fight him," he thinks, before exclaiming, "No, you cheap jerk." His body racked with discomfort as he recoils from the unseen force. "Stupid Master Ming," he thinks to himself, pondering if the old man is hiding treasures deep within the mountain. "Son, are you okay?" Meng-Hoke asks, his voice laced with concern. "Then why is he in front of my eyes?" he wonders, a sharp pang of realization hitting him. Then again, he muses, he's not the kind of person to hide weapons. "He hasn't taught me right now," he thinks, then questions, "What did you do to him?" Seated amidst a misty, mountainous landscape, Sir-Yong-Bek gazes intently, a faint blue aura shimmering around him as he begins to reflect. Look at that. His eyes now glowing with a fierce red light. He recalls a memory from his previous life, a singular event that stands out above all others. A feeling of profound unease washes over him, wondering if he had ever encountered anything that evoked such a powerful sensation. The memory solidifies, his expression hardening with resolve, as he realizes the impossibility of ever forgetting such a pivotal moment. With a surge of raw power, his fist clenches, enveloped in a crackling, vibrant red energy. The red aura flares around him, his hair flowing with the unleashed force, as he moves with explosive speed and devastating power. His energy-infused fist connects with an unseen target, releasing a blinding splash of red and yellow light. The memory crystallizes into a single, haunting image, the metal that had once pierced his very heart. Now fully immersed in the power of that recollection, Seryong-baek stands, his hair and eyes glowing crimson, a radiant red sword now clutched firmly in his hand. He stands firm in his conviction, certain of his path forward. His eyes and hair still glowing with an inner power, he recalls the legendary metal used to forge the Blood Divine cult's most formidable swords. This was no ordinary material, but the metal from the legends themselves. Known as Starfall Meteor Ore, a rare metal found only in the heavens, it was said that only the most fortunate master blacksmiths could ever obtain it. The ore would descend from the sky with a thunderous impact. He knew that weapons forged from Starfall ore were exclusively wielded by true masters. Such a blade, depending on the user's skill, could either heal or even destroy the heavens themselves. The Blood Cult, however, had never managed to obtain Starfall. He laments, wishing he possessed a sword of similar caliber. Yet, he quickly dismisses these as meaningless thoughts, returning his gaze to the water. With the real deal now firmly in his grasp, a vibrant blue-green light emanates from the crystal he holds. The discovery is truly unexpected. An elder figure, standing over him as he sits, questions his intentions, asking if he plans to simply take the treasure and flee. His eye glows with an intense blue, confirming the legendary Starfall, yet he ponders what truly defines it as such. Looking up at the elder, he challenges the doubt, his expression asking if he appears to be joking. The elder warns him that he will face a harsh fate if he proceeds recklessly. He considers the elder's words, understanding that a treasure too great to manage will only sow discord. If this truly is Starfall, then it is beyond their capacity to control. Turning his back, he walks away, the weight of the discovery heavy on his mind. The elder continues his warning, explaining that if the Starfall ore's existence becomes widely known, it will undoubtedly sow discord throughout the world, emphasizing that even its possessor will not be safe. Seryong-baek acknowledges the truth in these words, but a different thought begins to form. He grabs the elder by the collar, his voice sharp with disbelief, demanding to know if they are truly trying to ignite a war, questioning why they would pursue such a dangerous path. The elder calmly explains that since the Green Forest village is the only place the Blood Cult has yet to set foot, he wonders why Seryong-baek would question their methods. Seryong-baek retorts that not only the righteous groups, but also the demonic cults will inevitably succumb to the ore's influence, especially those who draw their swords at the slightest provocation. As they walk away, the elder remains silent, absorbing his words. Seryong-baek's expression hardens, a resolute question forming in his mind. Should he stop them all? The elder looks on, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He asserts that if they proceed with his plan, the Green Forest village will remain undisturbed, and their adversaries will perceive them as weak. His gaze remains steady. As the elder, with a sigh, concedes, I said okay. If it's about changing your personality, you wouldn't have to lay down on the floor. Seryong-baek then suggests they simply hide the ore, as previously discussed, causing the elder to mutter in frustration, "Tsh, I spoke needlessly and only bit my mouth." A faint chuckle escapes Seryong-baek as he retrieves something. The Starfall ore now clutched in his hand, and he declares his ambition to surpass Master Meng, who also possessed such power. He contemplates the ore's potential, wondering if he should forge it into a weapon, his grip tightening around the mysterious artifact. Holding the Starfall ore, he considers his path forward, wondering if it would truly be acceptable to proceed entirely on his own terms. A memory flashes, a powerful voice echoing his own ambition, asking if 10 years would be enough to reach his limit, as both he and the formidable Master Meng share a laugh. He recalls the words, a playful challenge from a past encounter. Snapping back to the present, a soft cough escapes him, his gaze firm. A confident smile spreads across his face as he declares, Now then, shall we return? As he walks away, he issues a clear instruction, warning not to touch the elixirs until his return, then adds, Do you take me for a fool? Go and sell the rest for a good price. His voice carries across the courtyard, promising, I'll return soon. With a final, reassuring smile, he bids farewell. Yes, travel safely. As he continues his journey, he reiterates his earlier command, Is what I said. With each step, he feels the world aligning, a profound sense of certainty settling over him as he thinks, the heaven and earth are all perfectly aligned now. Seryong-baek considers his path, a martial art that defies the very laws of nature. His unique chi cultivation method, so different from the norm, is a secret to others, yet to him, it is plainly visible. He wonders if it wouldn't be better to act now and return later, a low growl escaping him as he gazes at the sky. Then, with a small, glowing object in his hands, he offers a quiet thanks for the sustenance. His expression remains calm as he consumes the item, his eyes fixed on the task. Suddenly, a violent, crimson energy begins to crackle from his hand, pulsing with raw power. The swirling aura intensifies, enveloping his arm in a destructive glow. The energy tears at the very air around him, a visible distortion of reality. Reaching its peak, the crimson power pulsates with an alarming intensity, ready to unleash its full force. A devastating force erupts, violently shattering an unseen barrier into countless fragments, sending a spray of crimson liquid across the air. The destructive energy continues to spread, leaving only lingering purple particles and shattered remnants in its wake. Then, a man cries out in agony, clutching his chest as the same purple energy swirls around him, the impact clearly overwhelming. A brutal strike lands, sending a figure reeling as blood erupts from the impact. Witnessing the violence, Seryong-baek's expression hardens, a faint purple glow beginning to emanate from his form. The energy intensifies, his eyes flaring with a vibrant purple as the aura around him crackles with raw power. He considers the situation, wondering if it would be acceptable to proceed in his own way. As his power continues to swell, he extends a hand, the purple energy swirling around his arm. His resolve solidifies, a silent vow echoing through his mind. I cannot fail. Finally, the overwhelming force erupts, engulfing him completely in a blinding, crackling purple aura. He stands resolute, a vibrant purple aura crackling around him, its energy pulsing with raw power. Move, he commands, his voice a guttural roar as the purple energy intensifies, pushing against an unseen force. A pained grunt escapes him, the effort of controlling such immense power evident on his face. He recalls a familiar struggle, thinking, I've reached this point in the past. Kua, he cries out, his body straining as the purple energy flares even brighter. The 8 acupuncture points, crucial conduits of his strength, were completely blocked, choked by large piles of contaminated qi. This contaminated or accumulated qi, which would normally now surges through his hands, threatening to overwhelm him, have been enough to kill him before he even turned 30 years old. But now, with grim determination, he challenges fate. Let's see who wins. The contaminated purple qi continued to surge within him, a raw, violent force threatening to tear him apart. It pulsed with an ominous glow, intensifying with every agonizing beat. Sweat beaded on his brow as the power crackled around his hands, a desperate struggle to contain the overwhelming force. The purple energy surged up his arm. His face contorted in a silent scream of agony. He fought to maintain control, his body racked with pain. With a guttural roar, the volatile qi erupted from him in a blinding, violent burst. A harsh cough escaped his lips, the sheer force of the release threatening to overwhelm him. His eyes wide with a desperate resolve, he knew that if he lost consciousness now, it would truly be the end. The chaotic purple and red energy from the contaminated qi violently erupts from him, accompanied by explosive sound effects. The sheer force of the internal struggle causes the ground around him to crack and shatter. The volatile energy continues to explode outwards, a maelstrom of purple and red. But then, his eyes flash with an intense blue light, and the chaotic purple begins to transform, coalescing into a controlled, vibrant blue aura. A long, drawn-out sigh of relief escapes him as the struggle subsides, leaving him in a serene, natural setting. He acknowledges his hard-won victory, a quiet declaration of success. The internal battle has yielded a profound change, as he reveals he has managed to create an inner space within his own body, a sphere of pure blue energy forming before him. Meditating calmly, he cradles the perfectly formed blue orb, surrounded by a gentle, radiant blue aura. Standing tall, the blue energy swirls around him, a testament to his newfound power, and he knows this is only the beginning of his journey. A faint smirk plays on Seryong-baek's lips, a silent acknowledgement of his progress. He lets out a soft exhale, the residual energy of his training swirling around him on the practice grounds, a testament to the intense focus he maintains. He understands that by harnessing the stimulation from his core, he has now successfully reached the first phase of the heaven-defying divine art. A determined clench of his fist signals his resolve, even as he processes the implications of his new power. His lifespan has increased by 3 years, a clear sign of his advancement, and he has finally reached the first star of cultivation. Yet, despite this significant achievement, he knows he cannot yet begin training the full heaven-defying divine art. He lets out another deep sigh, acknowledging the long path still ahead, his gaze distant. Within his newly formed inner space, a vibrant, swirling vortex of green and blue energy pulses, a powerful, undeniable force now residing within him. This inner space now holds the key to the Bandit King's martial art, specifically the 18 strikes of the outlaw, its essence manifesting as a potent green aura. As he continues to hone his newfound power, Seryong-baek executes a sweeping defensive maneuver, deflecting an unseen force with a burst of blue energy, contemplating if it would be acceptable to proceed with his own methods. He considers the rigorous physical demands of his training, believing there is no better martial art for conditioning the body than the one he practices. With a focused gaze, he maintains his intense concentration. A green aura flares around his hand as he executes a powerful open palm strike. His arm blurs into motion, creating a swirling vortex of white and blue energy. With a final, decisive movement, he clenches his fist, gathering his internal power. A sharp exhale escapes him, a testament to his exertion, as he pushes past his physical limits, wondering if 10 years is truly enough of a restriction. Small, glowing particles drift around him as he continues to train, determined to push his abilities as far as possible. He settles into a powerful stance, reflecting the current state of his mastery. Seryong-baek clenches his fist, a tremor of resolve passing through him as he decides to continue forging his own path, if only for a little while longer. With a determined step, he moves forward. He knows that once he masters the outer arts, he will break free from the restrictions of regular techniques, creating his own unique style. At that point, he will surpass even himself in these outer arts, his form now surrounded by swirling purple energy. But a question lingers in his mind. Will he truly be satisfied with just that? He still has the crazy demon's martial arts to master, his body now radiating a fierce red aura as he wields an ethereal blade. And the Ice Moon Goddess divine arts, along with the Swordmaster's sword techniques, beckon to him, his form now glowing with a cool blue energy. Finally, the heaven-defying divine art, which he unleashes in a spectacular burst of orange and red energy. A confident smile spreads across his face as he imagines just how strong he will become after mastering them all. After years of relentless training, a powerful, sweeping motion cuts through the air, a testament to the strength he has cultivated. The blur of his technique leaves a shimmering trail, a fleeting glimpse of his mastery. Under the watchful eye of the full moon, he streaks across the night sky, a green aura trailing behind him, as a familiar voice calls out, "Son." From the warmth of a distant home, a child's excited cry echoes through the night, "Daddy's home." Inside, his father, Meng-hok, beams with joy, his laughter filling the air. "Do you know how much I've missed you? I thought that tiger sent it back to the mountain. Come here, let me send away." As Seryong-baek lands with a soft thud, a blue energy rippling around him, his father's expression shifts to surprise. Seryong. A tired sigh escapes Seryong-baek, as his father's concern deepens. "Humph. And what? You've been gone for 10 years, and you're in this state." He takes a gulp from a small bottle, wondering if it's all right for him to proceed in his own way, and if this is some kind of medicine. Suddenly, his father, Meng-hok, appears, immediately questioning if he ate it by himself. To which Seryong-baek nervously denies, his face flustered. Meng-hok's expression darkens, demanding to know if his son intended to carry back something dangerous, despite his previous warnings. As the elder man grabs his arm, his voice sharp with accusation, Seryong-baek frantically tries to de-escalate, pleading for them to talk it out without violence. But his father, calling him a little brat, throws him with immense force, sending him hurtling through the air. "Get over here. Stop running away," Meng-hok shouts, as his son flies towards a distant building. Even after finally returning home, the narration reveals, things quickly went back to their usual chaotic state. He wonders if it would be acceptable to proceed entirely on his own terms. As his hands cup a glowing blue orb, a symbol of the inner cultivation he meticulously pursued. This was the path he forged, the day he ascended to become the master of the Azure Dragon. Every morning and evening, he would meditate, purifying the contaminated chi within his core, and tirelessly strengthen his resolve. Years passed, and the world around him shifted, from ancient training grounds to bustling modern stations. Finally, the long-awaited day arrived, bringing with it a letter from his master, Nongong-ok, concerning a matter he had heard whispers about. The intricate script on the parchment held the key to his next step. The Azure Dragon Academy had decided to hire new instructors, a perfect opportunity for the seasoned warrior. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he considers his path, a question echoing in his mind. Would it truly be acceptable to proceed entirely on his own terms? The answer comes swiftly, a firm affirmation that 10 years would be more than enough time to prove his chosen method. A low murmur ripples through the crowd, their voices rising in a boisterous chatter as they gather. One man exclaims, "It's a fight of the century. They say the master of the Kianmu Academy is the one who took the manner exam." Seryong-baek, his expression unreadable, asks, "Was your skill cheap before you leave?" He continues, "To whom do you confide these anger?" Another voice from the crowd interjects, "Even if the Yuji song in the next generation took the manner exam, they wouldn't be like this." A low murmur ripples through the vast crowd gathered in the arena, their attention fixed on the two figures at its center. Facing him, the gray-haired Meng-hok states, "If you don't want to be ridiculed, say now that you won't go." Seryong-baek, with a slight smirk, simply replies, "No, I can't do that." As a commotion erupts in the crowd, a red-haired woman desperately pulls a young man, pleading, "Jang, hold on to my hand for a while." The force of Seryong-baek's conviction, or perhaps an unseen action, sends Meng-hok sprawling to the ground, leaving him stunned. Seryong-baek then advises him, "Consider it one last time." Turning his back, he declares, "No, I've already decided." Meng-hok, still on the ground, challenges his confidence. "Do you really think you can crush them?" Seryong-baek glances back, a subtle shrug accompanying his confident reply, "Of course, I am not the same man from a month ago." He faces his challenger, who questions if he's merely boasting, but he simply promises to demonstrate his abilities. With a quiet acceptance, he closes his eyes. His opponent, setting the terms, declares he will not use inner chi, eager to witness the promised improvement. Then, with a swift motion, he draws his sword, a powerful wind beginning to swirl around him. The air itself seems to sharpen, creating a sensation as if a blade is pressed against one's neck, ready to slice. His challenger gasps, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the uncontrolled wind that now whips around him every second. The tempestuous energy continues to surge, revealing itself as the formidable revolving wind sword technique. Observing the aftermath, his opponent concedes that his posture alone speaks volumes of his rigorous training. Seryong-baek unleashes the full force of his revolving wind sword technique, a torrent of glowing blue-green energy swirling outwards with immense power. And he can only acknowledge its overwhelming might, thinking, probably, as the technique slams into him, creating a massive cloud of dust and debris. Meng-hok is thrown back by the sheer force, struggling against the powerful currents, realizing he will need inner chi to withstand such an attack. Meanwhile, Seryong-baek lands lightly on his feet, the demonstration complete. The surrounding crowd gasps in unison, uttering exclamations of pure astonishment. One voice rises above the others, crying out, "Master!" Seryong-baek stands calmly in the center of the training ground, the awestruck crowd forming a wide circle around him. From within the crowd, Meng-hok, still reeling from the impact, questions him directly. "Wait a minute, father, your sword technique." He feels as though something important is missing, then declares his departure. Seryong-baek reacts with a sharp, "What?" Before he can fully process it, a swift, dark blur strikes, eliciting a frustrated "you-jerk" from Meng-hok. Meng-hok retaliates instantly, his voice booming. "There isn't anything you can't say to your father." His attack continues, a relentless flurry of motion. Seryong-baek's eyes narrow, a challenge in his gaze as he asks, "Provoke me." With a powerful hap, Meng-hok lands a solid blow. The impact sends a jolt through Seryong-baek's shoulder, a narrator noting the hit. But even as he reels, a brilliant, swirling blue-green energy erupts from him, signaling a counterattack. He deflects the incoming strike with a sharp burst of blue energy, a low tsh, escaping his lips. Before he can fully recover, a blurring kick from his opponent closes the distance. But a sudden, explosive counterattack of red-orange energy erupts from him, his eyes sharp with intent as he executes the precise strike. Meng-hok is caught off guard, recoiling from the impact with a surprised cry. As Seryong-baek presses his advantage, moving with blinding speed, Meng-hok manages to block the next attack with his arm, the force of it making him grunt, "Phew, I've stopped it." But Seryong-baek's glowing blade unleashes a complex, changing technique that's impossible to predict, forcing Meng-hok to concede, realizing, "I'll lose if this continues. First, let's increase distance and think." Seryong-baek moves with a blur of motion, his sword already drawn and arcing through the air. The sheer speed of his technique draws gasps from the onlookers, who exclaim in amazement at the display. Meanwhile, Meng-hok, observing the unfolding battle, firmly believes he will emerge victorious, refusing to consider defeat. Seryong-baek, calm amidst the tension, offers a chance to end the conflict, stating he wishes to avoid further harm. Ignoring the offer, Meng-hok's hand flashes to his own blade, drawing it with a sharp, metallic sound. Seryong-baek watches him, his expression unreadable. Meng-hok's voice rings out, accusing his opponent of not yet grasping the gravity of the situation. With that, he lunges forward, his sword a deadly extension of his will. But Seryong-baek meets the assault head-on, deflecting the strike with a powerful, resounding "ha." Still locked in a fierce exchange, Meng-hok presses his attack with a glowing red blade, finding it difficult to maintain the relentless assault. The strain is evident on both their faces as their swords clash, Meng-hok feeling as though he might lose his grip on the weapon. Yet, he pushes through the pain, refusing to yield. His eyes narrow with fierce resolve, determined to endure the struggle. He continues to push forward, believing that if he persists, he can overcome. Meanwhile, Seryong-baek, holding his ground against the onslaught, mentally urges himself to hold on. He observes his opponent's every move, realizing that any technique, no matter how complex, can be deciphered by a keen eye. This becomes even more apparent as he recognizes the familiar patterns. The techniques Meng-hok employs are ones he has seen and practiced himself over the past month of their training. As the realization dawns, a surge of blue energy erupts around him. He sees it, the precise moment to strike. His eyes, now glowing with an intense azure light, lock onto his target. Then, with a blinding flash and a violent splash of energy, he moves. The attack connects with devastating force, shattering the air around his opponent. A sharp, sudden impact echoes, leaving no doubt of its power. Meng-hok is sent hurtling backward, his body recoiling violently from the unexpected blow. Stunned and disoriented, he can only manage a choked whisper, wondering how such a move was possible. The realization hits him, a bitter taste in his mouth, as he questions the very nature of his defeat. With the battle decided, Seryong-baek stands tall and composed, his opponent now a distant, defeated figure. He lunges forward with blinding speed, a crimson trail of energy marking his rapid advance. Meeting the assault head-on, Meng-hok braces himself, challenging his opponent to try it if you can. The young master's attack continues unabated, a wave of brilliant blue energy surging forward. The force of the impact sends a shock wave through the air as the blue energy collides with Meng Hoke's defense. His weapon is violently forced back, the sheer power of the strike evident in the splintering impact. The pressure causes his head to snap back, his long hair whipping wildly. A guttural cry of frustration escapes him as he struggles against the overwhelming force. Still, he is driven back, his stance faltering under the relentless assault. Yet, the narration notes that his refined body allows him to channel strength into every part, a testament to his enduring resilience. Despite his resilience, Meng Hoke finds himself overwhelmed as Suryong Baek's relentless blue energy slashes tear through his defenses, forcing him to recoil from the rapid, multi-directional assault. The onslaught continues, a fierce wind of energy pushing him back, yet he defiantly asks, "Revolving wind? Is that all you have?" He braces against another impact, the blue energy flaring around him, as he declares, "It's not one, but three. You concentrate strength." His face contorts in a grimace of frustration and pain, the relentless assault pushing him to his absolute limit. Closing the distance, Suryong Baek presses his advantage, engaging in a fierce close-quarters exchange, his staff clashing against the older man's defenses. With a powerful, sweeping strike, he sends his opponent flying, the force of the blow kicking up dust and debris. As the dust settles, Suryong Baek's gaze hardens, a somber thought crossing his mind. Mother's death, father's death. The king of the green forest lies defeated on the ground, Suryong Baek standing over him, the victor of their brutal confrontation. He looks down at the fallen man, his voice devoid of emotion as he states, "Is not your fault." He gazes intently, his expression unreadable. Meng Hoke, still reeling from the defeat, looks up with a pained expression. "Of course," he states, his voice carrying a heavy weight. "Is 10 years enough for a limit?" The older man responds, his voice strained. "Me being born weak isn't your fault either." Suryong Baek's expression hardens as he counters. "I am not a bad enough father that has to hold on to for the rest of your life." Meng Hoke's voice rises in disbelief. "What exactly are you saying?" Blue energy crackles around the older man as he cries out. "Who said you're a burden to me?" Suryong Baek stands firm, his eyes glowing with a fierce resolve, the blue aura around him intensifying. The blade of his sword gleams, reflecting the surging blue energy. He asks, his voice firm, if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way, as Meng Hoke is violently thrown backward by an unseen force. The force sends him tumbling through the air, until he crashes hard against the ground. Suryong Baek stands amidst the dissipating purple energy of his attack, the last vestiges of power fading around him. He declares, his voice resonating with finality, that this is the end. Looking down at the defeated Meng Hoke, Suryong Baek tells him not to feel sorry for him anymore. Meng Hoke, lying defeated on the ground, feels a profound sense of dejection and surrender, his emotions likely stemming from the loss of his wife and the perceived weakness of his son. Suryong Baek stands victorious over the fallen Meng Hoke as a crowd of onlookers gathers around them in the circular arena. Because of that, he left his people behind a wall and forgot how to live. Since he had the talent to go further, he was meant for more. Finally, Meng Hoke concedes, "All right, I lost. You may go." As the crowd watches, a murmur rises, their voices calling out, "Master." Confused by the outcome, they wonder, how did this happen? Meng Hoke, with a hint of pride in his voice, concludes, "I'm proud of you, the child who had a weak constitution." As the crowd murmurs around him, some calling out, "Master, you have to get ahead of us," and others lamenting, "Suryong, you're going to leave us again?" Suryong Baek pauses, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he considers their words, asking, "Will it be fine if I were to do it my way?" With a final, appreciative glance back at the group, one of whom offers, "Here, eat this while on your way." He simply offers a quiet, "Thank you," before turning to continue his journey. As he walks, a sense of contentment washes over him, thinking, "I'm glad to be able to leave the Kyeonmu Academy without any regrets." Yet, a flicker of concern crosses his mind. But, can he really grow up because he's still a child? His expression, which had seemed a little tired from the recent events, begins to soften into a gentle smile. He seemed refreshed. As Suryong Baek prepares to depart, his master, Meng Hoke, offers a final piece of advice, wondering if 10 years would be enough time for him to truly improve himself, and instructs the remaining disciples to protect the place so it doesn't fall to ruins. With a slight turn, Suryong Baek acknowledges the words, declaring his departure. As he walks away, Meng Hoke watches him go, his gaze lingering on the departing figure. The master's voice follows him, reminding him of his destination, the Jade Dragon Academy. He asks his master if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way. His master responds, confirming his approval and questioning if 10 years is truly enough time for his task. He then adds a crucial detail, mentioning that Suryong's maternal grandfather will be present at the academy. The revelation visibly stuns Suryong, causing him to exclaim in disbelief. Meng Hoke clarifies, explaining that the grandfather is none other than the current chief of the academy. Still reeling, Suryong Baek demands to know why this vital information is only being revealed now. His master remains silent for a moment, a pensive expression on his face. Soo-young, growing impatient, presses him further, asking if something happened. Meng-hok finally responds, asking when Soo-young's mother married. Meng-hok continues his unsettling line of questioning, wondering if it had truly been 30 years since Soo-young-baek's mother's marriage. Soo-young-baek, with a forced smile, confirms the duration, a subtle tension underlying his cheerful demeanor. He then questions the man's choice of address, asking why he would call him elder if so much time had passed. Meng-hok, unfazed, simply remarks on Soo-young-baek's brusque behavior. He continues, suggesting that perhaps Soo-young-baek doesn't know him, or that he might be trying to hide his mother's identity, or even that he resembles someone else. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Someone might try to kill him for that resemblance. Soo-young-baek's eyes widen in shock and anger, the weight of the revelation clearly unsettling him. Meng-hok then advises him to be careful, especially if he encounters someone named Mak Gai-hyun. He concludes with a firm declaration, stating he will stop Soo-young-baek if necessary. He looks up, a silent question hanging in the air. Will he truly be his son, or will his path diverge too far? Contemplating the choice, he wonders aloud, if he should go alone, or if his companion should join him, knowing that together, they would never find their target first, but it would at least allow him to escape. As he speaks, Meng-hok gently cups his face, a silent gesture of comfort. With a reassuring touch to his arm, the elder states that he has already made his decision. Soo-young-baek, now resolute, affirms his willingness to bear all consequences. He sits, his expression calm, but etched with determination. Looking down at him, Meng-hok offers a final, heartfelt plea to take good care of his body until he returns. Their hands briefly touch, a silent farewell passing between them. Then, he turns and walks away, his footsteps echoing into the distance as he leaves Meng-hok behind. As Soo-young-baek begins his solitary journey, Meng-hok's voice echoes, reminding him to send a letter once every month, warning that if there's no contact, he will follow, a stern promise that Soo-young-baek had better know. Through the verdant landscape, Soo-young-baek simply acknowledges with a quiet, yes, yes. He continues his path, disappearing into the distance, leaving Meng-hok to watch him go. A thought forming in his mind, how heartless. He won't even look back once. A deep concern settles on his face as he watches the path grow empty. Meng-hok considers the situation, concluding that there is no longer any need for his direct intervention. His gaze fixed on the distant horizon, he murmurs, that's why I sent him away. A wry thought crosses his mind, knowing the young man likely leaves a trail of broken hearts wherever he goes. He wonders if Soo-young-baek will truly succeed, then answers himself with a quiet certainty. A memory surfaces of a time when he stood beside Soo-young-baek, both looking forward with a shared purpose. A soft, almost exasperated sigh escapes him in the recollection. The thought of following him now crosses his mind, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He recalls the only promise Soo-young-baek made before leaving, a promise that now weighs heavily, knowing the young man often brings trouble in his wake, but still. He is his own flesh and blood, and he cannot simply abandon him, even if it means risking everything to cure his affliction. As he watches him from afar, a familiar thought crosses Meng-hok's mind, wondering if this distant figure is truly his former self. In a memory, he tries to intervene, urging the other to stop, questioning why he would continue after losing the fight. Meng-hok concedes internally that the young man is correct. He reflects on his own powerlessness to protest, even though he held back his true strength in their confrontation. A wry chuckle escapes him as he acknowledges the truth of the situation. The young instructor walks away, leaving the memory behind. Meng-hok's thoughts return to the present, admitting his defeat to that child. His expression is heavy with contemplation, lost in the weight of his memories. A pained, self-deprecating smile touches Meng-hok's lips, his thoughts still consumed by the past. His hand rises, a gesture of deep contemplation. As the words echo in his mind, he said it wasn't my fault. Yet, another thought surfaces, tinged with sorrow and regret. He was born weak. His hand moves to his throat, a silent, choking gesture of self-reproach. As a memory or an internal voice questions him, then did you blame yourself all this time? He answers without hesitation, of course. In a vivid memory, Meng-hok stands behind Soo-young-baek, his voice heavy with regret. If you didn't meet me, you wouldn't have died so early. His self-reproach extends further, encompassing another tragic figure, and that child as well wouldn't have been born. Soo-young-baek turns, his expression etched with distress, as if asking, are you being serious? A woman with dark hair gently apologizes, assuring the young man before her that she understands his feelings. Her expression is kind, but his face remains etched with a deep sadness. As she continues, reminding him that Soo-young is now grown up, and it is time to send him off to pursue his own desires. A gentle smile graces her lips, a quiet word hanging in the air. The young man's face contorts with profound sorrow, his eyes welling up with unshed tears. As he turns and walks away from the traditional building, a voice calls out, softly uttering his name, Soo-young. A blur of motion streaks across the vision, quickly giving way to a serene expanse of sky, where soft clouds drift above distant, rolling mountains and a quiet village. As he moves, a gentle voice echoes, reminding him, "My heart is less burdened thanks to you. Thank you." His hand instinctively rests on the hilt of his sword, a quiet thought forming. "What do you mean? You did well." With each step, the voice continues. "What do you mean? You did well." I am not angry, but his own resolve hardens, thinking, "What do you mean by remember me? I'm on my way to become the artist I couldn't become." He pauses, taking in the vast, open landscape before him, a soft exhale escaping his lips, a quiet phew of acceptance. Standing tall, his dark robes flowing around him, he grips his sword, a faint, ethereal glow beginning to emanate from his form, particles of light swirling around him. His hand clenches, the air around it shimmering with unseen power. And his eyes blaze with an intense, electric blue energy, reflecting a newfound, unwavering determination. He begins a swift, fluid sword movement, the blade arcing upward, leaving trails of white energy in its wake. He continues the sweeping motion, bringing the sword down with decisive force. As the movement concludes, a radiant golden light erupts around him, his long, light-colored hair flowing with the surge of power. His eyes close for a moment, absorbing the intense energy. Then, they snap open, glowing with an inner light as he holds his blade steady amidst the shimmering aura. A question echoes, "Are you the true prince?" He responds with a subtle, confident smirk, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He finds himself in a memory, seated across from a woman who questions his presence, asking, "Who are you? Why are you suddenly sharing a drink? And isn't that my face?" Yet, he responds with a casual invitation. "But still, since you met me like this, will you buy me a drink?" The woman, taken aback, can only utter, "What?" He reflects on that initial encounter, admitting, "I remember our first time. It wasn't all that great." His memory shifts, showing him in a more dynamic, perhaps metaphorical, stance. As he remembers her fragile appearance, looking so weak, she seemed like she would break if you hit her slightly. He sees her again, slowly raising her eyes and asking for a drink. Despite her apparent frailty, but somehow, I fell in love with the woman who seemed to break if you hit her. His memory culminates in a heartfelt plea, "Yakbing, marry me. I'll change my ways. You'll be the only woman that I care about." He listens intently as Yakbing voices her deepest fears, wondering if he could still care for her, knowing her body was weak and her life might be short. But with a resolute step forward, he dismisses her concerns entirely. His voice firm, he declares that even death wouldn't grant him a divorce, sealing his commitment beyond the grave. Yakbing recoils, startled by his intensity, pleading with him to stop his fervent declarations. He continues his advance, accusing an unseen party of theft and unauthorized interference. As he does, an elder figure attempts to intervene, calling out to him in warning. But before the words can fully register, Seryong Baek moves with blinding speed, striking down the intervening figure. He stands protectively over Yakbing, the two figures now defeated at his feet, his voice a low growl as he threatens to beat anyone to death who dares to oppose him. Just then, Meng Hok arrives, radiating a furious, fiery aura, while Yakbing desperately pleads with her father to stop, threatening to follow Seryong Baek into death if he is harmed. A pained cry escapes Meng Hok, his face contorted in anguish as he demands to know how this could be. Seryong Baek, however, remains resolute, his thoughts drifting to the past, to the time he had managed to survive against all odds. He turns slightly to Yakbing, a silent vow forming in his heart. He will definitely make her happy. His resolve deepens, as he commits to finding a way to cure her illness as well. With a subtle glow emanating from his form, Seryong Baek stands firm, his sword held ready, a picture of unwavering resolve. Behind him, Yakbing desperately tries to intervene, pleading with her father not to spout such nonsense, suggesting they go on a cruise instead, a dream she'd always wanted to fulfill with someone she loved. Her face is etched with profound sadness, her eyes reflecting the depth of her emotional turmoil. Meng Hok reaches out, a blue aura flickering around his hand, imploring Yakbing to come to her senses. But she continues, her voice filled with longing, recalling their shared dream of a child, wondering if it would be a son or a daughter, before declaring with certainty, "A son." He looks up, a flicker of emotion crossing his face as the words echo in his mind. "A boy that looks just like you." Suddenly, a vision washes over him, transporting him to an ethereal space where a younger version of himself, with long white hair, stands bathed in glowing blue energy, clutching a magnificent sword as he offers a heartfelt, "Thank you, master." The blue light intensifies around him, a voice echoing through the shimmering space, offering a profound blessing. "Congratulations. I hope you feel comfortable." With the sword held firmly in his grasp, the younger man repeats his gratitude. "Thank you, master." The blade itself glows with an intense, radiant blue, pulsing with the power of the blessing. High above the clouds, nestled amongst towering peaks, lies a grand academy. A place renowned for its exceptional faculty and instructors, particularly the Jukak Academy, which many consider the best among the 5 great academies. Someone asks if they've shared this sentiment before. As the scene shifts to years ago, inside a lively, traditional hall filled with patrons, Meng Hok, laughing heartily, expresses his enjoyment of a story, no matter how many times he's heard it. While another voice comments on the quality of the food, finding the patty barely first class. Still in the midst of the lively hall, a younger Sir Yong-baek, his expression sharp, dismisses the other two academies as nothing more than second-rate, before musing if he could simply return to a random mountain village. His companion, Meng-hok, beams with pride as a portly man with a shaved head, Kwok Jin-young, exclaims with delight that the Jade Dragon Academy is offering him an instructor position. Sir Yong-baek's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features as he processes the news, questioning the very idea of the Jade Dragon Academy. Meng-hok, oblivious to the young man's disdain, laughs heartily, declaring that Kwok Jin-young is exactly what he expected, and that the falling academy will surely gain a new wing thanks to him. Kwok Jin-young echoing his sentiment with a confident chuckle. Kwok Jin-young, still beaming, reassures them that once he becomes an instructor, he'll call on them, so they shouldn't worry. Meng-hok, however, playfully chides him, calling him too much, boss, while Sir Yong-baek simply observes, thinking them really bad. Sir Yong-baek's expression hardens, his voice laced with incredulity as he challenges the very notion of the academy inviting a loud pig who drinks as an instructor. Kwok Jin-young and Meng-hok remain unfazed by the young man's outburst, continuing their conversation with an air of casual indifference. Sir Yong-baek, his frustration evident, concludes with a sigh that even if the Jade Dragon Academy lacks talented individuals, this decision is simply too much. A potent, almost palpable aura emanates from him, a silent testament to his mastery. Two older men, seated before him, exchange worried glances, one desperately trying to calm the other, who exclaims, "Are you crazy? Do you know who this is?" As he places a restraining hand on his agitated companion. A grim warning hangs in the air. If you offend him, you'll die. The agitated man glances nervously, sweat beading on his brow. Elsewhere, a different man, adorned in fine robes, glares defiantly, challenging, "Why? Try running your mouth as you please." A splash of blood stains the ornate fabric near his feet. Back in the quiet room, the two older men sit in stunned silence, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. He is a master after only a few years, barely in his early 20s. If he's a master at that age, he's either a monster or a genius. Or perhaps, he simply has a great family backing him. Considering his demeanor, it seems both descriptions fit him perfectly. Sir Yong-baek casually remarks, I must have behaved indecently because I was too late." He continues, unconcerned, "That's fine anyway, there isn't an empty seat in this inn." Meanwhile, Meng-hok turns to Kwok Jin-young, asking, "Will it be fine if I were to do it my way?" A sharp, blue glow emanates from Sir Yong-baek's eye, a silent testament to his formidable presence. Kwok Jin-young responds, his voice laced with apprehension, "Of course, is 10 years enough for a limit?" He speaks with a casual air, inviting the others to sit. Even as Meng-hok and Kwok Jin-young struggle to rise from their seats, groaning with effort. He, however, is already gone, a blur of motion, feeling utterly refreshed by the swiftness of his departure. Golden particles shimmer around him as he smiles, a voice calling out, "You're great, master." His hands casually tucked into his robes. He expresses his disappointment. "Tisich, I expected a challenge. That was boring. That's a shame." He then calmly places his pipe down, while Kwok Jin-young and Meng-hok, still reeling from his speed, exclaim in disbelief, "How could such a thing be an instructor or at the Kianmu Academy, right?" Sir Yong-baek's gaze sharpens, his expression intense. He asks, his gaze unwavering, if they have business with him. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he declares his interest in them. Standing with an air of calm authority, he waits for a response. He muses that as soon as he spoke, Meng-hok was the first to react, clearly prepared to move at any moment. With a knowing smile, he questions if this demonstration is enough to prove his interest. Though he hadn't made it obvious, he acknowledges that Meng-hok was greater than he had anticipated. Then, with a hint of sarcasm, he offers an apology if he had gotten on their nerves. A confident, almost playful smile spreads across his face, his hands open in a gesture of finality. With a confident smirk, he poses a question, wondering if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way, then asks if a decade would be sufficient as a time limit. Acknowledging his earlier display of murderous intent, he considers their response a given, offering a slight apology for the mess he created. As the tension shifts, Kwok Jin-young introduces himself as a teacher from the Kianmu Academy, extending an invitation to drink. Following suit, Meng-hok introduces himself as the king of the Green Forest, echoing the apology for the previous commotion. The young master then begins to speak of the many families in Murim who specialize in spear techniques, noting that even among them, the AK family's techniques stand out as the best. He mentally lists some of the prominent spear techniques, including the AK families, the Zhou families, and the Yang families. Now, the four individuals, Sir Yong-baek, Kwok Jin-young, Meng-hok, and Yakbing, are gathered around a low table, sharing a meal and drinks in a traditional setting. Continuing his explanation, he emphasizes that the AK family's spear technique is considered one of the most advanced among the 10 great families. He concludes by mentioning the Heavenly Masters, the Spear Master, and the current head of the AK family, implying their profound significance in the world of spear arts. As the conversation continues, he insists, I'll pay for all the food and drinks, so don't be shy and order whatever you fancy. Yet, a thought lingers in the air. If he's truly the successor of the AK family, rumors should abound. But this is the first time I'm hearing such a name. His expression remains unreadable. As the other man asks his age, to which he replies, 25. He then adds, 2 years younger than me. A wide, beaming smile spreads across Kwok Jin-young's face. Oh, then can I comfortably call you Hyungnam? The question catches Sir Yong-baek off guard, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he thinks. How long has it been since I've heard that? Kwok Jin-young, oblivious to his companion's internal musings, continues enthusiastically. Come on, Hyungnam. Of course, there's nothing wrong with being friendly. But, then shall we order some more alcohol first? Later, at their lodgings, a quiet sigh escapes him. Thump. Kwok Jin-young laughs heartily, exclaiming that his father is incredibly irresponsible. Sir Yong-baek muses, admitting that he also has a father of a similar nature. Kwok Jin-young rubs his temple, lamenting that he struggled to make friends and only found a teacher later, all under his father's command, then asks Sir Yong-baek if it makes sense to him to become a master. Sir Yong-baek explains that he was the opposite, easily making friends but unable to keep them because he was too weak, nearly dying while learning the spear technique. Kwok Jin-young leans forward, eagerly asking what happened next, then laughs, noting Sir Yong-baek's lack of hesitation in speaking so frankly. Sir Yong-baek scratches his head, changing the subject slightly, asking if that was why Kwok Jin-young came to the academy for the first time at his age, then answers his own question with a resigned, yes, well, I guess so. He clarifies, stating that the real reason was far more trivial, simple curiosity about the academy. A faint, knowing smile plays on his lips. Kwok Jin-young stares, utterly dumbfounded, as a sudden realization seems to hit him. Still reeling from the previous revelation, Kwok Jin-young presses him. But you are secretly a rich guy, right? He asks, scrutinizing the younger man. Think honestly, you look like. Sir Yong-baek shakes his head, a slight smile playing on his lips. You can't feel the aura of a rich guy, so don't misunderstand it that way. Kwok Jin-young, however, is not easily fooled. While fixing the broken stairs, I was able to hear that you're a heavenly master who doesn't need a lot of money to use techniques. His gaze then drifts to the money in his own hand, a wistful expression crossing his face. When will I be able to earn that money? Changing the subject, Kwok Jin-young asks. But why did you come out of your home? Sir Yong-baek replies simply, to try out the entrance exam for the Kyeonmu Dragon Academy. He continues, his tone casual, it's my goal to become a teacher and make a lot of money. Kwok Jin-young stares, utterly dumbfounded. So you're saying you came to the Kyeonmu Dragon Academy for a reason so trivial? He exclaims, his voice rising in disbelief. You're crazy. What are you thinking of? Despite his shock, a determined resolve settles over Kwok Jin-young. Still, as expected, I want to go around with you. Sir Yong-baek listens, a subtle, unreadable expression on his face. Kwok Jin-young, still eager to follow, suggests that accompanying Sir Yong-baek would lead to many exciting adventures. But the master simply dismisses the idea, muttering, no, what kind of? Undeterred, Kwok Jin-young presses on, offering to cover all travel expenses if the master would just accompany him. A slight smirk plays on Sir Yong-baek's lips, as he reassures his companion, brother, know that even when we sober up, we'll be together. Laughter echoes through the night, as the scene shifts to a traditional building under a luminous full moon. The serene architecture stands bathed in the soft glow, a tranquil contrast to the earlier conversation. In the quiet of Namchong, a hand reaches out into the moonlit air. A sudden, brutal impact sends an elderly man reeling, his voice catching in a pained gasp, unable to comprehend the force that has struck him. His face contorts in agony, a guttural groan escaping his lips as the assault continues. From the shadows, a chilling voice declares, die, as a crimson wave of energy engulfs the scene. Another pained cry rips through the air, the red energy swirling violently around him. The violent crimson haze lingers, a silent testament to the brutal end. Then, the darkness gives way to an ethereal void, a momentary stillness before a new vista unfolds. A breathtaking panorama of a vibrant city appears under a clear sky, prompting a question. Could this be Namchong? Indeed, the bustling streets below confirm it, teeming with countless individuals going about their day. In a quiet corner of this vibrant city, two men in sharp suits discuss recent events, one asking if the outcome was expected, while the other, with dark hair, dismisses it, stating he has something else to take care of first, leaving his gray-haired companion puzzled. A voice echoes from the shadows, greeting Sir Yong after some time. It is Go Jinhee, the leader of the Ahum field and the Namchong investigation team. He hands a recommendation letter to a young man, who bows deeply and thanks his uncle. Later, Go Jinhee remarks on Su Ryong's improved appearance, asking if the young man is now his friend, to which Sir Yong confirms their meeting. The young man, A.K. Yanwon, introduces himself as new to Gango. Go Jinhee recognizes the name, realizing he is a disciple of the esteemed AK family. Though there is much to discuss after their long separation, Go Jinhee states he must depart, having been quite busy recently. Sir Yong acknowledges his busy schedule, then adds that he has something important to say. A.K. Yanhuan confirms the recommendation letter has been handled, but Sir Yong insists he still has something to convey. Sensing the gravity of the situation Sir Yong is about to reveal, A.K. Yanhuan asks if he can handle it in his own way. As if preparing to deliver the full impact of his news, Sir Yong turns, his back to the viewer. The grim truth begins to unfold, a recent incident involving a Murim soldier murdering a civilian. A.K. Yanhuan's face contorts in shock and disbelief. He questions the revelation, needing to confirm that the victim was indeed a civilian. Sir Yong, his expression serious, continues to detail the disturbing findings. The martial arts techniques employed during the murder bear a chilling resemblance to the demonic arts of the blood cult. This shocking realization hits Sir Yong with a jolt, his eyes widening in alarm. His dark robe, trimmed with white, shifts slightly, a silent testament to the gravity of the recent revelation. Known for mastering the techniques of the evil sect's arts, a figure with long, dark hair tied back in a bun addresses Sir Yong Beck and Kwok Jin Young, asking if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way. Even though it hasn't been officially confirmed as demonic arts, the cultivation is simply too severe for them not to refer to it as demonic. The man continues, questioning if 10 years would be a sufficient time limit for his task. All Sir Yong Beck needs is confirmation that it's demonic arts, and he responds with a confident smirk, assuring the man that it will be fine, provided he is also able to catch the culprit. Looking away, the man then offers a token of appreciation if he helps him settle his family's affairs, promising it will assist Sir Yong Beck according to his needs, adding one more to his name. The man offers a connection to the government office, suggesting it might be a valuable item in their pursuit. Considering the proposition, Sir Yong Beck decides to accept the offer, a soft sound accompanying his resolve. The scene shifts to an imposing structure, as the man's words echo, reminding them of their affiliation with the Murim Arts Alliance. A new voice cuts through the air, introducing himself as Head Constable Chung Cheon, the royal official directly in charge of this particular case, serving under Judge Meng Home and known for his strictness. The head constable stands ready, his presence commanding attention. He addresses Sir Yong Beck, stating his own inexperience in the Murim world, while a younger man beside him, A.K. Yanhuan, offers a polite greeting. Sir Yong Beck listens intently to the introductions. The investigation begins with a directive to examine the corpse. As Sir Yong Beck and Head Constable Chung Cheon observe the scene, the head constable notes the body's poor condition, eliciting a grunt of discomfort from him. Sir Yong Beck, looking down at the gruesome sight, questions why he was insisted upon coming. Regardless of his initial reluctance, he acknowledges the reasonable suspicion that demonic arts are involved. Observing a distinct mark on the body, Sir Yong Beck suggests they proceed to interview the suspect. With a subtle adjustment of his attire, he turns to Chung Cheon, who asks if he has finished his examination. Sir Yong Beck confirms he has, expressing his desire to meet the person involved, though A.K. Yanhuan seems hesitant to accompany just him. Chung Cheon then offers to elaborate on the situation, revealing that the suspect is located at a brothel, which the owner used to operate. Arriving at their destination, the group finds themselves before the opulent Scarlet Flower Palace. Inside, a woman vehemently protests, insisting she had no involvement in the crime. She admits to arguing with the victim that day, but quickly dismisses it as a common occurrence between them. Her face contorts with a mix of fear and indignation, her words tumbling out in a desperate defense. As the woman continues her explanation, Sir Yong Beck, a slight smirk playing on his lips, asks if it would be acceptable for him to handle things his way, then questions if 10 years is a sufficient limit for a task. A.K. Yanhuan, observing the scene, wonders why the woman often fought with the deceased CEO. The woman pauses, her expression turning thoughtful as she considers his words. She recalls the victim's demand, telling her to step back and let someone else manage the brothel. Clenching her fist, she declares her unwavering refusal, asserting her role in the brothel's success despite the victim's ownership. Indeed, the Scarlet Flower Palace is a grand establishment, renowned as one of Namgong's top attractions, its immense income explaining the fierce attachment to its control. He considers the situation, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he acknowledges the brothel owner's previous statement, which had been filled with self-pity and claims of devotion to her establishment. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Sir Yong Beck sarcastically agrees, noting that her past conflicts with the deceased were merely about loan sharks and petty squabbles, not something that would lead to murder. An unseen voice vehemently denies the accusation, insisting that the woman in question simply lacks the capability for such a heinous act. Unfazed, Sir Yong Beck's voice echoes, suggesting they simply move on to the next suspect. His patience clearly exhausted, he barks an order at the surrounding guards, demanding they move aside. From off-panel, a voice shouts back, ordering General Zhang to come out immediately, followed by a frustrated sigh about that jerk. Before any further resistance can be mounted, a crimson aura flares around his hand, and he strikes with devastating force. The impact sends multiple figures reeling, their bodies flying through the air as a voice cries out, calling for General Zhang. Standing amidst the chaos, Sir Yong Beck calmly declares that there's no need to search for a second suspect, implying the brothel owner's guilt is now confirmed. He stands over the fallen brothel owner, Oh Guanghyun, his voice cutting through the tense silence. As the young master speaks, an older man with a stern gaze emerges from the shadows, identified as Elder He, the third suspect in the ongoing investigation. The brothel owner, now regaining his footing, glares at him, demanding he cease the disturbance and leave immediately. His face contorts with a mix of fear and indignation. A smirk plays on Sir Yong-baek's lips as he dismisses their protests, reminding them of his purpose here. Oh Gwang-hyun defiantly claims ownership of the Scarlet Flower Palace, while Elder He, enraged, orders his guards to remove the intruder. The elder, however, quickly retorts, challenging Oh Gwang-hyun's authority by stating that his claim was only valid when the old master was alive. As the verbal battle intensifies, the palace guards, swords drawn, rush forward, their faces etched with surprise and determination. But before they can even reach him, Sir Yong-baek moves with blinding speed, his sword flashing as he strikes down the first guard. The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to the very understanding of the unfolding situation. Before him, a terrified figure pleads for salvation, as Oh Gwang-hyun and his men hold a gleaming blade to their throat, a cruel smile playing on the brothel owner's lips. Observing the scene, Oh Gwang-hyun declares with a smirk that if such a man were to control the brothel, it would surely lead to his own ruin. As the purple energy begins to coalesce around him, Sir Yong-baek's expression hardens, a silent question forming on his lips. He turns, his voice laced with disbelief, demanding if they truly expect him to simply stand by and watch this unfold. The vibrant purple energy swirls and intensifies, a clear manifestation of his rising power. Meanwhile, Go Jinhee asserts that this is a family matter, and the government should not interfere, a statement that surprises AK Yeonwon. Unaware of the growing power behind him, Oh Gwang-hyun, still holding his victim, decides he must accelerate his plans if the government truly intends to remain uninvolved. As his eye glows with an ominous red light, Sir Yong-baek acknowledges that since they are involving him, he too will hasten the proceedings. He turns his attention to the bound figure, asking if he too is a Murim warrior, a question met with a hesitant, almost inaudible reply. Without warning, a surge of purple energy erupts from him, coalescing around his blade as he draws it with blinding speed. His eyes narrow, a faint smile playing on his lips as he murmurs, "Ah, I see." A crimson arc flashes through the air, a silent, deadly strike. The air shatters with a violent impact, a guttural cry echoing through the chamber. Another swift, red-tinged strike follows, leaving no room for defense. From a distance, Oh Gwang-hyun stares, his composure cracking as he demands to know what is happening, wondering if the fox-like granny has already dispatched assassins. Sweat beads on his brow, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Sir Yong-baek, now calm, reassures the captive, "Don't worry, I didn't kill them." He stands poised, a silent warning emanating from his very presence. Meanwhile, Oh Gwang-hyun, desperate to appease him, frantically offers to double, then triple, his original payment. He questions if even 3 times is too much, then, in a surge of panic, proposes 5 times the amount, even offering to involve the fox-like Granny May from the Scarlet Flower Palace, but firmly states he can give no more. His pleas continue. But Sir Yong-baek's patience snaps, a swift, brutal strike silencing the man's desperate bargaining. Oh Gwang-hyun cries out as he tumbles backward, the force of the blow sending him sprawling. Sir Yong-baek's voice rings with cold fury, his blade now pointed directly at the fallen man's throat, declaring that he cannot forgive such treatment of a woman. Terrified, Oh Gwang-hyun immediately begs for mercy, pleading for forgiveness. Oh Gwang-hyun's voice trembles, barely able to ask who they are. Meanwhile, the captive woman kneels, her body bruised and clothes torn, as 2 figures stand guard behind her. Back in the confrontation, Sir Yong-baek's gaze remains fixed on Oh Gwang-hyun, who nervously responds to his sharp address. A memory flashes, revealing Elder Hyo, his voice echoing with the weight of countless liars he'd encountered as an instructor, as he questions if someone had killed him. Yet, Sir Yong-baek dismisses the man before him as merely a third-class individual, unable to even control his own physical reactions. Oh Gwang-hyun recoils, desperately denying any involvement, his voice cracking as he insists it wasn't him. The captive woman's face contorts in silent agony, her eyes wide with terror. The memory continues, Elder Hyo's voice filled with indignation, demanding to know who dared claim he would be the finest instructor in the blood cult after his death, or that he wouldn't be able to kill someone in a few years. Sir Yong-baek's voice cuts through the tension, his final question hanging heavy in the air. "And do you think I'm his only child?" He continues his relentless questioning, pressing on the existence of more children, beyond the one he had already mentioned. Not the ones officially registered, he clarifies, but those born from illicit affairs with other women. He speaks of the bastards who ran away, begging for money, and asks if Oh Gwang-hyun took it. The accusations hit their mark, causing Oh Gwang-hyun's face to contort in a desperate flinch. Held by an unseen force, his body trembling, Oh Gwang-hyun can only listen as the relentless questions continue, demanding to know if he profited from their desperation. Finally, his composure shatters, and he screams for his tormentor to shut up. His desperate cries echo, but the other man simply moves closer, a chilling calm preceding the storm. Then, a brutal impact. Oh Gwang-hyun collapses, his face swollen and bloody, barely able to gasp for air. With nothing more to gain from the broken man, Sir Yong-baek turns and walks away, leaving Oh Gwang-hyun a crumpled heap on the floor. Sir Yong-baek, his back to the viewer, continues his relentless inquiry, asking who the next suspect might be. The informant gestures, directing him towards another individual. Even after hearing the details, Sir Yong-baek finds it incomprehensible, wondering aloud how anyone could inflict such cruelty upon their own parents. A scoff escapes him as he dismisses their actions as utterly childish. He reflects on the destructive power of money, how it drives parents to sell their children and children to kill their parents, turning decades of loyalty into enmity, and causing brothers, sisters, and disciples who swore love to betray each other. He considers how even those who dedicate their lives to patriotic duty can become mere playthings in a brothel, betraying everything for money, realizing that ultimately, money is the only thing one truly gains from its pursuit, and he, too, must do everything to acquire it. Turning back to the kneeling informant, he confirms their understanding, a heavy sigh escaping the other man. His thoughts then turn to his own path, acknowledging that for money, he must enter the Jade Dragon Academy, resolving to approach this next step with greater calm and composure. As his investigation deepens, Sir Yong-baek confronts Baek Mang-hun, a man whose records from his youth are quite magnificent, before declaring, "Then let's meet the last suspect." A moment of quiet reflection passes, before the two men continue their discussion, with Baek Mang-hun seemingly agreeing to the terms of the inquiry. The next suspect, a grizzled man, immediately denies any wrongdoing, insisting, "I didn't kill him." Sir Yong-baek listens intently, observing the man in the bustling town square, thinking that his appearance alone makes him the most suspicious. Turning back to Baek Mang-hun, Sir Yong-baek acknowledges his impressive past, stating, "Baek Mang-hun, set your status aside. Your records from your younger ages are quite magnificent." The informant, however, offers a grim perspective on the world, muttering, "When it's a true crime to be poor, you can't blame your friend for selling his daughter for marriage." His words hang heavy in the air as Sir Yong-baek considers the implications, pondering if such a person could truly turn a new leaf, or if they are merely a pawn of a loan shark. He asks, a slight smirk playing on his lips, if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own manner. Baek Mang-hun, considering the proposition, replies that 10 years should be more than enough time for such a limit. He then clarifies that Elder Hyo is his benefactor, the one who offered him a job after he had been wronged. Sir Yong-baek responds, his expression unreadable, that they cannot be certain of that. A.K. Yeonwon then questions if it's truly possible to find a normal person with such a face, while Sir Yong-baek cautions that there is no guarantee of truth in the informant's words. As he observes the informant, Sir Yong-baek's thoughts betray his suspicion, finding this individual the most suspect of all, yet unable to fully grasp the situation. A voice reminds them that a suspect remains a suspect, and asks if they have found his will. Sir Yong-baek repeats the question, "A will?" The voice continues, revealing that Elder Hyo's will was reportedly written in it, and questions if Sir Yong-baek was unaware. Sir Yong-baek processes this new information, while A.K. Yeonwon looks on with a concerned expression. A voice echoes across the distant rooftops, demanding to know why they hadn't been informed about a will. As Go Jinhee, the potonym, explains that spreading such rumors would have only caused chaos. Chung Cheon glances over, asking what the matter is. And A.K. Yeonwon reveals the Murim Alliance is closely watching this case, fearing a village might have been massacred by demon arts. He acknowledges the gravity of the situation. Sir Yong-baek then turns to the group, observing that they aren't fighting. He considers the situation, knowing that the others might not appreciate their sudden involvement in the investigation. Nevertheless, Go Jinhee presses on, requesting their assistance to find the true culprit. Sir Yong-baek listens intently, his expression unreadable. Finally, he acknowledges the request, confirming his understanding. The group stands together, a tense alliance forming. Chung Cheon then suggests they visit the murder scene the following morning, as darkness has already fallen. Go Jinhee agrees, promising to meet them then. Sir Yong-baek observes the interaction, a thought forming in his mind. The man will not let down his guard, not until the very end. He gazes into the distance, his expression thoughtful. He glances over, prompting Baek Mang-hun to ask why he's staring at his back. Dismissing the question with a slight smirk, Sir Yong-baek simply replies that it's just a habit. Indeed, his survival depended on constantly observing and analyzing others, noting down every detail. As Chung Cheon walks away, his thoughts drift to the past, remembering how that very habit had kept him alive for years within the brutal blood cult. Later that night, under the glow of a full moon, he finds himself back at Baek Suryong's lodging. Lying in bed, his mind still races, contemplating the culprit's reasoning. They didn't want to directly kill him, and there's a reason he can't concede that point. He considers the will, finding it full of suspicious details. More than anything, the culprit's reluctance to directly kill him draws him deeper into a more complicated mystery than he had initially imagined. His brow furrows in deep thought. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes through the quiet night. As a young man bursts into the room, his voice strained with panic, shouting that there's trouble. The sudden intrusion catches his attention. The youth, still agitated, questions his strange behavior in the middle of the night. He turns, his expression grave. The young man then reveals the shocking news. Elder Hyo's residence is reportedly on fire, eliciting a sharp, "What?" from him. A searing heat emanates from a building engulfed in vibrant, destructive flames, as cries of alarm echo through the night. The blaze rages, painting the darkness in chaotic hues of red and orange. As Sir Yong-baek and A.K. Yeonwon approach the horrifying scene. Arriving at the burning residence, Sir Yong-baek observes the devastation, his mind racing to understand what could have caused such a catastrophe. He wonders aloud if poison was involved, questioning the nature of the disaster. A.K. Yeonwon delivers the grim news, stating that Hyo-il himself started the fire. He continues, his voice heavy, explaining that a corpse resembling Hyo-il has been discovered amidst the ashes. Sir Yong-baek turns, his expression one of disbelief, asking if this means Hyo-il committed suicide. A.K. Yeonwon confirms the implication, revealing that they have just received Hyo-il's will. A hand carefully holds the folded document, the final testament of the deceased. He considers the deceased, finding it hard to believe that Elder Hyo was the type of person to atone for anything, much less commit arson. Yet, the will clearly states, under the influence of alcohol, for his death I will atone and take all consequences and leave this world. The implications are clear, the suspect is dead, so the case is closed, though the official wonders if they can still receive extra points for their efforts, a sentiment Sir Yong-baek acknowledges. A.K. Yeonwon looks on, a concerned expression on his face as the situation unfolds. The official's voice echoes, questioning if it's truly being solved this easily, before confirming that despite the suddenness, the case is now closed, requiring a report and cooperation. Head Constable Chung Cheon, staff in hand, takes charge, declaring his intent to close the scene, to which his subordinate readily agrees. A.K. Yeonwon suggests they return to their lodging, but Sir Yong-baek firmly refuses. He has something else to discuss with Elder Hyo, he states, instructing A.K. Yeonwon to return first, and walks away, leaving his companion behind. He listens as A.K. Yeonwon questions his intentions, asking if he truly plans to discuss extra points with someone. Meanwhile, the night deepens, casting long shadows over the silent world. Under the watchful eye of a full moon, a lone figure with striking purple hair stands in a deserted street, his expression shifting to one of surprise or deep concern. A silent question hangs in the air. Who are you? Without hesitation, he draws his katana-style sword, a powerful purple aura flaring to life around the blade. The vibrant energy intensifies, engulfing the weapon in a brilliant, swirling glow. As the mysterious encounter fades, a familiar voice cuts through the silence, declaring, "It's me, Baek Seo-young." A.K. Yeonwon, facing the newly revealed figure, responds with a hint of skepticism. "Ah, you're here. What do you need?" He continues, his tone laced with suspicion. "Because of your martial arts, I couldn't find out the culprit either." "The culprit you couldn't find out?" Sir Yong-baek calmly replies. "Yes, I found it out now. It's called the Hylewood demonic arts." His expression serious, he adds. "It's one of the martial arts the fighters of the blood cult used." A.K. Yeonwon, absorbing the information, remarks, "You must have heard the story." Sir Yong-baek confirms, "Yes, they got crazy or even killed." A.K. Yeonwon, his gaze sharp, questions, "Why are you saying this to me? You learned at you." He continues, his voice firm. "The Hylewood demonic arts are dangerous, but only if you haven't learned properly." "What?" A.K. Yeonwon demands, his eyes flaring with an intense crimson glow. "It has a side effect," Sir Yong-baek explains calmly, causing the eyes to glow red and emotions to become intense. "It also brings pain, poor decision-making, and heightened sensitivity." He gestures dismissively. As A.K. Yeonwon presses, "But you didn't show any emotion. You thought you'd be found out, didn't you?" A smirk plays on Sir Yong-baek's lips as he replies, "I always look like this." "They all said that a few years ago," he adds, his expression unchanging. As they walk, he continues, "At first, we suspected the escort warrior. But those who've experienced all sorts of things cannot leave this of their own will." The two continue their journey through the night. Sir Yong-baek, with a slight smirk, challenges the notion of following established rules, asking if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way. He then elaborates on the difficulty of the process, implying that only those with specific training or background could master it, certainly not someone like a brothel owner or a common person. A.K. Yeonwon, still reeling from the previous revelations, struggles to comprehend, questioning how a seemingly weak individual could aspire to become a formidable escort warrior. Sir Yong-baek dismisses his thoughts, finding his imagination far too outlandish to be believable. Then, with a sudden shift, he asks if 10 years would be a sufficient limit for something, his gaze dropping to the shoes A.K. Yeonwon is wearing. A close-up reveals Sir Yong-baek's composed expression, his eyes holding a knowing depth. He observes that the shoes bear marks of fire, suggesting a recent, intense event. Sir Yong-baek concludes, implying that A.K. Yeonwon couldn't change them, perhaps in his haste to escape the scene. The focus tightens on a single, worn shoe, its surface visibly charred and damaged by flames. A.K. Yeonwon attempts to deflect, stating that whatever kind of person Sir Yong-baek reports him to be, he will be forced out. But Sir Yong-baek dismisses his words, demanding to know why he killed Elder Hyo. A sudden, furious shout erupts from Sir Yong-baek. As he lunges forward with blinding speed, a purple aura flaring around him, striking A.K. Yanhuan with immense force. The attack continues its trajectory. Yet A.K. Yanhuan, reeling from the blow, manages to question him, asking why he would kill Elder Hyo. With a surge of red energy, A.K. Yanhuan retaliates, his own strike forcing Sir Yong-baek back, who then reveals the shocking truth. Elder Hyo was his biological father. The revelation leaves A.K. Yanhuan stunned, his mind struggling to comprehend the words. He stares, the shocking truth of his biological father echoing in his mind. A snarl twists Sir Yong-baek's lips, his eyes burning with a fierce, almost animalistic rage. Red lightning crackles around his outstretched hand, the air itself distorting with raw power. As A.K. Yanhuan cries out, engulfed in the searing crimson energy, the destructive force surges forward, a torrent of crimson light and crackling electricity. Stop it! Kwok Jinyoung shouts, his voice laced with urgency. Using that technique is the same as shortening your life. But Sir Yong-baek's fury only intensifies, his eyes glowing with malevolent red light as he dismisses the warning. Why should I care? His entire form becomes a conduit for the devastating power, a swirling vortex of crimson energy. With a final, guttural roar, he brings the destructive force crashing down. His devastating red lightning technique rips through the air, shattering the protective barrier in its path. A.K. Yanhuan cries out, trapped within a rapidly cracking blue energy field as the crimson power assaults him. Sir Yong-baek channels more energy, his attack intensifying as the blue shield around A.K. Yanhuan fractures further. The protective aura around A.K. Yanhuan explodes into a cascade of brilliant blue fragments. Then, with a deafening crack, the full force of the red lightning strikes. A.K. Yanhuan is sent flying backward, his body recoiling violently from the impact. A guttural cry of agony escapes his lips. He collapses to the ground, groaning in pain, as Sir Yong-baek stands over him, while Kwok Jinyoung rushes forward, his expression etched with concern. Taking in the chaotic scene, Kwok Jinyoung urges them to calm down. A soft exhale escapes Sir Yong-baek, his expression a mix of contemplation and lingering intensity. A moment of silence hangs heavy in the air. As A.K. Yanhuan struggles to draw a breath, a faint purple aura still clinging to his injured form. Pain etches itself across his face, and a silent thought escapes him. Before Sir Yong-baek's voice cuts through the quiet, demanding to know where he learned such a technique. A.K. Yanhuan, struggling, begins to recount his story, explaining that it was after his mother died, and he lamented at her grave. His face, bruised and battered, reflects the sorrow of that memory. As he continues, stating that some man in dark clothes gave him a book of martial arts techniques. The man had promised him great power if he learned these techniques. To his weak self, the book of techniques had been an immense help, a path to power he desperately craved. And thanks to that newfound strength, he could finally become a Godu, a true master. But that feeling of triumph wouldn't last long. After he had become powerful, the mysterious figure returned, approaching him with a startling claim. He declared himself A.K. Yanhuan's older brother, expressing sorrow for their mother's unfortunate death. But A.K. Yanhuan knew the truth. Despite his supposed generosity, this man had neglected him, leaving him to suffer. It was in that moment of bitter realization that he decided to kill Elder Hyo. Now, he doesn't even care about the offer of his entire fortune. His resolve is set. A.K. Yanhuan, looking up with a determined expression, questions if he would be allowed to proceed with his own methods. The benefactor's thoughts echo, revealing that A.K. Yanhuan's name was indeed on the will, but he had chosen not to disclose it. As Sir Yong-baek sits calmly, A.K. Yanhuan, consumed by his resolve, demands to be killed immediately, his words a stark declaration of his intent. He further clarifies his position, stating that wealth holds no appeal for him. His gaze sharpens, reflecting the depth of his conviction. Sir Yong-baek, however, simply smiles, acknowledging A.K. Yanhuan's words with an unsettling calm. Reaching out a hand, he assures A.K. Yanhuan that he will not report him. A.K. Yanhuan's face registers surprise, uttering a bewildered question at the unexpected response. The benefactor continues, proposing to turn a blind eye, making it a secret shared only between the two of them. Sir Yong-baek questions A.K. Yanhuan's sudden shift in resolve, asking why he would change his mind so abruptly, to which A.K. Yanhuan simply replies that he will act on his own terms instead. Then, with a chilling proposition, Sir Yong-baek offers a trade, A.K. Yanhuan's life in exchange for the useless will. A.K. Yanhuan stares, stunned, as Sir Yong-baek's menacing smile widens, repeating the demand to hand over the will. He then lays out his terms, stating that the exchange is contingent on A.K. Yanhuan quietly closing the case and eliminating the Hylewood demonic arts. With his terms delivered, Sir Yong-baek turns and walks away. Sir Yong-baek considers the terms, a faint smirk playing on his lips, musing, "Sure, on the condition that you handle this case quietly and get rid of the effects of the Hyunwoo demonic arts." Meanwhile, A.K. Yanhuan, his face etched with despair, can only think of the dire consequences. He kneels before Sir Yong-baek, the weight of his potential lineage crushing him, whispering, "If it comes out that that human was my biological father, I'd rather just die." Sir Yong-baek looks down, a condescending smile gracing his features, scoffing. Teske. How can a person be this naive? Naive? I always have a way. The Scarlet Flower Palace stands in exquisite beauty, a truly magnificent sight. And all of it, the old man's inheritance, is now his. A.K. Yanhuan bitterly reflecting that if his idiot son hadn't killed the old man, he would have done it himself. Now he just needs to find the will. Or if he can't, he'll simply make one, deciding to leave the forgery to a lower sect and bribe the officials to ensure it's enough. Elsewhere, a voice calls out, "Mistress," announcing that Podu has arrived. Inside, the mistress, startled, quickly commands, "What? Let him in," before greeting Podunim as he enters, asking the reason for his return. Two officials stand before A.K. Yanhuan, one announcing that they have found the will left behind by Elder Hio. A look of surprise crosses his face. The official explains their presence, stating they came to him first due to his relationship with the victim, and that they brought a guard box with them. Meanwhile, Podu, the head of the Chung Chao Podu clan, leans back with a knowing smile, having waited for this precise moment to execute his own intricate plans. He then interjects, questioning the identity of another person present, before revealing that this individual is, in fact, the true inheritor of the will. A.K. Yanhuan's eyes widen in utter disbelief. As the red-haired man struggles to process the revelation, the young man steps forward, introducing himself as Hio Chion. Hio Chion then presents the will, requesting that it be checked over. The news hits A.K. Yanhuan like a physical blow, leaving him stunned and muttering in disbelief. Still reeling from the revelation, he vehemently rejects the news, declaring he will never accept this man he's never seen as the elder's son. Podu, looking stern, counters, "We don't even know if this person is real or fake to begin with." His outrage extends to the will itself, refusing to acknowledge its legitimacy. An official, however, firmly states that the authenticity of both the will and the young man's status has been confirmed, warning that any further denial will be seen as a challenge to the government's authority. A.K. Yanhuan, taken aback, tries to backtrack, claiming that wasn't what he meant. Hio Chion, looking downcast, begins to speak, explaining that his mother was a servant girl who worked in his father's house. He continues, detailing how his mother passed away in the capital city, but by chance, he was with his father when he was born. Podu, listening intently, expresses sympathy, acknowledging the hardships the young man must have endured in other regions. Meanwhile, a stern-faced man, wearing a dark cap and robe, is shown, his gaze intense. Hio Chion continues, explaining that he is not well-versed in business and therefore needs assistance managing the enterprises his father left behind. He then makes a direct appeal, stating he requires the expertise of both Sir Yong-Bek and Kwok Jin-young. Sir Yong-Bek listens intently, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, his expression unreadable. Hio Chion extends a hand, his voice firm as he asks, "If you back me now, I will get them to my side. Will you help me from now on?" He promises to bring others to their cause, seeking their continued support. Sir Yong-Bek's gaze hardens, his resolve clear. He silently vows that the work they are doing will not change, and if he looks after them for just 10 years, they will be unable to reject him. Suddenly, A.K. Yanhuan bursts forward, his face contorted in rage, shouting that he understands and will handle everything. Sir Yong-Bek clenches his fist, a silent, powerful resolve settling over him, his expression grim. Kwok Jin-young watches the unfolding drama, a concerned sigh escaping him, his brow furrowed with worry. The elderly Podu concludes the discussion, asking if his chosen approach would be acceptable. Hio Chion bows deeply, expressing his gratitude for the trust placed in him, while Podu confirms the arrangement, asking if 10 years would be a sufficient limit. A sly smirk plays on Podu's lips, his eyes glinting with unspoken satisfaction. Later, as Hio Chion and Sir Yong-Bek walk side by side through a quiet courtyard, Hio Chion praises his companion, remarking that he handled the situation well. Sir Yong-Bek, clutching a document, dismisses the praise, asserting that his actions were solely for his own benefit. His hand clenches, the paper crinkling under his grip, as he mutters, "You're pretty." A furious expression contorts his face, his eyes burning with resentment, as he adds, "Good at acting as well." He continues, revealing his true motivation. He also acted for himself, and now Mistress Sun Young is imprisoned for life due to tax evasion, fraud, and extortion. His voice carries a chilling indifference as he reveals, "You might want to know what happened to her. She's too weak, but still quite troublesome." A slight smirk plays on Sir Yong-Bek's lips as he suggests, "How about getting rid of her in half a year?" Still processing the implications, Hio Chion reminds him to keep his promise about the illegal businesses, to which Sir Yong-Bek assures him, "Don't worry about that. I'm of the clean sort, as you've seen." The two continue their walk, the air thick with unspoken tension. What an arrogant thing to say, Hio Chion thinks, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, wondering if something bad will happen to him now. Sir Yong-Bek, oblivious or uncaring of the other's internal turmoil, continues, "If you truthfully say thank you, anyway, we'll be seeing each other often from now on. I hope we spend our time together like we're in older age." His hand extends, a gesture of finality, as Hio Chion meets his gaze, and their hands clasp in a firm, if unsettling, agreement. The next day, the scene shifts to the Murim Alliance. Hyo Cheon's eyes widen in disbelief, demanding to know what was just said, as the shocking news reveals the biological son was the true culprit, deserving of heaven's punishment. With a confident smirk, Seryong-baek acknowledges Hyo Cheon's efforts, stating that everything was resolved well thanks to him. Hyo Cheon humbly dismisses his contribution, explaining that the culprit set a fire and committed suicide, preventing him from finding the ambushers practicing the demon art. Seryong-baek retorts, questioning if he thought tracking down demonic arts would be an easy task. Internally, Hyo Cheon resolves to hide the fact that Elder Hyo was killed by the Hyunadu demonic arts. Later, Hyo Cheon acknowledges a new speaker, understanding their words. Podu, with a kind smile, reassures him about the entrance exam, promising to write a great application letter and even make an appreciation plaque. Seryong-baek considers the implications of his actions, wondering, will it be fine if I were to do it my way? A moment later, a confident smile graces his features as he responds, of course, is 10 years enough for a limit? With his decision made, the matter is settled, the recommendation issues now resolved. He then adds, even if you cause a ruckus in the interview, you'll be fine. Then let's go to the Scarlet Flower Palace and finish the rest. Meanwhile, Podu greets Hyo Cheon, announcing, you've arrived. He then explains his preparations. I have organized the inventories of the hotel, bar, and store that the elder had managed. It may just be in name, but they all have a guard attached. Presenting the documents to Hyo Cheon, Podu gestures, saying, and if you look here. Hyo Cheon, observing the thoroughness, acknowledges his efforts. You've organized it well. You've worked hard. Haha, no need for that. Though difficult, the vagabond they seek is scattering quickly, yet will prove useful in the end. A hand holds a document, hinting at the future. Meanwhile, Guard Bok is asked if he could find someone with strong yang energy, noting that if its efficacy is good, it likely contains poison. Considering the implications, he decides to tap into his connections within the vagabond market. A confident smirk crosses his face as he affirms, he knows a few people. Seryong-baek grumbles, contemplating the nature of such powerful items, wondering if these weapons are becoming something akin to living rock. He then turns to Guard Bok, asking for an introduction to someone who can both keep secrets and is highly skilled. Guard Bok clarifies that he's looking for a blacksmith, a skilled craftsman who works with metal, but warns that he cannot reveal all the details, as it puts others' lives at risk. Master Beck acknowledges the gravity of the situation, understanding that such individuals need to be very good at keeping secrets, and agrees to ask around. Seryong-baek, with a subtle smirk, asks if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way. He then confidently declares that 10 years should be more than enough time to achieve his goals. As the sun begins to set over a distant, traditional building, a voice echoes, wishing for a safe return. He reflects on the past, considering how much easier things would have been if he had simply focused on money, and how the world would never truly know the full extent of his actions. Yet, a deeper question lingers in his mind. What truly happened to the blood cult's demonic arts after its ruin, and if anyone still remembers them? He wonders if the blood cult truly vanished. A soft rustle of fabric accompanies his thoughts. As Seryong-baek concludes that there's nothing to worry about, a faint smile playing on his lips. He then questions himself, wondering where he has been wandering for the past few days, a hint of self-reproach in his expression. A soft groan escapes him as he stirs from his sleep. His eyes slowly fluttering open to the morning light. Another frustrated hum follows as he fully awakens. Before he can even fully process his surroundings, a familiar voice calls out, accusing him of having fun by himself. Seryong-baek sits up, his expression still one of annoyance, and dismisses the intrusion, telling the other to leave him to his sleep. His companion, A.K. Yeonhwan, simply hums in response, insisting that Seryong-baek sees something important before returning to slumber. A.K. Yeonhwan flashes a wide smile, holding out a crumpled piece of paper. Seryong-baek eyes the document with suspicion, asking what it is and where it came from. A.K. Yeonhwan simply instructs him to read a little lower, revealing that the 21st vacancy from the Azure Dragon Academy has been released. Seryong-baek's eyes widen slightly, a question forming on his lips about the paper's contents. As he considers the implications of the vacancy, Seryong-baek wonders if it would be acceptable to proceed in his own way, to which A.K. Yeonhwan readily assures him that it would be, even questioning if a 10-year limit is sufficient. But then, a detail in the notice causes both men to recoil in utter disbelief, a shared shock rippling between them. Seryong-baek can barely comprehend the absurdity of it all, muttering about the sheer madness of students being allowed to vote and choose their own instructors. The Azure Dragon Academy's rigorous evaluation process for new instructors, which includes a non-evaluation period, a final assessment, and student voting, is explained to Seryong-baek, as Kwak Jin-young asks if he would be fine doing it his way. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he considers the question, wondering if they truly expect him to tiptoe around children and teach. Later, in a formal meeting room, Kwak Jin-young addresses Seryong-baek, A.K. Yeonhwan, Hyo Cheon, and Podu, explaining that while there are only 5 instructor positions, there are currently 6 applicants. Seryong-baek simply responds with a non-committal Kwak Jin-young then confirms the deadline, stating that the documents are due the day after tomorrow, giving them only 2 days to prepare. With a letter of recommendation in hand, Sir-Young-Baek knows he won't need to take the standard test, leaving him to consider the 18 movements of Heavenly God technique. He reviews a document, confident there will be no issues with advancing the technique to its second stage, a soft rustle of paper accompanying his thoughts. Hyo-cheon approaches him, reminding him that whether it's martial arts or anything else, nothing truly changes overnight. Sir-Young-Baek agrees, suggesting they need to approach their preparations from a completely different angle, to which Hyo-cheon readily defers to his judgment, asking how he usually handles such situations. As Sir-Young-Baek begins to elaborate on his idea, Hyo-cheon looks on with a surprised expression. He explains that they should try a different type of preparation, starting now since they have time, leaving Hyo-cheon utterly confused about what he means. With a decisive turn, Sir-Young-Baek declares it's no good and they must go prepare, striding away with Hyo-cheon following close behind. Hyo-cheon calls out, asking what kind of preparation he means, but Sir-Young-Baek simply replies that he'll see when they get there. The air shimmers with faint, glowing particles, hinting at the mysterious journey ahead. Time had passed, until the day of the Azure Dragon Academy's instructor interview finally arrived. A low murmur rose from the immense crowd that had gathered, as many hopefuls arrived. The sheer volume of people created a significant commotion, even for those observing from above while reviewing documents. From an elevated position, an older man remarked that the Academy's reputation must have truly fallen for so many to aspire to the top, wondering if it would be fine to proceed in his own way. As he walked away with the younger man stated that they would have to eliminate all instructors who possessed skill but lacked true soul. Standing beside a stern-faced woman, Doak Gojin, the student captain of the Azure Dragon Academy, declared with conviction that this year's Emperor of Heaven would be different. His expression was resolute, as he prepared to address the crowd. With a brief pause, he began, I, Doak Gojin. The grand ambition to raise the Azure Dragon Academy to new heights once more echoed through the air, as the imposing gates of the institution stood ready to welcome a new era. From a high vantage point, Doak Gojin and Sir-Young-Baek observed the scene, with a third figure standing silently behind them. Okay. A booming announcement then cut through the murmurs of the crowd below, commanding the candidates for the new instructor interviews to enter. And with that, a massive throng of hopefuls surged forward, filling the academy grounds. Doak Gojin, still watching the influx, wondered aloud, are there any useful individuals among all these people? Sir-Young-Baek merely offered a dismissive humph. His expression grim, Doak Gojin concluded, nope, it's literally impossible. Sir-Young-Baek, now sporting a new, elegant white and black martial arts uniform, responded, well, these clothes were the best I could find, and I chose them. Doak Gojin could only utter a surprised, wow. A confident smirk played on Sir-Young-Baek's lips as he assured his companion, this is perfect. Just trust me. He considers the situation, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he wonders if it would be acceptable to proceed in his own unique way, while a nearby candidate mutters about the sheer absurdity of it all. Observing him from the crowd, another candidate remarks on the tall man's striking eyes, noting their intense gaze and handsome features, with a second voice adding a preference for the one with the green eyes. A soft exclamation escapes someone, followed by a playful question about why they're so bashful. The murmurs continue, as one wonders why such a handsome individual appears so downcast, questioning his presence here, only for Doak Gojin to retort, asking who even called him handsome. Another voice chimes in, finding the situation embarrassing, believing his face makes him too handsome, before shifting focus to the need to succeed and capture attention. Despite the hopeful sentiment, a note of doubt creeps in, questioning the likelihood of success, yet concluding that the interviews are probably the best way to match their tastes. Suddenly, with eyes glowing crimson and a chilling smile, Sir-Young-Baek declares, you pass. His fist rockets forward, delivering a powerful, resounding impact. The sudden action draws the attention of the surrounding crowd, who look up in surprise, one exclaiming, you look here, Dang So-so. He stands calmly, Doak Gojin beside him, as the initial shockwave of his action ripples through the gathered candidates. A woman with vibrant purple hair, the Azure Dragon Academy vice captain, Dang So-so, reacts with wide-eyed disbelief. Her mouth agape, exclaiming, by the authority of the student council, the two of you pass without any questions or outcry. MMPH. Vice Captain, are you crazy? Before she can finish, she lunges, grabbing Sir-Young-Baek by the collar, her face a mask of fury. The sudden, inexplicable display leaves everyone stunned, a collective thought echoing through the silence. What was that just now? Unfazed by the vice captain's outburst, he merely glances at the growing commotion, Doak Gojin maintaining a stoic silence beside him. The crowd of candidates begins to stir, murmuring amongst themselves, some preparing to follow the vice captain's lead. A decision is made among some of the observers. We're headed after him, right? Okay. The General Assembly remains in a state of bewildered confusion, unable to fully process the bizarre turn of events. He finds his arm seized in a vice-like grip, Dang So-so's fury palpable as she pulls him closer. Her voice sharp with accusation, demanding to know if he'd ever been taught manners. With a sudden, painful twist, she wrenches his arm, eliciting a grunt of discomfort. The pressure intensifies, a sharp pain shooting through his limb. But before she can inflict further harm, Sir-Young-Baek retaliates, a burst of energy pushing her back with surprising force. Recoiling from the unexpected counter, Dang Soso glares, her voice laced with disbelief and anger. Just as the tension threatens to erupt again, Doak Gojin steps between them, his presence a clear command to cease the conflict. His voice firm and unwavering, he orders them to immediately cease their actions. Turning his attention to Sir Yong-baek, he reminds him of the Academy's rules and the importance of maintaining a good impression. He cuts through the tension with a single, sharp command. Doak Gojin's gaze sweeps over the assembled students, his expression unyielding. He declares that from this moment forward, any disruptive behavior will be met with punishment. A heavy silence falls over the crowd, their previous chatter completely extinguished. The students remain frozen, awaiting his next words. He warns that the same rules apply to anyone present, especially those who are only there to cause trouble or for the wrong reasons. One student, emboldened by frustration, dares to protest, claiming they had done nothing but stand by and watch. Doak Gojin turns his piercing gaze on the speaker, questioning why they lingered like fools instead of leaving immediately after their interviews. With a final, dismissive command, he reiterates his order for them to leave. Sir Yong-baek's eyes glow with an unsettling blue light, his expression hardening as he considers whether to use force. Without hesitation, he sends a student flying with a powerful kick, the impact echoing through the courtyard as others scurry away in fear. Just as the chaos begins, Podu steps forward, his voice cutting through the commotion, demanding that both Sir Yong-baek and Hyo-cheon leave immediately under his authority. Sir Yong-baek recoils slightly, surprised by the elder's intervention, while Podu sternly warns him against praising the students. A look of confusion crosses Sir Yong-baek's face, but Podu's gaze remains firm, reiterating his command. The elder's voice carries across the courtyard, silencing the murmuring students, as he threatens to expel both Sir Yong-baek and Hyo-cheon if they don't comply. A weary cough escapes Podu, his stern demeanor momentarily faltering. Soon after, Sir Yong-baek and Hyo-cheon stand together, a more amicable atmosphere now surrounding them, their smiles suggesting a resolution has been reached. Addressing the remaining students, Sir Yong-baek politely asks them to wait quietly for their interviews, a request met with cheerful compliance from the relieved crowd. Sir Yong-baek wonders if he could truly sway people with his looks alone. Hyo-cheon expresses relief, thinking he could have achieved his goals without even trying too hard, and asks if it was truly that simple, a thrilling and new experience for them both. The students around them are clearly captivated, their enthusiasm confirming that being handsome truly is the best. Sir Yong-baek then muses that he wanted the other person to be attracted by his looks, but didn't want him to feel bad about it. Suddenly, Hyo-cheon points out a figure in the distance, asking who that person is, as others whisper that he's the student head. Sir Yong-baek reacts with a questioning gaze, repeating the title, the student head? The student head, an elderly man with a long white beard and tied-back hair, stands with an air of quiet authority, his presence commanding respect. Hyo-cheon then asks why this person is someone Sir Yong-baek knows, to which Sir Yong-baek replies that it's his first time seeing him, and he wouldn't know the student head. He finds himself certain that he doesn't know the person before him. Yet a nagging feeling persists, a sense of familiarity he can't quite place, as the announcer calls out the names of the next group to enter, Jake Sir-yong, A.K. Yeonwon, and Byung-gong. Meanwhile, Doak Gojin turns to Dang Soso, confirming it's their turn to proceed, and they begin to move forward. His thoughts continue to churn. A silent question hanging in the air. Hyo-cheon stands by his side as Sir Yong-baek remains lost in thought, desperately trying to recall where he might have encountered this enigmatic figure before. The numbers are indeed eye-catching. Though perhaps not entirely unexpected, as at the Azure Dragon Academy, the esteemed headmaster No Gunsang, known as the Thousand-Armed Guanyin, presides over the institution, flanked by 3 elders. This is the headmaster himself, No Gunsang. Even within the notorious blood cult, he was once considered a wild card, but now, he has undergone a profound transformation. Among the instructors stands Kwak Chanwo, and on the other side, one of the 3 elders, Nam Gong-soo. Nam Gong-soo is not just an instructor. He is the top representative from the influential Namgung family at the Azure Dragon Academy, holding a significant position. Sir Yong-baek considers his options, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he wonders if it would be acceptable to proceed in his own fashion. The confident response echoes in his mind, asserting that 10 years is more than enough time for any limitation. Within a grand hall, a commanding voice instructs all present to introduce themselves. A.K. Yeonwon steps forward, proudly announcing his lineage from Sandong's A.K. family. Hyo-cheon then states his intention to apply as a year-in instructor. Sir Yong-baek, intrigued, inquires about the nature of his relationship with the formidable Spear King. A.K. Yeonwon clarifies that the Spear King is his father's cousin, while Hyo-cheon listens intently. Kwak Jin-young presses further, asking if he has met the Spear King recently, as Podu observes the exchange. Hyo-cheon confirms a brief meeting with the Spear King before their departure, as Sir Yong-baek processes the information. The scene returns to the grand hall, where the applicant, Baek Sir-yong, stands among the others. As he stands before the academy's representative, Nam Gong-soo, the instructor questions his intentions, asking why he is applying as an external arts instructor. Without hesitation, He explains that he is currently most interested in external arts, and his goal is to learn the Azure Dragon Academy's martial arts and mana control. Namgung-soo considers this, noting that it sounds as if he is claiming to have already mastered external arts, even though he is applying to learn more. He concedes that it is true he is already an expert in external arts, but clarifies that this does not mean he is an expert in all external arts. He then turns the tables, stating that this is the same with their experiences, implying that their own skills are limited if they are only capable of teaching children in the countryside. His blunt assessment causes Namgung-soo's expression to darken, as he asks if the applicant is looking down on them. Another instructor, Do-Gojin, steps forward, his voice sharp, declaring that his words are quite harsh. Unfazed by their anger, he challenges them, asking if they should then verify whether his words are false. As the tension mounts, he thinks to himself, referring to one of them as this bastard. He stands with his back to the viewer, a voice from behind him seething with indignation. Namgung-soo steps forward, his voice laced with challenge, declaring he will crush him with external arts. But before he can act, Namgung-soo is suddenly stunned, his face contorted in surprise as he questions what went wrong, desperately calling out to his senior. Seryong-baek stands calmly before the bewildered Namgung-soo, while Dang Soso watches on with concern. Overwhelmed, Namgung-soo and Dang Soso bow deeply, profusely apologizing and announcing their departure. A faint creaking sound echoes as the tension dissipates. A voice calls out, inviting the next applicant, number 17, to enter. Seryong-baek, Namgung-soo, and Dang Soso walk away, leaving the scene behind them. Meanwhile, Headmaster No Gunsang and Podu observe from a distance, remarking on the familiar face and wondering if he is the son of a magistrate. Headmaster No Gunsang's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent gasp escaping him as he processes the impossible. Beside him, Podu shares the same stunned expression, his own surprise echoing the headmaster's. Meanwhile, a furious Namgung-soo clenches his fist, a red aura flaring around it, his mind still reeling from the swift defeat. He struggles against the grip on his wrist, the realization dawning on him that Seryong-baek intends to use external arts to completely crush him. As Namgung-soo and Dang Soso kneel in submission, the latter quickly interjects, urging her companion not to be upset and suggesting that Seryong-baek's actions were merely a ploy to gain attention, recommending his immediate failure. Seryong-baek simply offers a subtle smirk, while No Gunsang and Podu exchange knowing glances, a soft chuckle escaping the headmaster. No Gunsang muses to himself, finding Seryong-baek's unconventional actions rather entertaining, a stark contrast to the usual applicants. Elsewhere, a group of students and teachers whisper amongst themselves, confused by the headmaster's wide smile and wondering if Seryong-baek's display was truly just an act for attention. No Gunsang, still smiling, considers the implications, believing Seryong-baek could easily become a general disciple, but pondering if he might be capable of even more. Still reeling from the display of power, the headmaster listens as Seryong-baek questions the academy's martial arts training, asking if it truly offers the best education, or if it's merely filled with good-for-nothings. Intrigued, he asks why such a thought bothers him, to which Seryong-baek calmly replies that there is nothing to be bothered about. Internally, Seryong-baek acknowledges this as a crucial opportunity, hoping he won't squander it. A silent moment passes between the three, with Podu letting out a soft groan as Seryong-baek offers a subtle, knowing smirk. His hand glows with a faint green aura, manifesting a small, luminous orb that pulses with energy, as he muses about the seriousness of the situation and the speed of events. Meanwhile, in a nearby hallway, Namgung-soo, still seething from his humiliation, questions if the top instructor would truly allow a new one to handle such an evaluation, realizing Seryong-baek's actions were deliberate. Seryong-baek, reflecting on his own display, concludes that he has merely left a very strong impression, perhaps revealing a little too much. Namgung-soo, consumed by rage, lashes out at his companions, demanding to know why they are trying to stop him, declaring he will build his own academy if necessary, and lamenting his own weakness. Do-Gojin and Dang Soso exchange worried glances, silently observing Namgung-soo's outburst. A.K. Yeonhwan muses to himself, recalling a time when he was truly moved by someone's martial arts, a feeling he hadn't experienced since his youth. His thoughts are interrupted by the announcement of a new instructor applicant, Myung-ilho. Approaching the newly introduced man and his companion, A.K. Yeonhwan asks if they've met before, as he feels a sense of familiarity. He then suggests that perhaps it's fate that they meet again and offers to treat them to a meal. With a confident smile, A.K. Yeonhwan reiterates his offer. Myung-ilho's companion, a stern-faced man, responds with a simple sure, while Myung-ilho himself adds that it sounds good, addressing A.K. Yeonhwan as Hyungnim. A.K. Yeonhwan expresses his pleasure, then casually asks if they know about the practice test that follows. He inquires if they are aware of the details regarding the practice test that will take place after this initial meeting. A wide, knowing smile spreads across A.K. Yeonhwan's face, hinting at his intentions. As the conversation continued, Myung-ilho couldn't shake the thought that they were now competitors, and that the upcoming test would be a true measure of his worth. A.K. Yeonhwan acknowledged the ease of obtaining information, while Myung-ilho considered that passing the test would finally prove he wasn't cursed with bad luck. He also pondered the possibility that someone might be taking the test not for its own sake, but to get closer to both of them, as AK Yanwen clarified that the opportunity was only for a limited period. Myung Ilho then challenged him, pointing out that simply offering a meal would make others suspect AK Yanwen was trying to extract information, questioning why he would even bother asking him to join. Just then, Kwok Jin-young, seated nearby, called out loudly for the owner to come over. Meanwhile, in another part of the establishment, Sir Yong-baek raised a hand, requesting a bottle of the finest alcohol. He then addressed someone, asking if he could have a moment of their time, as he wished to speak with them privately. He might cherish you because you look like Yakbong, or perhaps something else entirely. A stern voice echoes from the past, demanding, "Why aren't you breathing? I'll ask you again. What are you doing?" The elder's presence was undeniable, a true master of his craft. Even in his advanced years, his body remained perfectly trained, his senses razor-sharp. He knew his father would never be defeated, whether by blade or sword, even if he were to return from the grave. A fierce determination burns within him, a silent challenge to the legacy that binds him. This is your last chance to call out my father's name. Just as I am a disciple of the blood cult, I am also his son. An elderly man, his white hair tied back, grips a sword that glows with an ethereal blue light, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. His gaze sharp and unwavering. Sir Yong-baek meets the elder's eyes with a steely resolve. The elder's voice trembles with accusation, demanding to know what Baek Myun has done. Both men stand poised, a shimmering blue aura radiating from their forms, the air crackling with unspoken tension. Sir Yong-baek looks down, a heavy sigh escaping him as he acknowledges there is no other choice in this dire situation. The elder's aura intensifies, swirling around him like a tempest, his intent becoming undeniably clear. Sir Yong-baek's thoughts race, concluding that the elder's attack will be launched with lethal intent. Gripping his glowing blade, the elder declares that Sir Yong-baek will be the one to fall. In response, Sir Yong-baek's hand clenches, faint red energy lines beginning to pulse around his fist. With a confident smirk, Baek Sir Yong addresses his elder, asking if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way. His grandfather, No Gunsang, responds with a stern warning, demanding to know who he thinks he is, and threatening to cut off his tongue if he dares to address him so casually again. Unfazed, Sir Yong-baek retorts, declaring that the old man is as rude as ever. No Gunsang, however, maintains his composure, reminding his grandson to remember his place, even if he calls him his grandson, not his grandfather. The elder simply scoffs, a silent acknowledgement of the familiar defiance. A wave of dread washes over him as he realizes that Sir Yong-baek is indeed coming, and wonders if this is truly the end. Despite the ominous thought, No Gunsang stands firm, his gaze resolute as he prepares for whatever may come. Sir Yong-baek's gaze is sharp, his words cutting as he observes the elderly man before him, remarking, "You look like her." The younger man's expression remains unreadable, a subtle shift in his eyes the only hint of his thoughts. No Gunsang, his face etched with a mix of sorrow and resignation, responds, "Your eyes look like hers. I'm afraid I'll start looking at you again, your late wife." Sir Yong-baek's internal monologue questions the elder's emotional display, wondering if he is truly crying, before asking why he didn't simply say he missed his grandson from the start. No Gunsang explains his desire to speak confidently after joining the Azure Dragon Academy, but admits he simply forgot, while Sir Yong-baek retorts that he sees the elder must make an effort for him to be his grandson. With a slight smirk, Sir Yong-baek reiterates, "I see you have to make an effort, my spirit, to be my grandson." No Gunsang's face darkens, his composure finally breaking as he declares, "I am upset." Sir Yong-baek's simple, almost mocking, "sorry," does little to soothe the elder's wounded pride. "Your soul shall burn brightly like the morning sun." His face contorted in a mask of pure rage, purple energy crackling around him, No Gunsang glares down at the younger man, who recoils in shock. "Don't you dare smile in front of me without my permission," he commands, his voice laced with venom. "Don't ever show me that smile again. I don't want to have to deal with any more trouble." Kwok Jin-young, standing nearby, quietly affirms the elder's words. As Sir Yong-baek remains kneeling, No Gunsang dismisses his attendant's concern, telling him not to concern himself with the matter. A stern internal voice reminds him to act appropriately, for the kneeling man is still his father, and No Gunsang's eyes glow with a fierce, blue light as he processes the situation. Sir Yong-baek offers a quiet apology, to which No Gunsang responds with bitter self-reproach, calling himself a bitch for allowing the situation to unfold. Wondering exactly what the younger man expects him to do, No Gunsang turns away, declaring their business concluded and instructing Kwok Jin-young that it is time to return. A sly smile spreads across Sir Yong-baek's face as he thinks to himself, promising that his grandfather will see him more regularly going forward. As No Gunsang and Kwok Jin-young walk away, the elder mutters about Sir Yong-baek's continued kneeling, questioning why he remains there after being told not to smile and yet not leaving first. As Sir Yong-baek stands before him, No Gunsang questions his current state, asking if he has encountered some trouble. He then expresses his disbelief that Sir Yong-baek, a former Kashisha of the blood cult, would now be associated with the Azure Dragon Academy, demanding to know his true identity. No Gunsang continues, seemingly surprised by a detail he's just learned, inquiring if Crazy Sword is truly the student head's nickname, and if Sir Yong-baek was genuinely unaware of it. The legendary Crazy Sword, Mae Gukrian, a martial artist who became an instructor at the Azure Dragon Academy over 30 years ago, is depicted, his form radiating a powerful, glowing blue aura. Sir Yong-baek, now understanding the context, acknowledges that Mae Gukrian is indeed known for constantly causing trouble and stirring up public disorder, before trailing off as he considers the implications of the Crazy Sword. Finally, with Kwok Jin-young observing silently, No Gunsang makes a difficult request of Sir Yong-baek, asking him to undertake a task despite its inherent challenges. As the discussion continued, Hyo Cheon inquired, "So, how exactly will this practical test be conducted?" He then elaborated, "From what I understand, we'll be taking 2 tests, and our scores on them will determine the outcome." Hyo Cheon continued, explaining the first part. The first subject will be a presentation lecture. This would require them to deliver a lecture in front of numerous students and instructors, as student votes alone would account for 50% of this section's score. Hyo Cheon then added, "And the second is a spar." Sir Yong-baek considered this, clarifying, "So we have to spar with the instructors and verify our skills, but if it happens, it one would be." He continued, his expression thoughtful, "You don't necessarily have to win." He then posed another question, "Will our opponents be chosen for us?" He lets out a soft exclamation of awe, taking in the bustling scene before them, while Sir Yong-baek observes that there are far more people present than he had anticipated, especially considering the number of outsiders. His gaze drifts over the crowd, his wrist wrapped in a protective binding. As Myung-ilho adds that it's the Azure Dragon Academy's festival, a time when outsiders are permitted to enter. Myung-ilho then points out that some of the faces in the crowd are familiar, recognizing them from the interview process, and surmising that they must be applicants just like them. He seems to spot someone specific, offering a hesitant, hello." Nearby, a young woman, looking slightly flustered, acknowledges that she is indeed one of the applicants who sat for the interview that day. Her fingers fidget nervously as she adds, "If it's not any trouble." Suddenly, a vibrant purple aura flares around her, her eyes widening in shock as she exclaims, "What is this? Why are you like this?" The purple energy intensifies, accompanied by a stark, internal message. Impure relations with the opposite sex are against school regulations. She stands amidst the bustling crowd, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Nearby, Sir Yong-baek and Myung-ilho watch as the students around her begin to murmur, some questioning the meaning of impure relations, others demanding an explanation, and a few calling for the student council. A young man, Hyo Cheon, remarks with a smirk that the student council sounds rather intimidating. He pauses, a glint in his eye, before continuing. He points out that some students possess an aura similar to his own, wondering aloud if they are all members of the student council. As Jin Yun's internal turmoil intensifies, manifesting as a vibrant purple aura, she realizes the student council's true nature. They lie in wait for mistakes, ready to punish. Hyo Cheon, oblivious to her distress, leans in, telling her he's heavily invested in her, and warns her not to do anything strange. Suddenly, an unseen force slams into him, his eyes widening in pure shock. He is violently thrown backward, engulfed in a surge of crimson energy. A violent, unseen force erupts, sending Hyo Cheon hurtling backward through the air, his body a blur of motion as he flies across the festival grounds, before crashing with devastating impact into a wooden stall, which splinters around him. Myung-ilho watches, aghast, as the scene unfolds. The air crackles with residual energy, a dark, swirling aura lingering where the force originated. And there, amidst the dissipating crimson glow, stands Jin Yun, her eyes now burning with an unnatural, intense red light. Sir Yong-baek's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent gasp escaping him. As Hyo Cheon lies unconscious among the debris, Myung-ilho rushes to his side, demanding to know what happened, while Sir Yong-baek, still reeling, wonders if this could be the crazy demon power. His thoughts race, recognizing the familiar, terrifying signature. It's that bastard. The realization dawns on him with chilling clarity. Crazy demon? As the dust settled from Jin Yun's outburst, Sir Yong-baek's gaze sharpened on Myung-ilho, a smirk playing on his lips as he deliberately uttered the forbidden words. "Crazy demon, did you just call me that?" Myung-ilho's eyes widened in disbelief and fury, his voice tight with indignation as he retorted, "You dare refer to me by name in front of me?" Sir Yong-baek simply let out a mocking laugh, his expression one of cold amusement. The taunt struck a nerve, and Myung-ilho's anger flared, demanding, "You're mocking?" To which Sir Yong-baek coolly confirmed, "That's right. That's my reaction." Myung-ilho's face contorted with indignation, unable to comprehend the audacity. "How dare this greasy-looking bastard? Are you insulting me whilst knowing who I am?" The tension between them became palpable, Sir Yong-baek's expression remaining unreadable as Myung-ilho's rage intensified, his body trembling slightly. Myung-ilho's hands clenched into fists, his frustration evident as Sir Yong-baek continued to stare him down, completely unfazed. Observing the volatile exchange from a short distance, Kwok Jin-young turned to Hyo Cheon, his brow furrowed with concern as he murmured, "What is this behavior?" Hyo Cheon, still reeling from his earlier encounter, could only respond with a question of his own, identifying the provocateur. Messenger Kong? Was he one of the Qianwan Ganja? Sir Yong-baek, with a confident smirk, challenges his opponent, asking if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way. His words are met by the sudden appearance of Hyunwin Kong, the young master of the Hyunwin clan, who observes the scene with a stern expression, while a voice from the background questions if 10 years is a sufficient limit for such a challenge. Without hesitation, Sir Yong-baek moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he swiftly incapacitates two figures with precise strikes, his martial arts prowess on full display. Hyunwin Kong, his eyes glowing with a faint blue aura, issues a cold warning, telling Sir Yong-baek not to come any closer. The blue energy around him intensifies, crackling with raw power. As he declares with unwavering resolve that they will overpower him, the air around him shimmering with anticipation. With a sudden, violent surge, Hyunwin Kong unleashes a devastating wave of blue energy, shattering the very space around him. Sir Yong-baek reacts with a slight flinch, a sound of surprise escaping him, as he questions the audacity of these student representative extras daring to lay a hand on him. The powerful impact of Hyunwin Kang's attack sends crimson particles scattering around Sir Yong-baek's leg, a testament to the force he just endured. He lets out a guttural cry, pushing back against the unseen force with every ounce of his being, a defiant challenge echoing in the air. Try it if you can. Sir Yong-baek stands with a serious expression, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Behind him, two figures watch on as he declares, "We will no longer tolerate this." His hand clenches into a tight fist, the resolve hardening in his voice as he adds, "Ha." With a challenging smirk, he taunts his opponents. "Hey, kids who can't even speak properly, bring it on." A vibrant green aura flares around him as he lunges forward, ready to strike. His fist, glowing with concentrated energy, rockets towards his target, his voice cutting through the air. "Is this all you can do? You're still at the level of the students from last year or so." The impact detonates in a blinding flash of green energy, shattering the air. Rain lashes down as a lone figure stands before a towering, dark structure, gazing upward. With a focused intensity, Sir Yong-baek prepares his next move, green energy beginning to swirl around him. Meanwhile, an opponent with long, white hair and glowing red eyes braces for impact, a crimson aura erupting from their form. Another adversary, their face etched with urgency, cries out a sharp command, green energy radiating from their body. Sir Yong-baek closes the distance in an instant, his green energy colliding with an opponent's in a swift, decisive strike. The white-haired opponent cries out, recoiling violently as the force of the attack sends crimson energy scattering. A deafening explosion of power erupts at the point of impact. Without pause, Sir Yong-baek presses his advantage, continuing his relentless assault against the reeling opponent. As he surveys the scene, an unseen voice remarks that the opponent's coordination is quite good, considering they managed to react with just a glance. As the surrounding figures react with astonishment, he stands amidst them, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He dismisses their surprise with a quiet no, his gaze hardening as the true extent of his mana begins to surge. Even without his uniform, and despite his apparent intoxication, he effortlessly blocks and counters their almost fatal attacks, moving with such speed that he appears as a blur, striking down one after another. A fierce, almost joyful grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing faintly with power. He delivers a devastating, green energy-infused strike, sending another opponent flying. Soon, the cries of pain subside as he stands victorious over the fallen figures. From an unseen vantage point, an observer notes the surprising coordination of the defeated, wondering if they were specifically targeting him. As he turns, facing a new group of approaching figures, a deeper, underlying fear of Hyunwin Kong lingers in the air. He definitely does have the power to make others instinctively tremble. The thought crosses his mind, as Sir Yong-baek, with a smirk, asks if it would be fine for him to proceed his own way. A crimson aura flares around him, and he moves with blinding speed, striking down multiple opponents in a single, fluid motion. His form blurs, a whirlwind of destructive force. He has such an incredible martial spirit, an unseen observer remarks, watching Sir Yong-baek from a distance. Strange. Is that the martial spirit of the Hyunwin clan? The observer then adds, "I'll tell you later. It seems there is something." Sir Yong-baek, now facing a new group of adversaries, finds their movements predictable, declaring, "How boring. I can slowly see all your movements." With a determined glint in his eye, he announces, "Let's finish it here." His eyes glow a fierce red, and a powerful crimson energy surges around him, ready to unleash his full might. Sir Yong-baek stands amidst the fallen, a faint crimson glow still clinging to him as he surveys the scene. His aura flares once more, a vibrant crimson energy radiating outwards, signaling his readiness to continue the fight. As two new figures approach, he turns to them, a challenging smirk playing on his lips, asking if more wish to face him. One of the newcomers, a man in a dark robe, expresses concern, muttering that the situation is escalating and they cannot intervene without political repercussions. Another figure, older and clad in white, steps forward, sternly admonishing Sir Yong-baek to act appropriately, calling him a Hyunwin clan bastard. The crimson energy around Sir Yong-baek surges in response, his power visibly intensifying with each word. He clenches his fist, a silent declaration that his patience has reached its limit. Addressing the three figures now gathered before him, Sir Yong-baek warns them to remember their place and stay out of his way. His gaze sharpens, a final, cold threat hanging in the air about their family's honor. He stands calmly as Hyunjin, the young master of the Habuk Pung family and president of the Academy's Kyeonmu Club Alliance, questions his knowledge of Pung Sayek, one of the strongest powerhouses among the Kyeonmu Academy. Hyunjin continues, wondering aloud if the Pung family, known rivals of the Hyunwon clan for their martial arts pride, should even be involved. Before he can finish, Sir Yong-baek's hand flashes out, a crimson aura flaring as he seizes Hyunjin's wrist, his expression darkening with a chilling intensity. His grip tightens, and he warns Hyunjin that this is the only way to protect his rat-tail family. Hyunjin, now joined by a companion, reflects on the long history between their families, realizing that Sir Yong-baek, despite his current position, could not possibly be the true master of the Kyeonmu Academy. With a sudden surge of power, Sir Yong-baek unleashes a sweeping force, sending multiple figures recoiling around him. As the mood turns grim, Hyunjin and his companion consider retreating, escaping one of them in resignation. Hyunjin studies him, recalling his previous visit to Kyeonmu Academy, finding him quite eye-catching. He then introduces himself as Pung Sayek, the president of the club alliance, to which Sir Yong-baek simply replies that it is fine. Beside him, his companion nervously introduces himself as Myung Il-ho. Pung Sayek bows slightly, apologizing for his family's unbearable behavior, and Sir Yong-baek again assures him it is fine. He attempts to rationalize the incident as mere festival excitement, expressing gratitude for the understanding before announcing their departure. With that, Pung Sayek, Myung Il-ho, and their retinue turn and begin to walk away. Sir Yong-baek remains, a thoughtful expression on his face, acknowledging his lingering discomfort with the situation. As they depart, Pung Sayek glances back, extending an invitation for dinner the following day, a gesture of attempted reconciliation. The scene fades to black. Under the vast, star-dusted night sky, the academy grounds hummed with a quiet anticipation. Inside, a voice echoed through the halls, declaring, "I'll be taking steps to make sure no one is unhappy." Hyunjin, standing before a gathering of young men, observed their murmuring, knowing they were all striving for recognition here. He acknowledged the students present, but also the unwanted applicants who had witnessed the ongoing interview process. With a confident smile, he began, "First, I'd like to say something to the students whose eyes are shining so brightly in this place today." Turning to face the assembled crowd, he continued, "Firstly," but before he could elaborate, Sir Yong-baek's stern voice cut through the air, "I would like to unhappily ask you all to forego the interview." A collective gasp rippled through the students, their faces contorting in shock and dismay, as a dark aura of disappointment seemed to emanate from the stunned crowd. Sir Yong-baek continued, his gaze unwavering. "The results of the interview are already out. The only one who passed is the leader, Namgung Ok. Kwok Jin-young, standing beside him, could only stammer, Do you mean the results?" He reveals his true intentions, wanting to display his power and knowledge to those involved, a surge of excitement coursing through him as his hand clenches tightly. Internally, he condemns these bastards who were taught incorrectly, resolving to punish them. Meanwhile, in a different setting, an older man expresses his hope for good results in the practical test after the interview. Back among the applicants, Myung Il-ho and Hyunjin, along with other students, exchange confused whispers, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events and the meaning behind the words they'd just heard. Myung Il-ho grabs Hyunjin's shoulder, voicing his outrage that this bastard is ruining the reputation of one of the great clans. Meanwhile, Sir Yong-baek announces he's stepping away for a moment. He advises someone, perhaps himself or an unseen companion, not to get too worked up, suggesting they just order something. Footsteps echo through the academy grounds. He continues his walk, the sound of his steps fading into the distance. He continues his stroll, his attendant following closely behind, as the attendant asks for direction. "Could you bring someone here?" the attendant inquires, only to be met with a dismissive "Excuse me? I'm with Sir Yong-baek," from a passing student, causing him to gasp in surprise. Meanwhile, Myung Il-ho and Hyunjin recoil in utter shock, their faces contorted in disbelief. The attendant, now resolute, declares, "I'll bring them right away." He then nervously tries to clarify. "Easy, sir. I'm just a student who's new to the academy, and I'm not even a teacher. There's a commission here, right?" A memory flashes, recalling a past Sir Yong-baek, a man who wouldn't even glance at a lowly student, starkly contrasting with the current one. Elsewhere, two teachers fume, one exclaiming, "Damn, we're the teachers in charge here," as the other deduces. It seems he wants to take over the club of one of the 5 great clans. The attendant, still walking alongside Sir Yong-baek, mutters, "Don't worry, since you'll just leave this alone either," before his frustration boils over. "I can't tolerate this guy. This audacious display is all from a student who will one day learn martial arts." Sir Yong-baek, without hesitation, swiftly grabs Myung Il-ho from behind, silencing him with a hand over his mouth, as if asking if it would be fine to proceed his own way. Moving with incredible speed, he rushes past Hyunjin, who can only utter a surprised, "What?" before calling out for them to go inside. Myung-ilho, still held captive, looks back in utter shock, calling out to his senior. The instructor's grip tightens on Myung-ilho's leg, lifting him effortlessly as he warns that such behavior, no matter how intoxicated, would be troublesome. With a powerful leap, Seryong-baek launches himself through the air, carrying Myung-ilho and scattering the surrounding students with his sudden, forceful movement. His actions are perceived as nothing less than an outright ridicule of a student. As he moves, a fierce determination hardens his gaze, a palpable energy crackling around him. Myung-ilho, his expression a mix of arrogance and challenge, asks if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way. His gaze sharpens as he questions the very idea of a 10-year limit, implying it's far too short. Seryong-baek, a confident smirk playing on his lips, responds with a dismissive, "Of course," before adding, "Is 10 years enough for a limit?" The tension in the air is palpable as Myung-ilho, his face contorted in anger, accuses Seryong-baek of being the one who ripped it, a clear reference to a past transgression. Before Myung-ilho can finish his tirade, Seryong-baek moves with blinding speed, a powerful strike blurring through the air. The blow connects with brutal force, snapping Myung-ilho's head back with a sickening impact. Myung-ilho recoils violently, clutching his face as the impact sends a shockwave through him. Still reeling, he glares at Seryong-baek, disbelief etched across his features, demanding to know if such disrespect is acceptable towards a teacher. Hyunjin quickly intervenes, grabbing Myung-ilho to restrain him, while quietly questioning his master's well-being. Despite the blow, a faint smirk plays on Myung-ilho's lips, a strange satisfaction in his defiance. He points an accusing finger at Seryong-baek, his voice rising in a furious denunciation of sexual harassment in front of students. But before he can finish, another devastating blow connects, sending Myung-ilho hurtling backward with immense force, his body slamming into the stone wall. He flies through the air, a blur of motion and pain. Just as he's about to hit the ground again, Do Jae-jun lunges forward, catching Myung-ilho mid-flight, absorbing the impact. Held firmly by Do Jae-jun, Myung-ilho still manages to snarl at Seryong-baek, challenging him to commit even more crimes. Still reeling from the previous blow, he glares back, while Seryong-baek questions his tardiness, asking why he arrived 10 years late. Myung-ilho, confused, asks what he means. Before he can fully comprehend, a swift, unseen strike connects. The force sends him hurtling through the air once more. But this time, Do Jae-jun is there, catching him mid-flight, absorbing the impact. Even as he's caught, Myung-ilho's mind fixates on a detail, wondering if this is about underage drinking. Seryong-baek watches the scene unfold, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Undeterred by the repeated assault, Myung-ilho turns his attention to the onlookers, demanding they produce their identity tags, declaring this a matter concerning martial arts. As Hyunjin stands nearby, Seryong-baek places a hand on his shoulder, asserting that this situation is not for government interference. From a distance, Kwak Jin-young ponders the implications, questioning the mention of martial arts and the public use of demonic arts. As the tension from the previous confrontation lingers, Hyunjin, still reeling from the implications of the demonic arts mention, cautiously asks if Seryong-baek truly believes the government would pardon such an incident. He then reveals the source of his information, admitting that he was the one who reported the incident, a confession Seryong-baek meets with a slight smirk. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. Hyunjin continues, explaining that he thought a minor incident wouldn't be a big deal, but now realizes the gravity of the situation, especially with the mention of demonic arts. Seryong-baek, however, remains unfazed, casually dismissing the matter as no big deal, and suggesting that if an accident were to occur, Hyunjin would simply need to report it again. Desperate to appease him, Hyunjin promises to overlook the matter and repay his kindness immensely in the future. Seryong-baek's hand gestures dismissively, as if swatting away the very idea of bribery and justice. Hyunjin, still trying to salvage the situation, asks if Seryong-baek is implying that the Pung family's young master is involved, then quickly offers to please him by revealing his identity. Seryong-baek, however, cuts him off, stating that it's not the young master, but rather the heinous acts against female students while drunk that concern him. He questions if it would be acceptable for him to handle the situation in his own way, a subtle challenge to the established order. His gaze remains sharp, unwavering, as he considers the implications. Hyunjin, attempting to regain control, asserts that everyone must have seen the situation unfold, implying his actions were justified. He then attempts to shift blame, claiming the incident was a trap designed to ensnare them all. With a dismissive gesture, he points, declaring that the man responsible for the trap is the true culprit, not him. He vows to swear upon the name of the Hyunwon clan, a powerful oath, to prove his innocence. Seryong-baek remains composed, his presence dominating the space as Hyunjin and his companions stand before him. He challenges Hyunjin, asking if he lacks the confidence to back up his words. Hyunjin, his expression hardening, retorts that his words carry more weight than Seryong-baek's, hinting at his family's influence. He stares down at the young master, questioning if they are truly friends, only for the other to dismiss the notion, stating he is not any rate. Sir Yong-baek then reminds him that he had merely invited him to share a meal. Just as the tension thickens, Kwok Jin-young arrives, his eyes wide with surprise as he demands to know what is happening. Following closely behind, Do Jae-jun approaches Sir Yong-baek, greeting him warmly as grandfather. The revelation sends a ripple of shock through the onlookers, with Myung-ilho and other students exclaiming about the student's head and the unexpected family connection. Hyunjin, acknowledging Sir Yong-baek's status as his elder, admits that the chaotic scene makes him think of his own grandfather. Sir Yong-baek's gaze sharpens as he presses Hyunjin, using his alias Pung Seuk, demanding to know what truly happened, leaving the young master stammering for a response. Stepping forward, Kwok Jin-young formally addresses Sir Yong-baek as Podanim, politely inquiring about the nature of the situation. Without hesitation, he confirms that he will provide a full explanation. A figure in a red robe, with a confident smirk, poses a question, wondering if it would be acceptable to proceed in their own way. To summarize the situation, Sir Yong-baek recounts the students' misbehavior, chastising them for their lack of reverence even while drinking alcohol, addressing the student head teacher and others present. The aftermath of their actions is evident, with female students' dresses torn and several men bearing split lips. And he continues his stern interrogation, demanding to know if Hyunjin truly tried to resolve the argument by wagering his family's name. His eyes glowing with intense blue energy, Sir Yong-baek's voice rises in a furious crescendo, questioning how they dare call themselves students of the Azure Dragon Academy after such disgraceful conduct. Meanwhile, an elder with long, flowing white hair and a powerful blue aura observes the scene, his expression unreadable. Do Jae-jun, witnessing the elder's presence and the escalating tension, can only stammer out a surprised, "That's." He realizes the elder of the student council is present, and in this situation, he can do nothing. Sir Yong-baek, still addressing the elder, acknowledges the student's capacity for such unlawful behavior. He then takes full responsibility for their actions, attributing it to his own failure in teaching them correctly. The white-haired elder considers this, suggesting a mere warning would suffice. Sir Yong-baek, feeling the weight of the elder's words, expresses his embarrassment for his student's conduct, then states his intention to leave, wishing the elder well with his own pupils. With a slight bow, he offers his gratitude for the elder's consideration. Elsewhere, Do Jae-jun lets out a sigh of relief, then turns to Hyunjin, questioning what will be done about the damaged property and if compensation should be given to the owner. The Academy's rules dictate that the owner of the damaged property will, of course, be fully reimbursed. Back with the elder, Sir Yong-baek, still feeling the shame, declares that he will personally bear the cost of the damage. Do Jae-jun, now alone, reflects on the situation, approving of the decision and musing that he will have to look after the other student in the future. As the situation finally resolves, Sir Yong-baek prepares to depart. He informs the elder that he will leave now, as this is not a matter for an elder to handle. Myung-ilho respectfully bids farewell to the student head teacher. Meanwhile, Hyunjin anxiously asks Do Jae-jun about his fate, but the elder's grandson calmly suggests overlooking today's events. He assures Hyunjin they will discuss his future actions later, promising to see him soon. Do Jae-jun then turns to his grandfather, bidding him to take care. Kwok Jin-young, observing the scene, laments the apparent lack of discipline within the academy. As Do Jae-jun prepares to leave, Myung-ilho steps forward, requesting permission to speak. Kwok Jin-young grants his request, and Myung-ilho begins to apologize for their failure to manage the students. Sir Yong-baek, his gaze sharp, addresses the situation, remarking on the head teacher's grandson and urging a sense of shame. His voice laced with disdain, he questions if they truly possess the qualifications to be teachers after such a display. Nearby, Kwok Jin-young suggests they simply depart, seeing no further point in the confrontation, to which Sir Yong-baek agrees, adding a veiled warning. Sir Yong-baek considers the proposal, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he wonders if it would be acceptable to handle things his own way. Meanwhile, Myung-ilho cautiously explains the situation, identifying the dragon exclusive as the Peng clan's heir and suggesting that claiming 10 times the amount might be a bit excessive. He then adds that if the heir refuses to compensate them, they will send the invoice directly to the student head. Sir Yong-baek, however, dismisses the heir as an arrogant bastard, lamenting that they will have to fast for a few months if they claim the full amount. Far away, a lone figure on horseback rides across a desolate landscape, their dark robes flowing behind them as they let out a guttural cry. A hand clenches, then a figure turns away, preparing for a journey. His companion questions him, asking, "Excuse me? You'll be leaving here for a bit." Sir Yong-baek calmly replies, "It's fine. It won't take too long." Myung-ilho, still confused, presses further, "Nothing like that. On the contrary, this is..." Sir Yong-baek clarifies his intent, explaining it is something that will benefit him and prepare him for the practical test. The scene shifts, moving through dense foliage, until a new destination is revealed. This is the vagabond market. Two figures stand amidst the bustling stalls, as a voice explains that it was once a place where one could buy and sell information, goods, and strength. But now, well, now it's a black market where anything that makes money can be sold. Sir Yong-baek, now cloaked and masked, confidently asks if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way, receiving the reply that 10 years should be more than enough time for his endeavors. Meanwhile, an older, bound man, his face etched with distress, is interrogated about the whereabouts of both an elixir and a blacksmith. With a subtle gesture, Sir Yong-bek reveals the glowing elixir he has already acquired. The captive, seeing the item, confirms that it is indeed the entirety of what he possesses. The elixir itself is a vibrant, almost ethereal plant, radiating a soft, internal glow. Satisfied with the acquisition, Sir Yong-bek acknowledges that he has what he needs, prompting the captive to then inquire about the blacksmith. The blacksmith, it seems, is the next crucial piece of the puzzle. Later, walking through a sun-dappled forest, Sir Yong-bek considers the captive's final question, acknowledging the importance of the blacksmith. He asks if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way. The other man responds that no one truly knows the old man, only his stubbornness, which is no joke. He continues, explaining that if the rumors are true, the old man first appeared when the world was in chaos. Sir Yong-bek adds that the real vagabonds who bought his swords only managed to survive thanks to those blades. He recounts how they originally bought the swords to use once and then discard them, but after using them in battle, they never once broke. The listener considers this, as Sir Yong-bek continues, that if that's true, then the old man must be at the level of a naked sword master, if the rumors are to be believed. Sir Yong-bek confirms, that's right. Even so, some people said those swords were just ordinary and called them inferior. The listener processes this, realizing it's a well-created tale. Sir Yong-bek then asks if the vagabonds truly lined up to buy his weapons. Of course, the rumors were compelling, but there was a catch to the entire tale. One day, an old man began to request a commission from the vagabonds, prompting a surprised inquiry about the nature of such a task. It was almost unbelievable to imagine a master blacksmith, renowned for his naked sword technique, even discussing a weapon with such individuals. As they continued their journey, the question arose about the specific request, but the details remained unknown. Everyone had their own way of interpreting the naked sword technique, a concept shrouded in mystery. A third man joined their conversation, listening with a skeptical expression as the discussion continued. Of course, it wasn't about belief. If one had the money, the blacksmith would undoubtedly create the weapon. Regardless, he remained a blacksmith who knew how to keep his mouth shut, a valuable trait that suited the Grandmaster's needs perfectly. The third man, still unconvinced, declared he would have to see it for himself to truly believe. A sudden, powerful kick slices through the air. As an old man in a conical hat reacts with surprise, uttering a bewildered, what was that? The muscular man, reeling from the impact, cries out in agony, "Kawak, you damned old man." The old man looks down, his expression stern, as the muscular man demands, "Why are you refusing me? I said I'd pay." With a clenched fist, the old man declares, "Sell anything to someone like you." The muscular man's face contorts in fury as he shouts, "This shitty old bastard? You think I'm just gonna ignore this?" The old man's eyes narrow further, a silent warning in his gaze. He then asks pointedly, "Then you want to get hit more before you got?" The muscular man clenches his fist once more, vowing, "Shit, just you wait. Old man, I won't let this slide." In a secluded forest, the young man questions his companion, asking if this is truly how they intend to handle the situation. The elder, his gaze sharp, confirms his decision, then turns his attention to an unseen presence, inquiring about their purpose. He addresses them, acknowledging a Master W and their reputation, but Sir Yong-bek quickly interjects, clarifying that he is the one who has returned. The elder dismisses pleasantries, demanding the muscular man state his true intentions, who immediately offers a substantial payment. The elder reveals he already knows the man's desire to have a weapon crafted, a request the muscular man confirms. Considering the proposition, the elder muses over the idea of creating a weapon, one that would be truly exceptional. The muscular man, his body scarred and tense, acknowledges the elder as a red dragon's tooth, the world's finest blacksmith. The elder humbly dismisses the praise, while Sir Yong-bek steps forward, making his own request for a weapon and offering to fulfill a prior obligation. Sir Yong-bek exclaims, dismissing a rumor as mere hearsay, and the elder calmly asks him to wait. As the conversation continues, a moment of silence hangs heavy in the air. The elder, his gaze sharp, questions if Sir Yong-bek has merely heard rumors, asking if he still intends to pursue his request. Sir Yong-bek confirms his intent, but proposes a slight delay, citing some difficult data he needs to handle first. A soft chuckle escapes the elder, quickly escalating into a booming laugh that echoes through the space. Still resonating with mirth, the elder turns away. He then addresses the muscular man who has appeared, commanding him to face him properly, wondering if he intends to judge him with a master's eyes. The muscular man, defiant, questions the elder's actions, declaring that if he is not yet perfected, he will break down anyone, no matter how strong. The elder calmly dismisses him for the day, while a narration notes that once perfected, the muscular man seems destined to become the strongest weapon in their world. Sir Yong-bek acknowledges the elder's decision, stating he will return another time. A hooded figure, appearing to be in his early 20s, observes a tense exchange in the bustling market, as a merchant is aggressively confronted by a thug. Before the situation can escalate further, He steps in, calmly instructing both parties to wait. His unexpected interference draws the attention of another hooded thug, who questions his identity with a sneer. Suddenly, a muscular man, also appearing to be in his early 20s, emerges with two other thugs, mocking the protagonist and promising regret. Without a word, Sir Yong-baek draws his sword, his expression hardening as he condemns those who cause harm to others. With a resolute gaze, he declares his intent to clean them all up. The muscular man and the hooded thug exchange confused glances, questioning his audacity to face them alone. But before they can fully process his words, the muscular man lunges, his powerful strike aimed directly at Sir Yong-baek. The impact reverberates with explosive force, blue energy particles erupting from the point of contact. As the muscular man lunges, Sir Yong-baek calmly considers the situation, his thoughts focused on the impending clash. With a guttural roar, the muscular man brings his spiked mace down in a furious arc, aiming to crush his opponent. But with a swift, almost imperceptible movement, Sir Yong-baek intercepts the blow with his sword, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. He notes the sword's resilience, thinking it's better than he expected, before deciding to truly test its capabilities. In a blur of motion, Sir Yong-baek retaliates, his blade cutting through the muscular man with terrifying precision. He muses that the sword is indeed quite good, having effortlessly sliced through his opponent. The other thugs, witnessing the swift and brutal defeat, are frozen in stunned disbelief, their faces contorted in shock. The muscular man collapses to the ground, defeated, his body bleeding as his mace lies uselessly beside him. Overwhelmed by the sheer power displayed, the remaining thugs can only stammer in terror, realizing they face a true monster. As Sir Yong-baek stands over the defeated foe, Kwok Jin-young approaches, his expression thoughtful, wondering aloud if it would be acceptable for him to handle the remaining thugs in his own way. He then considers the implications, muttering to himself about the punks and whether he should eliminate them all, a task that would undoubtedly be more work. The thought lingers for a moment, before he concludes that it would indeed be more trouble than it's worth, yet a decisive, however, hangs in the air. Sir Yong-baek's gaze sharpens, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his blade, the polished steel reflecting the dim light as he prepares for action. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, he descends upon the remaining enemies, a powerful blue aura flaring around him, his voice cutting through the air. Even if you all run. The blue energy coalesces into a devastating strike, a focused blast of power erupting from his blade. It connects with brutal force, sending one of the thugs reeling backward, a pained cry escaping his lips. Sir Yong-baek stands firm, his voice resonating with authority, making it clear that escape is not an option for them. His eyes glow with fierce determination, a silent promise of swift and decisive judgment for anyone who dares to defy him. Cheon-ah, held firmly by Sir Yong-baek, defiantly declares, "You can't just leave." A sharp, decisive strike echoes through the air, leaving Cheon-ah crumpled and bleeding on the ground as Sir Yong-baek stands over him. Kwok Jin-young, his face etched with concern, implores, "I'll take back what I said before. Would you please listen to me?" Ak-yong, however, responds with a calm, "Of course." With the confrontation concluded, Sir Yong-baek turns and walks away, his steps swift and resolute. An older man's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know why he has come to such a place, only to be met with a calm, almost dismissive, "What do you mean?" The elder's face tightens, his gaze fixed on the younger man. Sir Yong-baek remains impassive, delivering the chilling message that the cult's elders have ordered him to bring the older man back to this very location. Before the elder can react, a swift, brutal strike connects, drawing blood from his hand. The impact echoes sharply. A powerful grip seizes his arm, pulling him off balance. Sir Yong-baek steps forward, asserting his dominance. The elder is dragged further, his resistance futile against the younger man's strength. A pained grunt escapes him as he is forcibly subdued. As Kwok Jin-young leans over him, a concerned expression on his face, he asks if 10 years is truly enough time to master the technique. With a determined gaze, he confirms that if the current intensity is any indication, he can still save Sir Yong-baek, even with such a tight deadline, as a faint purple aura begins to emanate from his hands and envelop the young man. A guttural cry escapes Sir Yong-baek's lips, his eyes wide with shock and pain as the vibrant purple energy flares violently around him. The mystical energy swirls and pulses across his bare torso, its intense glow highlighting the sheer force he is being subjected to. A guiding voice echoes in his mind, urging him to persevere. If you can't endure, you'll die. Until the impure energy has been absorbed, hang in there. He continues to struggle, the purple energy now a raging storm around him, his body a conduit for its raw power. A pained grunt escapes him, his teeth gritted against the overwhelming sensation. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted in a mask of agony as the purification process pushes him to his absolute limit. With a final, desperate scream, Sir Yong-baek unleashes a violent burst of purple energy, the culmination of his agonizing struggle. His hand trembles, still clenching tightly, as residual purple energy crackles around him. The energy around him shifts, and a voice muses, "It worked. Is it my turn now?" Seryong Baek lies still, recovering from the intense absorption, as Kwak Jin-young watches over him with a soft chuckle. Later, he sits in meditation, a faint purple aura now calmly surrounding him, a quiet sigh escaping his lips. Between his palms, a brilliant orb of pure purple energy begins to coalesce, humming with controlled power. Then, with a sudden, explosive release, the energy erupts upwards in a towering, vibrant column. Outside, Kwak Jin-young looks up, startled by the sheer force of the spiritual discharge. Inside, Seryong Baek realizes the true extent of his transformation, thinking, no way. After commanding the impure energy, I discovered just how much the nature of the energy that had settled inside me had actually settled. He understands that with this power, he could break through the third stage of the heavenly god technique. He had never experienced anything like this before, the impure energy now flowing through his veins, causing a surge of power that distorted his features and left him visibly distressed. As the older man stood over the unconscious youth on the bed, Kwak Jin-young anxiously asked if the boy was all right. Embracing the young man, Seryong Baek reassured them both that he had no intention of harming him, having successfully removed the impure energy from his body, a process that had yielded surprisingly potent results. The young man, now stirring, looked up at his rescuer, wondering how he could ever repay such a favor. His eyes slowly focused, a single word escaping his lips. As Seryong Baek gently confirmed his presence, asking if Cheon-ah was finally awake, to which the boy responded, recalling a terrible nightmare. A soft smile touched Seryong Baek's lips, acknowledging the truth in the boy's words. And Cheon-ah, now fully conscious, found solace in the thought that it had all been nothing more than a very long, unsettling dream. His hand, still wrapped in bandages, firmly grasps the tattooed arm of another man. The man, kneeling before him, offers his complete servitude, pledging to do anything asked of him. He even exclaims that he would give his life if asked. Seryong Baek, however, has no need for such a sacrifice, stating that a single, exceptional sword would suffice. He clarifies his demand, explaining that he won't settle for just any named blade, but one that truly satisfies his discerning taste. The blacksmith's hands tremble as he holds a glowing blue orb, realizing the immense challenge, and mutters about the requirement for a 5-element sword and the rarity of meteor iron. Seryong then pushes further, asking if the blacksmith could forge something even superior to a demon blood sword, leaving the craftsman momentarily speechless. A close-up on the blacksmith's intricately tattooed arm reveals his inner turmoil and excitement, as he acknowledges that such a monumental task is, in fact, his life's ultimate goal. His bandaged hand once again rests on the blacksmith's arm, a silent acknowledgement of their shared understanding. Cheon-ah, with a confident expression, declares his choice, stating that he has made his selection. He then instructs them to come with him, emphasizing the importance of their presence. Meanwhile, Seryong Baek, with a serious demeanor, realizes he must depart quickly before the mysterious black hat arrives again. The day of the practical test has arrived, and a low murmur of anticipation fills the air around the academy grounds. Among the students, one stands with their back to the bustling crowd, seemingly calling out, perhaps for a senior or mentor. Cheon-ah, wearing glasses, looks on with an elderly, white-haired man beside him, both clearly waiting for someone who is yet to appear, wondering if he has still not arrived. Another instructor, a man with a jovial expression, chuckles, assuring them that the awaited individual will arrive soon enough. The student in the white robe remains still, while Cheon-ah reaches out, his concern growing, calling out to Baek-young. A golden aura flares around Cheon-ah, his frustration palpable as he silently urges the missing person to finally show up. Later, Cheon-ah sighs, exhausted, as the elderly man beside him remarks on the hard work put into the lecture. Still reeling from the recent events, Cheon-ah reflects on the demonstration lecture, admitting to himself that it was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, among the other students, a general sentiment echoes that the attending students are proving quite mischievous, with one urging another to do it properly. An instructor, observing the scene, then voices his growing concern, wondering aloud if Baek-young has arrived yet, as he still hasn't received any word from him. He frets over the situation, realizing he's responsible for today's lecture and that even the student head is worried about Seryong. An elder, with glowing red eyes, observes the scene, noting that Seryong still hasn't arrived, and musing that he truly is that man's son. Back with the instructor, his patience wears thin, declaring that it seems he will have no choice but to fail applicant Baek Seryong, only to be met with a desperate plea to please wait a minute. The plea continues, with the student head imploring him to give Seryong a little more time, emphasizing that this decision is being made with the future of the academy at stake. The elder's thoughts drift to the broader implications, considering the Azure Dragon Academy and the rumor that if Seryong Baek were to fail, he would open the way to the Hyunwon clan across the world and steal all the talents from here. An elder reflects on the instructor's demeanor, finding his scheming and confidence reminiscent of his own daughter. The instructor, however, expresses his frustration, having already extended the deadline for Seryong Baek's practical test. He states that failure is inevitable if the student does not appear, then asks if there's any way to further delay his position in the test. The elder, seemingly unconcerned, simply remarks that he was about to take a break. Turning to the students, including Cheon-ah, the instructor asks if there's a problem. He then looks up, wondering why Sir Yong-baek is here, as a narration highlights the applicant's continued absence and the growing unease surrounding it. The instructor's expression hardens, concluding that a major incident must have occurred, and decides on a course of action. He proposes to the elder that they push Sir Yong-baek's position to the very last spot in the test, acknowledging the implications of such a decision. The elder confirms that such a move would require the academy head's final order. With a knowing smile, the elder declares his approval, leaving Cheon-ah looking utterly surprised. An unnamed official, his expression firm, declares his willingness to compromise. Kwok Jin-young, the vice headmaster, offers an apology for acting without prior permission, but the official dismisses it, assuring him that the headmaster will not find fault either. With the matter settled, the official prepares to depart, holding a scroll that signifies his personal involvement. As the two men walk away, the official expresses his anticipation for the day, hoping the individual they discussed arrives on time, while Cheon-ah watches their departure. Meanwhile, Sir Yong-baek, enveloped in a fierce red aura, reveals his true intention, to be the very last applicant, a plan that seems to surprise Kwok Jin-young. His eyes glowing with intense power, Sir Yong-baek's aura pulses, as a voice urgently calls out for Hyunjinim to come quickly. Kwok Jin-young, now alone, reflects on the situation, muttering about something he learned during his time at the Vermilion Bird Academy, glowing particles swirling around him. Elsewhere, a plump man with a knowing smile lets out a soft chuckle. The plump official, Ak-yong, muses aloud, reflecting that the individual in question possesses an unexpectedly keen judgment and more knowledge than he had initially presumed. Kwok Jin-young, listening intently, adds that he is his cousin's son, and while the compliments are a little embarrassing, he truly possesses the qualifications of a great teacher. Another official at the table remarks that he is known as a good person when sober, but becomes a problem when he drinks. Ak-yong lets out a hearty laugh, acknowledging that he does indeed drink, and then questions if there's a particular reason he cannot stop. The conversation shifts as a dramatic revelation unfolds. Sir Yong-baek is a survivor of the Cheonju Mountain Massacre, a fact met with a hushed "oh" from the onlookers. Another official redirects the focus, stating that they should not concern themselves with such matters, but rather concentrate on the upcoming exams, as the next applicant is ready. Ak-yong, the plump official, formally introduces himself, declaring, "I am Ak-yong of the Sanghuk clan. I will be." Sir Yong-baek, now in a ready stance, confidently states his intention to demonstrate his spearmanship. With the stage set, the command is given. Please begin. He begins to generate a swirling vortex of potent purple energy around himself, the power intensifying rapidly, forming a contained, yet explosive, aura. With a sudden burst, the energy expands outward, radiating immense pressure. As the purple light dissipates, a powerful impression of his capabilities lingers in the air. Among the observing officials, one remarks that he is indeed from a noble family, and quite skilled, while another, Ak-yong, seethes internally at the thought of being provoked by such a country bumpkin. The next applicant is Baek Seo-young. A document details the final demonstration, which will be based on the foundations of external arts. Ak-yong's expression hardens, his disdain for the country bumpkin evident in his thoughts. The final demonstration will indeed focus on the fundamentals of external arts. Kwok Jin-young, holding a scroll, addresses the assembled students, announcing that the proceedings will begin momentarily and instructing everyone to take their seats. Then, his voice echoing across the hall, he calls for applicant Baek Seo-young to step onto the platform. A moment passes, and a flicker of confusion crosses his face as no one moves. Indeed, the students remain seated, their expressions a mix of anticipation and quiet observation. Kwok Jin-young's confusion deepens, wondering why they are all sitting down, and if Seo-young had perhaps only taught foundational lessons to these students. Meanwhile, Ak-yong watches with a stern gaze, the name applicant Baek Seo-young hanging in the air, still unanswered. Kwok Jin-young ponders the situation, a silent question hanging in his mind. The platform remains conspicuously empty, the students patiently waiting for a demonstration that seems increasingly unlikely to begin. Finally, Ak-yong turns to Kwok Jin-young, confirming the inevitable. Sir Yong-baek, in the end, did not come. Still reeling from the unexpected absence, Kwok Jin-young muses that the applicant only amounted to so little when his eyes catch something in the distance. He calls out, asking if anyone else can see the object flying towards them. As the object grows larger, both he and Ak-yong stare up with growing concern. The distant speck resolves into a massive, glowing projectile, its icy aura radiating an ominous chill. A voice questions if it could be a cannon. The projectile continues its relentless descent, its size now dwarfing the surrounding structures, prompting a nervous query about its proximity. Now mere moments away from impact, the urgency becomes palpable as shouts erupt, warning everyone to move before it lands. The colossal ice sphere fills the entire sky, its brilliant, destructive energy about to be unleashed. With a deafening roar, the massive projectile slams into the ground, unleashing a devastating explosion of ice. A massive shockwave of frozen debris and wind erupts outwards, leaving onlookers stunned and questioning the nature of the attack. Amidst the chaos, Kwok Jin-young, his face a mask of disbelief, wonders aloud about Seo-young-baek's involvement, while Akyong calls out his name in alarm. The ground trembles violently as the massive, icy projectile slams into the earth, sending a shockwave through the air, and Kwok Jin-young cries out in alarm. Amidst the swirling debris, a figure descends with impossible speed, robes billowing around him. Cheon-ah watches, his expression a mixture of awe and terror. Both Kwok Jin-young and Akyong remain stunned, their eyes fixed on the point of impact. As the dust settles, Seo-young-baek stands tall, a powerful blue aura crackling around him, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The ground beneath his feet is shattered, the blue energy still radiating outwards. He looks down at the scene with a confident smirk, a casual apology escaping his lips. Then, with a slight smile and surrounded by ethereal floral particles, he declares his identity. A low chuckle escapes him, finding the entire situation quite amusing. Seo-young-baek's confident challenge hangs in the air, prompting Kwok Jin-young to question, will it be fine if I were to do it my way? Both Kwok Jin-young and Akyong watch him intently. As Seo-young-baek responds with a casual affirmation, yes, I can do it. He then adds, a faint blue aura shimmering around him. This is the most fun I have had as headmaster. So do you think you can handle the demonstration I'm about to do? There are familiar faces here. Both older men stare, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. As he continues, his voice carrying an almost playful challenge. Since this is my first lesson, I shall emphasize the need to further raise the mood. He then lays out the terms of his demonstration. From now on, I will give a reward to anyone who is able to throw me outside the circle by only using external arts. He clarifies his own participation. Of course, I will also be using external arts. If you force me to use internal arts, I will also concede defeat. Finally, he sets a strict time limit. The time limit is 10 minutes, so it will be best for you to move quickly. As the challenge hung in the air, a confident smirk played on his lips. Seo-young-baek watched, red energy beginning to shimmer around him. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst, he launched a devastating strike, declaring the 100 Niang prize his own. The force of the impact sent Cheon-ah reeling, his body violently thrown back by the sheer power. He continued to be pushed back, unable to regain his footing. Before Cheon-ah could fall, a sudden burst of blue energy erupted, Kwok Jin-young intervening to shield him. Seo-young-baek met the incoming blue energy with his own red aura, deflecting the attack with ease. He then unleashed a counter-surge, pushing back against the intervention. Cheon-ah cried out in pain, acknowledging his defeat and the swiftness of Hyun-win-kang's counter. Standing calmly amidst the fading energy, Seo-young-baek remarked that it was good to have him back. He turned slightly, his expression resolute, knowing that time is short, and it is time to begin the next phase of the challenge. A voice echoes directly into Seo-young-baek's mind, demanding to know why he remains silent. The voice then poses a question, asking what would happen if he were to become an external chi teacher. Seo-young-baek, surrounded by other students, considers the implications, wondering why he should even bother to turn his head. The telepathic voice immediately chastises him, reminding him not to turn his head and expose their secret communication. A slight frown creases Seo-young-baek's brow as he processes the urgent message. His telepathic reply is curt and dismissive, telling the speaker to deal with their own issues. Meanwhile, in a different location, the source of the telepathy, a muscular student with glowing eyes, seethes with frustration, declaring he would rather die than be associated with Seo-young-baek. He clenches his fist tightly, fearing that if Seo-young-baek becomes an external chi teacher, it would jeopardize his own position. Overwhelmed by his anger, the student lashes out, striking a nearby surface with a powerful punch. As he processes the recent telepathic message, a swift, purple-tinged attack suddenly closes the distance, forcing him to react instantly. With a fluid motion, Seo-young-baek deflects the blow, sending his assailant recoiling from the impact. Nearby, a bald instructor flinches, observing the exchange, then nervously confirms his presence. His gaze sharpens as he issues a stern command, insisting that his student utilize their internal chi. The instructor reiterates his permission to use any means necessary, while the student hesitates, clearly reluctant to escalate the confrontation. Despite his hesitation, the student launches a flurry of powerful kicks, aiming directly at Seo-young-baek, who deftly parries each strike. The bald instructor's frustration boils over, as he mutters about a past indiscretion involving a brothel. With renewed resolve, the student draws a short sword, the metallic shink echoing the rising tension. Seo-young-baek moves with incredible speed and precision, engaging both the sword-wielding student and the initial female attacker in a dynamic, fluid exchange. Dark energy swirls as a commanding voice echoes, "Now's your chance." The bald instructor narrows his eyes, a faint purple energy crackling around him, as he lets out a sharp, HMPH. Wielding a sword, the student lunges forward with a furious AHHH, his blade cutting through the air, leaving trails of purple energy. He presses his attack, teeth gritted in fierce determination. Seo-young-baek, caught off guard, reacts with a surprised HUH as a voice from the sidelines warns him, "Watch out, Suryong." His eye flashes, reflecting the incoming threat with a sudden, intense glow. The student continues his assault, the force of his strike accompanied by a powerful bash, realizing with a shock, "What the hell? He's using internal chi." Another voice shouts, "Watch out, gang." But before the blow can land, Suryong Baek moves with impossible speed, deflecting the attack with a swift whish, eliciting a pained AGH from his assailant. He then counters, his own movement a blur, as he demands, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" He unleashes a powerful sword strike, imbued with internal chi, demanding that the target show gratitude for the lesson. The blade slices through the air with a sharp whistle. But Suryong Baek meets the assault with a swift, almost casual block, the impact echoing with a metallic clang. Before the student can even register the deflection, Suryong Baek's arm snaps out, delivering a precise counterstrike to the leg, sending a jolt through the student's stance. The student stumbles back, utterly bewildered, questioning what just transpired, while the bald instructor watches on. It was a move so swift and decisive, he had cut right through the student's sword with his own. He stands calmly, his long hair flowing, as the dust settles from his precise counterattack. The student he struck reels back, a gasp escaping his lips, realizing the sheer power behind the move. He just used internal chi in an external chi lesson, the student thinks, shocked. From the sidelines, the bald instructor fumes, demanding his disqualification. An elder, Mr. Namgong, watches with a thoughtful expression, a soft what, escaping him, as a narration explains that it was a remarkable joint sword body attack. The entire training ground now a silent tableau of onlookers. And Mr. Namgong turns to an unseen companion, asking for their thoughts. The narration concludes, confirming it was a truly impressive external chi technique. Suryong Baek turns his back to the vast, misty landscape, a soft clasping sound accompanying his words as he declares his trial lesson complete. As Suryong Baek makes his return, a voice filled with relief and lingering anxiety greets him, admitting, "Sigh, we were so nervous before you arrived." The murmuring of the crowd fills the air as he walks through the bustling hall, a quiet buzz following his every step. Soon, the headband-wearing student confronts him, his tone a mix of exasperation and complaint, stating, "Don't even try to deny it. I said just helping someone I knew would be too complicated," before adding, "You have no idea how much trouble I went through doing so on your behalf." The bald instructor nods in agreement as the student continues, "I'm glad that you were able to return safely, but it was still cutting it close." He dramatically recounts his ordeal. "I tried asking for more time to the student head, and I was about to be killed by his sword." Suryong Baek, now seated at a table with his companions, offers a peace offering, declaring, "All right, it'll be my treat for today, so order as much as you want." The student's face lights up, exclaiming, "As expected, you're the best. Have this dinner." With a bowl in hand, Suryong Baek accepts, stating, "I'll eat well," as the others echo, "Cheers, everyone." He takes a sip of tea, considering the question of whether his approach would be acceptable. The response comes quickly, assuring him that 10 years is more than enough time for any limit, and suggesting a pairing with someone named Gung Soo, or perhaps just Soo. Suryong Baek's expression remains thoughtful, as he wonders if this means he'll be able to do whatever he wants. He declares with quiet resolve that even with external help, he won't lose. A voice then reminds him that it's just a spar, and they should simply enjoy their drinks. The bald instructor agrees, finding it good that Suryong Baek is no longer worried about it. Suryong Baek's thoughts drift, reflecting on his own love for drinking, which he notes is very much like his father's. Suddenly, Namgung appears, offering a drink to Suryong Baek. Suryong Baek looks up, surprised, as Namgung announces his arrival. As the conversation continues, he wonders aloud if he's allowed to proceed in his own way, while the bald instructor beside him expresses a similar sentiment, acknowledging the difficulty of their situation. Namgung, observing the young man, responds with a question of his own, asking if 10 years is truly enough of a limit, then adds that the provocation from before wasn't so bad for his body. With a slight smile, Namgung extends his hand, offering a small, glowing object to Suryong Baek. The object, a small, golden orb, emits a faint glow as Suryong Baek notes a subtle scent emanating from it, a rare fragrance that reminds him of his mother. He questions Namgung about it, who replies that Suryong Baek's mother's body wasn't healthy, implying a connection to the object. Suryong Baek quickly asserts his mother's current health. A moment of quiet passes as Suryong Baek processes the implications of Namgung's words. Namgung then clarifies, stating that he didn't know Suryong Baek had a grandchild, and that he couldn't have known about his mother's condition, as he wasn't there. The bald instructor, confused by the turn of events, mutters his bewilderment, while the headband student in the background simply shrugs, equally perplexed. In a world where only true experts could thrive, Namgung reflects on a time many years ago when he himself was among the less experienced. He muses that the aura emanating from the young man now is entirely unlike anything he's ever encountered, before abruptly asking if he has time for a sudden conversation. Suryong Baek quickly agrees, a surprised yes escaping him. The two settle down for their discussion. Namgung begins to pour tea, the gentle sound of the liquid filling the quiet space. He admits, even at his advanced age, he still doesn't know his teas very well. Soo Baek, holding his cup, considers the offer of something stronger. He then asks about alcohol, prompting Namgung to inquire about the origins of his martial arts training. Soo Baek pauses, then reveals he learned it from his father. He remains unfazed by the discussion, a quiet confidence about him, though it's known he was once a troublemaker in the Azure Dragon Academy. Observing his composure, Namgung inquires why he hasn't yet joined Sango. He replies that he was weak in his youth and now prefers teaching to fighting. Namgung interprets this as a desire to avoid the complicated, bloody matters of the organization, neither wanting blood on his hands nor wishing to die. To this, he simply agrees. Yet, Namgung senses a deeper truth, noting that he doesn't seem like someone afraid of spilling blood. In fact, he suggests, the young man appears to relish it, merely bored by the lack of challenge. With his questions exhausted, Namgung asks if there's anything he wishes to say. His gaze hardening, he requests to fight Namgung Soo in the death match spars the following day. Soo Baek, having just issued his challenge, asks if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way, but Namgung immediately dismisses the idea. He explains that teacher Namgung is a foundational pillar of their academy, making such a spar impossible. Soo Baek simply replies, there are many others like him. Namgung, however, insists that they cannot allow everyone who desires to spar with him to do so. Soo Baek then questions if Namgung believes he is merely proposing the spar out of a desire for fame, to which Namgung confirms his suspicion. Namgung firmly states that the time is not right, and he cannot permit the spar. Soo Baek, undeterred, asks if Namgung truly believes he would be incapable of winning. Namgung closes his eyes, a thoughtful expression on his face, and simply replies, who knows? As the conversation hangs in the air, a surge of crimson and black energy erupts, symbolizing the intense, unspoken challenge. A powerful martial artist, wreathed in vibrant red energy, strikes with immense force. Their rapid assault leaving trails of crimson light in its wake. Observing the imagined clash, Namgung muses, it would be fun. He considers the thought, a faint smile playing on his lips. He didn't even say anything, just closed his eyes. It would be fun. Soo Baek, seated opposite him, breaks the silence, asking, who won between Namgung Soo and I? Namgung responds with a knowing smirk. I think it would be no fun to just tell you. He then reveals the truth. In truth, your opponent has already been decided. I cannot change it anymore. Soo Baek processes the information, a hint of resignation in his expression, thinking, well, if it's already decided, I guess there's nothing I can do. He then shifts the topic, asking, do you want to become the star instructor? Of course. Soo Baek clarifies his ambition. That's why I came to the Azure Dragon Academy. Namgung smiles, posing a final, thought-provoking question. Then, what do you think a star instructor is? He continues, explaining that a person who has earned the trust of the organization and serves as a teacher is someone who contributes to the organization's growth, and that he believes a teacher should be different. Namgung then reveals that Soo Baek's paternal grandfather was a martial-skilled person, and the Vigil Grandmaster was someone who captured Murim with his swordsmanship, a lineage of power and skill. But that, he insists, is still not enough, wondering aloud what Soo Baek thinks about becoming the star instructor of the Azure Dragon Academy. A faint smile plays on Soo Baek's lips as he considers the question, his thoughts drifting to the idea of being young and good-looking. Namgung, observing his reaction, calmly states, I have confidence in that too. He then clarifies that his previous statement wasn't what he truly meant to convey, before adding that the only sure way to become the star instructor is through a specific path. Soo Baek's eyes narrow, a dark aura briefly flaring around him as he wonders internally. Is he playing me right now? Namgung, seemingly oblivious to Soo Baek's internal turmoil, simply advises him, in any case, don't rush and be too impatient. As he watches the elder, Soo Baek's thoughts drift to a past encounter, realizing, looking at you, I am reminded of the first time I met teacher Namgung. You two are alike. He considers the implications of the conversation, wondering if it would be acceptable to pursue his own path. Namgung, ever the strategist, seems to be enjoying the unfolding situation immensely. Soo Baek's expression shifts slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his features as he processes the elder's words, realizing that Namgung is also deeply involved in the academy's affairs. The elder continues, suggesting that Soo Baek will likely forge a path distinct from that of the current teacher Namgung. As they stand together, the weight of the Grandmaster's words settles upon him, leaving him to ponder the true extent of Namgung's machinations and the unknown future. Namgung then advises him to simply consider the years of effort spent to reach this point, before he even began to contemplate becoming a star instructor. The title of star instructor echoes in his mind, a profound realization dawning upon him. With a final, knowing remark, Namgung bids him farewell, leaving him to his thoughts. Soo Baek's gaze hardens slightly, the question of what truly constitutes a good teacher lingering in his mind. He recalls a time long ago, when he was a martial arts instructor within the blood cult, considered one of the best of his generation. Yet, his students never called him master. Instead, they knew him as the drill master, the devil, or even a demon. Even those brats, he muses, never once addressed him as master, despite his promise to make them eternal if they followed his teachings. He remembers the 4 children he took under his wing, training them to become his secret weapons, destined to dominate the Murim. Their personalities and bodies were meticulously molded, taught only to obey. One of them, a young student, cries out, his arm numb from the training. The force of the impact sends him reeling, his body collapsing to the ground. He is violently thrown backward, a cry of pain escaping his lips as glowing energy erupts around him. He never treated them with kindness, he reflects, instead pushing them harder than any other instructor would dare. He watches as a student clutches his injured arm, complaining of pain, but Seryong Baek's gaze is unwavering, a scoff escaping him as he dismisses the injury, warning that further complaints would only lead to more severe consequences. The injured student, now supported by a blue-haired peer, pleads for the relentless training to cease. But the instructor's voice cuts through the air, cold and absolute, reminding them that those who become useless will simply be discarded. He continues, his words a chilling echo, that there are countless others ready to take their place. A rhetorical question hangs heavy in the air, asking if they truly desire such a fate. Before he reveals the true depth of his disdain, their failure would be a stain upon his own accomplishments. The word training echoes through the brutal regimen, a montage of screaming faces and desperate struggles, each one pushed beyond their limits. Observing the suffering, he finds a twisted satisfaction, concluding that such good eyes might yet prove useful. He walks through a dark, cavernous space, a faint smirk playing across his lips. His footsteps echo softly. He continues deeper into the shadows. The martial arts instructor moves with quiet intensity. A good teacher, he muses, his eyes glowing faintly blue as he recalls the past. He had known all along, recognizing the potential in Namdung Su from their very first encounter. That meant the student was probably similar to his own past self. Yet, he admits, he has no clue what to do with that knowledge, having never considered anything beyond his brutal methods in the blood cult. He lets out a soft TSK, a sound of quiet frustration or disappointment escaping him. The next day, a training spar is underway, with one student reaching out in distress, calling out to his senior, as if to halt the relentless practice. He looks up, a flash of surprise crossing his face as he recognizes his opponent. A groan of frustration escapes him, acknowledging the prolonged struggle they've endured for days, yet still unable to surpass the other's skill. Meanwhile, a hand crackles with vibrant purple energy, unleashing a powerful attack. Still reeling from the previous assault, the student barely registers the next attack, as Seryong Baek moves with blinding speed. A torrent of purple energy trailing in his wake. The force of the blow sends the student skidding back, his body screaming in protest, as he wonders if this is truly necessary. He cries out to his uncle, pleading for a moment of respite. But Seryong Baek's voice cuts through the air, demanding to be addressed by his proper title. The student struggles to regain his footing, his body steaming from the exertion. While Namgung watches from the sidelines, noting that the vice headmaster is pushing too hard. Seryong Baek, however, is resolute, declaring his ambition to become an instructor. Namgung raises an eyebrow, asking if that means he'll finally curb his drinking, to which Seryong Baek hesitantly agrees. Still engulfed in a fiery aura, he delivers a devastating kick, the force of it sending his opponent reeling. The headband student cries out, pleading for mercy, but Seryong Baek's relentless assault continues, his voice cutting through the air, demanding to know if his foolish dream has finally been abandoned. Overwhelmed and desperate, the student can only protest, reminding his attacker of their familial bond, but it falls on deaf ears. Finally, the headband student collapses to the ground, utterly defeated, as Namgung and another elder observe the aftermath. Stepping forward, Namgung addresses Seryong Baek, his tone firm as he declares the sparring has gone on long enough. From the ground, the defeated student protests, insisting that his opponent will only hurt himself with his foolish schemes. Namgung turns to the other elder, a man with long white hair, and they exchange a knowing glance. The white-haired elder nods in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Namgung's words and offering an apology for the student's outburst. Namgung then addresses the white-haired elder, Namgung Su, telling him not to be nervous and to simply demonstrate his skills. As he stands before Seryong Baek, Namgung Su asks if he may proceed with the demonstration in his own way. With a determined expression, he simply states, "Please get ready." The instruction seems to catch him off guard, as he reacts with surprise. What? Teacher Namgung Su. He's never agreed to spar before. Meanwhile, Seryong Baek complains to Namgung about the sly old man, who claimed he couldn't do anything, prompting the elder to ask if he's referring to the headmaster. Still pondering the unexpected challenge, Namgung Su quietly wonders, who else? A young woman with long, flowing pink hair makes her way through the academy grounds. Her gentle appearance belying the surprisingly firm and confident sound of her footsteps, suggesting a hidden strength despite her youthful looks. She approaches Seryong Baek, apologizing as she mistook him for someone else, and asks what brings him there. Confused by her presence, he wonders aloud, who is this? There shouldn't be anyone who'd come looking for me because of work. He listens intently as the young woman, with her distinctive pink hair, continues her line of questioning, admitting that she has something she's curious about, and then asks if the swordsmanship isn't about the blade from yesterday, but rather Mayong's cloud-surging swordsmanship. A slight smile plays on her lips as she holds a stack of books, her gaze unwavering. Seryong-baek's thoughts race, wondering who this girl truly is, to speak of the everlasting sword, but she quickly clarifies that she's not referring to that, then presses further, asking if it's from the blood cult. His mind echoes the name Moyang, as the girl explains her swordsmanship was taught and created by her father, before dismissing the blood cult theory as well. A look of deep contemplation settles on his face as he processes her words. The pink-haired girl continues, her tone challenging, asking if her father became enlightened by himself, and if that makes him a genius among experts. Seryong-baek's thoughts drift to a village in the countryside, while the girl, sensing his hesitation, tells him to just say no if he doesn't want to answer, then immediately questions if the swordsmanship in those two places isn't. Her eyes sparkle with a knowing glint as she finishes her sentence with a single, pointed word, different. A serious expression settles on Seryong-baek's face, realizing she's testing him, and he begins to analyze the Moyang Cloud Sword as deep and slow. The young girl continues her inquiry, explaining that the Moyang Cloud Sword relies on gentle, yet powerful movements to reach its peak. Conversely, she adds, the Kunlun sword is known for its rough and fierce nature. She clarifies that this is the very essence of the Kunlun's way, making the two styles fundamentally incompatible. Turning to Seryong-baek, she challenges his understanding, asking if he disagrees with her belief that combining them would be impossible. He readily agrees, acknowledging that while the Moyang Cloud Sword did achieve it, he quickly realizes the depth of her knowledge and scrambles to take notes. Unfazed by his reaction, the girl continues, hinting at another topic she's curious about. Just then, Seryong-baek interrupts, informing her that a swordsmanship lecture is about to begin and inviting her to join if she wishes to learn more, before adding that he himself is a new instructor applicant. Surprised, she questions his status, having assumed he was a student, only for him to clarify that he hails from the Heavenly Martial Academy. Elsewhere in the academy, Nam-gung-soo walks purposefully, clutching a stack of books to his chest. A young woman with vibrant pink hair introduces herself as Jae-gal Soyoung, an applicant for institutional instructor at the Heavenly Martial Academy. Acknowledging her, Seryong-baek introduces himself in turn, noting her considerable reputation among the other applicants. With a confident air, Jae-gal Soyoung then addresses both him and Nam-gung-soo, preparing them for what's to come. She gives the command to begin. Without hesitation, Seryong-baek and Nam-gung-soo face each other, ready to engage. A wooden staff arcs through the air, swung with powerful intent. But before it can connect, Seryong-baek delivers a swift, devastating strike, impacting Nam-gung-soo with blinding speed. The force of the blow sends the staff clattering to the ground, lying discarded as the dust settles. Observing the swift outcome, Jae-gal Soyoung remarks on the predictability of Nam-gung-soo's defeat. The sparring match unfolds with swift, precise movements, Seryong-baek pressing his advantage. As Jae-gal Soyoung watches intently, considering how much he is willing to reveal, but noting Nam-gung-soo's exposed lower body and urging him to pay attention. A moment later, Nam-gung-soo's feet falter, a clear sign of hesitation betraying his struggle. Even mid-spar, Seryong-baek offers a quiet word of advice, pointing out the tightness of his opponent's grip, which Nam-gung-soo acknowledges. Jae-gal Soyoung observes the clear disparity, recognizing the opposing applicant's skill as too low, just as she expected from teacher Nam-gung. The match concludes, Nam-gung-soo defeated, his gaze averted in quiet acknowledgement. A student on the sidelines expresses disbelief, noting that Seryong-baek wasn't even treating Nam-gung-soo as a true opponent, a sentiment another agrees with. Jae-gal Soyoung recalls the stark contrast to Seryong-baek's earlier, surprisingly kind and friendly demeanor upon their arrival. The student can hardly imagine the usually impressive Nam-gung-soo being so easily bested. He knows there's no time to waste, and he must seize every opportunity to draw attention to himself. Meanwhile, a student with a headband launches himself forward, staff extended, letting out a fierce cry. Nam-gung-soo, ever vigilant, meets the assault with a swift draw of his blade. From a distance, Seryong-baek observes the clash, a subtle HM, escaping his lips. The student's staff slams against Nam-gung-soo's sword, a burst of energy marking the impact. With practiced ease, the instructor deflects the blow, his blade holding firm. As the sparring continues, Seryong-baek begins to emanate a vibrant blue aura, glowing particles swirling around him. He muses aloud, wondering if the other instructor could have avoided the attack entirely, rather than simply blocking it. With a determined glint in his eye and his hand radiating power, he declares, "This is just the beginning." A flurry of sharp projectiles, like a sudden rain of needles, streaks through the air. But before they can find their mark, he moves with impossible speed, a vibrant blue aura flaring around his arm as he intercepts the assault. With a single, explosive strike, the projectiles shatter into countless fragments, dissolving in a brilliant burst of azure energy. Observing the display, Nam-gung-soo's eyes narrow, a subtle flaw in the technique catching his attention. A gap, he thinks. Meanwhile, the headband student, relentless in his assault, launches another swift, powerful kick, aiming directly for Nam-gung-soo. Nam-gung-soo meets the attack head-on, his arm rising to block the incoming force with practiced ease. As the sparring continues, the last vestiges of Seryong Baek's demonstration shimmer and fade, golden motes of light dissolving into the air. The headband student recoils slightly from the blocked strike, while Seryong Baek watches the exchange, his expression unreadable. Undeterred, the student prepares to launch himself forward once more, his determination echoing in his declaration, "I'm going in once more." With a thunderous impact, Seryong Baek unleashes a devastating technique, the force of his attack exploding outward. He moves with blinding speed, a brilliant white energy engulfing him as the technique continues to unfold. Another powerful kwang echoes, red particles scattering from the sheer force of the culminating blow. As he lands, water and debris erupt around him, a testament to the impact he just delivered. Standing tall and composed, a vibrant blue aura now surrounds him, the demonstration complete. From a distance, Nam Gong-soo observes the display, acknowledging the skill with a quiet, "You're quite good." Seryong Baek, hearing the comment, responds with a knowing smirk, "Huh, have you finally caught on?" While Jae-gal Soong beside him looks on in wide-eyed surprise. Nam Gong-soo's expression shifts, his thoughts turning to the technique's familiarity. "How amazing," he muses. "Why is he copying me?" A vein throbs in his temple, his jaw clenching in frustration at the perceived imitation. "This rude bastard." Nam Gong-soo expresses his belief that Seryong Baek's teaching methods are the reason he became a star instructor, a sentiment he feels anyone would try to copy. Jae-gal Soong adds that she thinks this is precisely why Nam Gong-orbioni became the star instructor. As they stand in the training grounds, Seryong Baek asks if they truly wish to continue. He acknowledges that they might be disappointed, but asserts his belief that their current efforts won't make a difference. A smirk plays on his lips as he considers their reactions. Jae-gal Soong, looking surprised, asks how many rounds Myong Il-ho could possibly go, while Nam Gong-soo looks on in disbelief. Seryong Baek confirms that he did ask that, but the fight is already finished. His hand clenches, a silent promise of the intensity to come, as he declares that from now on, it will be hell, just so much more. As the discussion continues, a voice expresses skepticism, stating that even with training, catching up to Nam Gong-soo would be impossible. Ignoring the pessimism, Seryong Baek's voice cuts through the air, directly addressing a student named Il-ho, asking if he truly desires to win. Il-ho looks up, his expression one of confusion, wondering what his teacher means by such a question. Seryong Baek clarifies, his tone unwavering, asking if Il-ho wants to defeat that rude bastard in a single decisive blow. A fierce resolve hardens Il-ho's gaze, his eyes burning with newfound determination. To which Seryong Baek simply responds, "Of course." With that understanding, Seryong Baek instructs Il-ho to abandon all previous teachings, declaring that from now on, he will teach him exactly what he needs to do. He then challenges Il-ho once more, asking if he truly believes he can achieve it, and Il-ho's firm reply rings out, "Yes." His grip tightens on his staff, his face a mask of unwavering resolve, ready to embrace the arduous path ahead. He stands before his mentor, a voice echoing, "I thought you could have given up by now." Seryong Baek extends a hand, challenging him, "Come." With a fierce cry, Il-ho explodes forward, a blur of motion and raw power. His form wreathed in a vibrant yellow aura as he closes the distance. He unleashes a devastating strike. But Seryong Baek meets it with effortless grace, deflecting the blow with a simple staff. The impact reverberates, yet the mentor holds firm, sending Il-ho reeling backward, the ground cracking beneath the force of the counter. Though thrown, Il-ho pushes himself up, his eyes burning with defiance. "This bastard. I won't go." As the sparring session intensifies, a concerned voice calls out, wondering if they should go easy on him. The observer warns that he's about to be broken with a single blow, urging others to fall back. Undeterred, the headband student launches himself into the air, delivering a powerful, arcing kick. Seryong Baek, the target of the assault, calmly instructs his attacker to hit him continuously and with full force. Yet, with a blinding flash of white energy, Seryong Baek effortlessly deflects the blow, leaving the headband student stunned and exclaiming in disbelief. The force of the counter sends the headband student reeling backward, his mind racing to comprehend how he was so easily overcome. Seryong Baek observes his opponent, a subtle glow around him as he notes that the headband student is completely different from before. Despite being repelled, the headband student recovers quickly, his body now radiating a fierce golden aura, ready to renew his assault. However, Seryong Baek's counter is swifter still, a burst of red energy marking the impact, as the headband student is once again sent flying, unable to land a single blow. As the student lunges forward, a calm voice cuts through the air, precisely instructing him to back off and avoid the strong attack coming from his left side. He responds with a determined yes, but his eyes widen in shock as the instructor effortlessly counters his move. The force repels him backward, the instructor having seemingly read his attack and dodged it with uncanny precision, just as expected of teacher Namgung. Despite the repeated setbacks, the student's resolve hardens, refusing to accept defeat, convinced he can still finish this. From the sidelines, Myung Il-ho watches the intense exchange, wondering aloud what the student is even doing, while Jae-gal Swan questions what he's talking about. The student attacks again, now wreathed in a golden aura, only to be repelled once more, leading him to realize the instructor must have been hiding his true skills all along. With a subtle, precise step, Seo-Young-baek demonstrates his mastery of the imaginary circle, a technique that allows him to counter external arts using internal arts, a feat no one else can consciously achieve in this situation, as the student slowly begins to perceive it. Despite the intensity of his golden aura, the student finds himself repeatedly pushed back, a stark reminder that Nam-gung-soo has perhaps overestimated his own capabilities. From the sidelines, Myung-ilho urges him on, calling for one final, decisive attack. Okay. With renewed resolve, the student lunges forward, his staff a blur of motion. But his strike is met with an invisible, overwhelming force, sending him reeling back, his face contorted in a mix of pain and fierce determination, his eyes burning with a golden light. The golden aura around him flares violently, as he's repelled once more. Unmoved by the student's desperate assault, Seo-Young-baek stands perfectly still, dark tendrils of energy swirling around him. He calmly observes the aftermath, his voice cutting through the air with a simple, almost dismissive remark. Your steps are too noisy. Yet, despite the overwhelming defeat, the student pushes himself up, staff still clutched tightly, his golden aura refusing to fade. Gasping for breath, he pushes himself back, his body battered but his resolve unbroken. With eyes burning with renewed fire, he declares his intent to finish the fight. Seo-Young-baek, however, remains unperturbed, questioning his opponent's focus during their sparring session. Ignoring the remark, the student lunges forward, a golden aura flaring around him as he closes the distance with blinding speed. His determination solidifying into a powerful strike, he commits to a finishing blow. Yet, Seo-Young-baek meets the assault with effortless grace, his hand glowing faintly as he deflects the attack, a silent question hanging in the air. Do you truly believe I am an easy opponent? Undeterred, the student unleashes a torrent of lightning-infused energy, declaring that he will decide the outcome of this battle. Seo-Young-baek, still calm amidst the storm, simply states that the sparring will conclude on his terms. The student is then engulfed in a blinding explosion of golden and electrical energy, the sheer force of the impact radiating outwards. As his final, desperate attack surged forward, the student's body glowed with a fierce golden aura, crackling with raw lightning energy. Yet, before it could even connect, a sudden, unseen force slammed into him, wrenching a pained gasp from his lips. The impact sent him reeling backward, his form a blur of lightning and motion as he was violently repelled. Seo-Young-baek, however, remained perfectly still, a serene blue aura effortlessly deflecting the student's entire assault. The deflected force, turned back upon its sender, caused the student to clutch his chest in agony, the internal impact far more severe than any physical blow. As the dust settled, Seo-Young-baek stood calmly, his sword now drawn, a faint blue glow still surrounding him, while the defeated student lay humbled in the background. Observing the aftermath, Myung-ilho sharply tells someone named Hyunjin to remain silent, his gaze fixed on the scene. Turning his attention to the agitated student, Seo-Young-baek's voice cuts through the tension, asking if he had intended to kill his opponent. With a bowed head, Myung-ilho offers his apology, admitting that the situation had been tense and he had thoughtlessly unleashed his sword aura. Myung-ilho's apology hangs in the air, but Seo-Young-baek remains impassive, a subtle tsk escaping him. His hand begins to glow with a faint blue aura as he questions the sincerity of the apology, implying that such a simple gesture cannot erase the gravity of Myung-ilho's actions. The blue energy intensifies around his hand, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Myung-ilho trembles under the weight of the accusation, struggling to articulate his defense. Suddenly, a powerful voice cuts through the tension, accompanied by a burst of red energy, demanding an end to the disturbance and ordering everyone back to their seats. Seo-Young-baek glances back, surprised, as the elder Namgung steps forward, his expression stern, while Myung-ilho remains in the background. The red energy pulses, and Namgung's voice booms, questioning if his command is being ignored. His face contorts with barely contained fury, a crimson glow emanating from him. Seo-Young-baek looks on in shock as Namgung's hand reaches out, seemingly to grab or strike him, the air crackling with power. He continues, his voice unwavering, questioning if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way. Seo-Young-baek watches him, a slight frown on his face, as the elder dismisses the notion, asking if 10 years would even be enough of a limit. His words carry a heavy weight, a stark reminder to count one's blessings. Seo-Young-baek's expression remains stoic, his gaze distant as he processes the implications of the elder's challenge. Suddenly, Myung-ilho calls out, his voice filled with concern, wondering what could possibly be happening. The elder turns to Myung-ilho, his tone firm, instructing him to head to the infirmary first, implying a need for medical attention. Before the conversation can continue, a new voice booms, a muscular man with a confident smirk challenging Seo-Young-baek to the sparring platform for a death match, promising a swift end. The elder looks at Seo-Young-baek, his expression unreadable as he simply states that Seo-Young-baek will be there soon, acknowledging the challenge. The muscular challenger maintains his confident stance, a clear disdain for the rookie who doesn't seem to know who he's talking to. The headmaster takes the opportunity to begin, confirming that both are ready for the match. The challenger, however, ignores the formalities, aggressively demanding attention and promising regret. Seo-Young-baek simply dismisses his opponent's attitude, warning him against half-hearted efforts. Enraged, the challenger declares he'll strike just once. He then launches a powerful, swift attack, aiming to get Seo-Young-baek out of his sight. The blow connects, sending a burst of blue energy around Seo-Young-baek as he recoils from the impact. The force of the impact continues. But in an instant, the tables turn. Seo-Young-baek counters with overwhelming force, sending the challenger flying backward through the air. He collapses, defeated, on the ground. He offers a confident smirk, a subtle sound escaping him as he poses a question, wondering if it would be acceptable to proceed in his own way. Nam Gung-soo, his expression serious, begins to speak, sharing what he's heard about the Azure Dragon Academy, the very place that favors Seo-Young-baek. He continues, stating that it's not the same as it used to be, that it's past its prime, and there's even talk of it being removed from the 5 great academies altogether. Seo-Young-baek, listening intently, interjects with a firm, immediately. Nam Gung-soo, taken aback, questions if he said something wrong, reminding him that the Azure Dragon Academy is a place that has saved his life. As the tension rises, the elder Namgung steps forward, his voice calm, yet authoritative, instructing them to let applicant Baek Seo-Young continue with his words. Nam Gung-soo, startled by the intervention, turns to face the elder, exclaiming, "Headmaster." The headmaster simply observes, his gaze steady, as Nam Gung-soo, now composed, offers an apology for his earlier words, before earnestly requesting, "However, please listen to me." Seo-Young-baek begins, explaining his unique skill. This ability allows him to discern a person's potential, martial arts prowess, personality, and even their past experiences, a habit he's cultivated since childhood. Meanwhile, the headmaster observes the crowd, noting that many share Nam Gung-soo's disdain for the Azure Dragon Academy, especially its support for other institutions. Among them is a student from a wealthy family, attempting to curry favor and influence by providing alcohol. Seo-Young-baek continues, mentioning someone he encountered with immense potential, yet who harbors a deep resentment for the academy, believing it to be too weak. Nam Gung-soo addresses the students, asserting that the Azure Dragon Academy is brimming with talented, young, and promising individuals. However, he observes, everyone present here. Nam Gung-soo challenges the students, questioning if it's wrong for the academy to forget its original purpose and focus solely on its own prosperity and strength. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. A student cries out in disbelief, unable to accept the academy's recent performance. He challenges the notion that there's no place higher than last year's in the Heavenly Martial Competition, demanding to know exactly how many positions higher they could have been. Seo-Young-baek, addressing the concerned students, reminds them of the academy's true purpose, before stating that their goal was to make the Azure Dragon Academy shine, not to settle for only 4th place. He then reveals his own ambition, stating that he came here to become the star instructor. However, his path was altered when a certain someone asked him to become a good teacher first. It was for this reason that he changed his plan. Now, with renewed determination, he sets his sights on this year's Heavenly Martial Competition. As he walks away, his voice rings with conviction, promising that he will take responsibility and make sure that the Azure Dragon Academy wins. A sigh of admiration escapes one of the students, captivated by the new instructor, thinking how cool he is and how exceptionally skilled he must be in martial arts. As Seo-Young-baek stands amidst a throng of admiring female students, another student observes that his knowledge of martial arts seems boundless. Meanwhile, Myung-il-ho, standing with Jae-gal Soyoung, can only grumble that despite all the admiration, half of the students still give him a low score. He continues, frustrated, even President Han isn't giving him a low score. Myung-il-ho considers that with such skills, Seo-Young-baek could easily find a warm welcome at any of the 5 great academies, and if he chose to leave, there would be no way to stop him. Jae-gal Soyoung turns to him, her expression serious, asking if he's beginning to grasp the magnitude of the problem this could create. Myung-il-ho's thoughts drift to the academy's past, acknowledging that the Azure Dragon Academy has indeed passed its prime. He worries about losing the actual Heavenly Martial Competition, especially with students and instructors who haven't liked his previous suggestions. A look of deep distress crosses Myung-il-ho's face as the weight of his concerns settles upon him. The academy holds profound personal significance for him, as his entire family graduated from the Azure Dragon Academy. His pride, once a steadfast truth, now felt like a distant memory. That truth, embodied by figures like Seo-Young-baek, was the foundation of his world, but one day, it all crumbled into profound embarrassment. Shadowy figures with glowing red eyes seemed to mock the academy's fall, a stark reminder of its lost glory. Myung-il-ho, standing with Jae-gal Soyoung and other students, laments that the promises and competition rules simply don't apply to the Azure Dragon Academy anymore, and that includes even its best instructors. The biggest reason for this devastating decline was the Heavenly Martial Competition, the most important event among the 5 great academies. Seo-Young-baek looks on, as the academy had come in last place for 10 consecutive years, a streak of failure that weighed heavily on everyone. Suddenly, an unseen voice calls out, asking if Myung-ilho has lost his mind, while another urges them to be quiet lest they wake him up. He continues, his frustration boiling over, wondering how they could make a promise they couldn't keep, especially about winning the Heavenly Martial competition. Myung-ilho lies injured on a mat, still protesting. Why can't I keep it? I was telling them the truth. Meanwhile, in another room, Seryong-baek and Nam Gung-soo are interrupted by the arrival of Jae-gal-soyoung, who steps in, asking, "Oh, so you were here. How is the patient?" Seryong-baek, surprised by her presence, inquires, "He's fine. How did your spar go?" Jae-gal-soyoung looks down, a slight blush on her cheeks, admitting, "I finished just then and came here." Seryong-baek remarks on her pristine condition, while Nam Gung-soo adds that her breathing is steady and her face clean, as if she hadn't fought at all. Seryong-baek then wonders aloud, is her weapon a judge's pen? The delicate, pen-like instrument she holds seems an unlikely choice for combat. He muses that she wouldn't use her book as a blunt weapon, expressing a keen desire to witness her fighting style. Jae-gal-soyoung, noticing their intense gaze, asks why they are looking at her like that, to which Seryong-baek quickly dismisses it as nothing, before Nam Gung-soo presses her for the real reason she came to the academy. She wanted to know the reason for his presence at the Azure Dragon Academy, specifically his goal of achieving first place in the Heavenly Martial Arts competition. He responds with a slight smirk, suggesting that she might regret her curiosity, prompting her to ask why. Her explanation is simple yet profound. It's because it's absolutely impossible for the Azure Dragon Academy to win. As the closing ceremony begins, Seryong-baek and Nam Gung-soo walk through the academy grounds, discussing the situation, with Seryong-baek suggesting they talk about it later. Nam Gung-soo expresses his frustration, wondering why they all gave up without even trying, but Seryong-baek simply dismisses it as nonsense. He can't help but wonder what kind of sound that was. Nam Gung-soo questions the logic of his companion's statement, who then mutters about someone being just a crazy bastard. The two continue their walk, passing by other students on the academy grounds. He scoffs at the idea of a crazy bastard, noting that such talk was common even within the blood cult. Approaching him, Nam Gung-soo addresses him as applicant Baek Seryong, then corrects himself to headmaster, before posing a serious question. He reminds Seryong-baek that the academy has consistently placed last in the Heavenly Martial Arts competition for the past decade, asking if his earlier cynical words were truly meant. Without hesitation, Seryong-baek confirms his stance. He explains that even if he were serious, he's unsure how the students would react, as they tend to get uncomfortable just hearing such phrases. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he advises Nam Gung-soo not to be too offended by the students' dumbfounded reactions. Nam Gung-soo acknowledges that he had expected such a mood, but presses further, asking what Seryong-baek would do if the students failed after such bold statements. With an air of absolute confidence, Seryong-baek declares he would simply cross the street and establish his own White Dragon Academy. Nam Gung-soo, initially surprised by the audacity of the statement, grudgingly concedes that if Seryong-baek were to do so, it might not be a bad idea, muttering to himself. Nam Gung-soo approaches the headmaster, reminding him that it's time for his closing ceremony speech. To which he calmly replies, "Ah yes, I will slowly take my leave. I shall see you soon." As they begin to walk away, Nam Gung-soo looks back, affirming, "Yes, let's meet again." The two continue their departure, leaving the academy grounds where students mill about. Seryong-baek sighs, thinking to himself that Wonjin's face must have been quite a sight from all the staring, and he knows it'll happen a lot more in the future. Meanwhile, among a group of students, Myung-ilho exclaims, "That's that. If I were you, I'd also want to be an instructor at the Azure Dragon Academy." The headband student responds, "That's not possible. Whatever, let's go get a drink." He wonders aloud if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own way. His companion, however, dismisses the concern, retorting that 10 years is more than enough time for any limit. Still, Myung-ilho persists, asking what they should do about him, a hint of self-doubt in his voice. The headband student simply laughs off his worries, suggesting they go for a drink before the good spots are taken. As the academy's closing ceremony concludes, students disperse across the sun-drenched courtyard, their figures growing smaller as they head towards the exit. The next day arrives. Inside a quiet hall, Namgung's voice echoes, politely asking someone to pass through. He then murmurs to himself, considering something with a thoughtful, "Let's see." The Azure Dragon Academy prepares to announce the final results for its new trainee instructors, the news shimmering with anticipation. The official results for the Azure Dragon Academy's new trainee instructors are meticulously listed, with Jae-gal-soyoung securing first place, and Baek Seryong, surprisingly, appearing much lower down the list. The final tally confirms it, with Kwak Do-young at 9th place and Baek Seryong at a surprising 10th. Despite his low ranking, a quiet satisfaction settles over Seryong-baek as he reads the announcement. These 10 people will be appointed as new instructors for the Azure Dragon Academy. He acknowledges his success, thinking, "I passed." Meanwhile, his friends are ecstatic, with the headband student exclaiming that they all passed, and Myung-ilho adding that he'll be happy too. Seryong-baek's expression shifts to one of exaggerated surprise, a comical reaction to the unfolding events. Nam Gong-soo questions the ranking, wondering if it's due to his low position, but Sir Yong-baek dismisses it, stating he doesn't care about the rank and is confident in surprising everyone with his performance, despite coming in last. As the group stands together, the headband student, still puzzled by Sir Yong-baek's nonchalance, questions his attitude, asking, then why? The document is shown again, clearly highlighting Baek Suryong's 10th place finish. The announcement continues, revealing a twist. These 10 people will be appointed as new instructors for the Azure Dragon Academy. They will be appointed as the remedial class. The headband student reacts with disbelief, demanding, "What's the remedial class?" Nam Gong-soo questions the concept of a remedial class, a special program designed for Class B students who require supplementary lessons, often referred to as the problem kids of the academy. Meanwhile, a young woman with long, dark hair stands overlooking the bustling academy grounds, a thoughtful expression on her face. Suddenly, she lunges forward, a crimson aura flaring around her fist as she aims a powerful strike at Sir Yong-baek, who calmly deflects the blow with his forearm. He looks at her, recognizing her name. Hyun-win Kong? Hyun-win Kong, now standing before him, expresses her surprise at his method, having thought he would simply teach them martial arts. Sir Yong-baek, however, dismisses her concern, stating there's no need for such a simple approach. A confident smile spreads across his face as he considers the idea of being a remedial class teacher, finding the prospect quite appealing. At the Academy Assembly, Namgung addresses the gathered instructors, welcoming the new additions to the faculty once again. Among the students, a murmur spreads, as they acknowledge the competitive nature of becoming an instructor, especially for this particular class. Myung Ilho remarks to the headband student that anyone would assume Hyunjin wasn't part of a faction, to which the headband student proudly declares that he's been out of the action from the day he joined the cult. Despite his past as a member of the blood cult, the decision is made to pair senior instructors with the new instructors, matching them according to their individual specialties. Sir Yong-baek lets out a soft sound of understanding, as Nam Gong-soo explains that the new instructors will be paired with senior instructors whose specialties align with their own. With a nod, Sir Yong-baek instructs them to follow him, and Nam Gong-soo readily agrees, falling in line with the other students. He then reveals that Nam Gong-soo is set to become a senior instructor, observing that a difficult road lies ahead for the young lady. As various teachers are called out, students respond with enthusiastic affirmations, confirming their presence. The roll call continues, with students eagerly volunteering to take charge, even as teacher Hyun-win Kong is mentioned among the names. With a confident smirk, Sir Yong-baek asks if it would be acceptable for him to proceed in his own unique way, receiving an immediate affirmation that 10 years would be more than enough time for his limit before a powerful impact echoes. The force of his strike sends the senior instructor reeling back, a cry of shock escaping him as he struggles to regain his footing. Recovering quickly, the senior instructor turns and gestures for him to follow, who readily agrees, addressing him as Teacher Hyunwon. The senior instructor mutters under his breath, wishing for more exciting challenges than what he's currently facing. They arrive at the Movement Arts Training Hall, a facility specifically designed for honing physical techniques. As they stand at the entrance, the senior instructor explains that the hall was created with mana to facilitate movement arts training, but warns that beasts have secretly infiltrated the area, and he's been trying to drive them out. Hyun-win Kong acknowledges this, confirming his suspicions. Their tour continues to the closed training club, a secluded space offered for those seeking enlightenment or personal time. The senior instructor then leads him to the Student Association's building, where he expresses surprise at the location. The senior instructor sternly warns that even within the Student Association, one cannot be careless, as these same beasts have frequently snuck into the building. He concludes by indicating the nearby Federation building. He emphasizes the importance of maintaining proper conduct, warning that this is where inappropriate relationships often form. If he catches any such behavior, he vows to make them suffer then and there, a declaration that makes Sir Yong wonder if he's truly serious. The weight of his words hangs in the air. As they move into a grand hall, the senior instructor shifts the conversation to the heavenly martial competition. Seated at a table, he challenges Suryong's earlier statement, finding it too harsh and lamenting that the Azure Dragon Academy is no longer what it once was. Historically, the heavenly martial competition was established to foster camaraderie and strong bonds among students from the 5 great academies. However, ever since the devastating destruction of the blood cult, the true spirit of competition has been lost, replaced by a singular focus on victory. A dark, swirling energy now defines the arena, with the Dragon Phoenix matches standing as the fiercest and most cutthroat of all. The top 8 students are granted the prestigious title of Dragon Phoenix. But for the last 10 years, the Azure Dragon Academy hasn't produced a single student worthy of that honor. The senior instructor acknowledges this, simply stating, "I see." He then recalls a time 30 years ago, during his own father's era, when the Azure Dragon Academy was recognized as one of the 4 great academies, proudly renowned throughout the martial world. Sir Yong-baek, however, quickly dismisses the past, declaring, it's nothing. Let's stop talking about that man." The senior instructor shifts the conversation back to the present, challenging him. "In any case, what you have to change is the Academy's current state of failure at the students' hands. What do you plan to do then?" Sir Yong-baek confidently replies, Yes, if I didn't think that I could do it, I wouldn't have said anything. The senior instructor humps, remarking, your arrogance is quite similar to them. Sir Yongbek questions, my father? The senior instructor corrects him, my daughter. A surprised sound escapes him as he processes the senior instructor's words. Then he asks, grandfather, do you know anything about the remedial class? The senior instructor, changing the subject slightly, confirms, that's right, you're the leader of the remedial class, are you not? Sir Yongbek simply replies, yes. He then lists the students, mentioning second-year Yeo Min, fourth-year Hyo Guangcheng, and third-year Hianwen Kong, adding, I wouldn't have given you those names for no reason. Sir Yongbek, now in a different attire, reflects on the challenge, knowing that the fact they are all together in one class isn't easy, since they are waiting for him to eventually become something great. The senior instructor continues, his voice carrying over a close-up of Emil. They're not easygoing kids then. He muses that he would rather have a class full of duller, more obedient students than those with nothing special going for them, then wonders aloud. First, should I start with someone I know? Sir Yongbek, holding a cup, looks thoughtful, then asks, grandfather, do you know where Hianwen Kang's dorm room is? The number 97 appears. Pushing past his physical limits, Hianwen Kang's hand trembles, reaching for something more. As he forces himself through another repetition, counting to 100. His bare foot slips on the wet floor. And with a pained groan, he collapses, utterly spent. His body gives out, falling backward into the dark water. The world around him fading into an oppressive blackness. Submerged, he sinks deeper. But then, his eyes snap open, glowing with an intense, ethereal light. He gasps, a choked cry escaping him as he struggles against the water's embrace. He wears a confident smirk, knowing he would emerge victorious. As the scene shifts, his frustration boils over, a vow escaping his lips that he would one day overcome this challenge. A sudden realization hits him, a curse escaping his lips as he resolves to find what he's looking for. He ponders, a question forming in his mind as shimmering particles swirl around him. With deliberate movements, he focuses on the slow, methodical process. The internal struggle intensifying. Frustration mounts as he struggles to grasp something elusive, an unseen voice offering a cryptic challenge. He screams in agony, overwhelmed by the intensity of his struggle. He recoils, caught off guard by a sudden, unseen force, as a voice questions his training methods. Oh Guanghyun, grabbing him by the collar, scolds him for training alone, demanding to know what kind of student he is. Namgung Su then chimes in, reminding him that he's now an instructor, and that he should be teaching them instead of hiding away. Myung Ilho joins the fray, holding him firmly, as he protests that his name isn't Kong, and he's not the only one. He's tossed around playfully. With Namgung Su taking his turn to hold him by the collar, the group's boisterous energy filling the room. Yeo Min, looking sheepish, then asks if he was coming before, admitting his honesty. Oh Guanghyun, with a determined expression, offers to show him one more time, urging him to watch carefully. He lets out a small sound of acknowledgement, his curiosity piqued by the crazy bastard's intentions. As Sir Yongbek watched, Oh Guanghyun began his demonstration, his form blurring with speed as vibrant blue energy swirled around him. The technique flowing effortlessly from his movements. Here, he announced, the blue aura intensifying around his body. With a final flourish, the energy dissipated, leaving a palpable shift in the air. Do you see the difference? Oh Guanghyun asked, his gaze sharp. Sir Yongbek stood shirtless, his muscular physique on display, contemplating the demonstration. A thoughtful silence hung between them as he processed what he had just witnessed. Oh Guanghyun then began to explain, stating that the primary issue was a lack of flexibility. He elaborated that if one truly desired to master a skill, they must practice it frequently. Sir Yongbek, still listening intently, heard Oh Guanghyun continue. It's not enough to just understand the theory. You have to put in the hours. He further emphasized that the body must be trained to adapt. This body, it's like a vessel. It needs to be molded and refined. Sir Yongbek, surprised by the depth of the insight, could only murmur, you can do that after just seeing it for a moment. Oh Guanghyun, with a knowing smile, continued to impart his wisdom. Well, you'll have to practice the 18 forms of the heavenly cult on your own. Sir Yongbek's eyes glowed with a fierce, red determination. Oh Guanghyun, seated before him, calmly asks if it would be acceptable for him to pursue his own path, to which Sir Yongbek, kneeling, responds with a question of his own, wondering if 10 years would be enough time to set such a limit. A moment of silence hangs heavy in the air, as Sir Yongbek processes the implications of the conversation. His thoughts turn to his past, lamenting the fact that he never had a proper martial arts teacher to guide him. Rising to his feet, his expression hardening, he faces Oh Guanghyun, who probes further, asking if his anger stems from the Habuk clan. The accusation ignites a furious retort, as Sir Yongbek snarls, you bastard. His voice dripping with menace, he challenges Oh Guanghyun, asking if he truly believes he wouldn't kill a teacher. As if to punctuate his words, a vibrant blue energy begins to glow around his clenched fist, radiating with raw power. His gaze unwavering, he presses the point, questioning if Oh Guanghyun truly thinks he could be defeated by someone like him. Leaning in close, his intensity forces Oh Guanghyun to recoil slightly, the sheer force of his presence a palpable threat.